Chapter 825. The situation in the wilderness had changed. Martial Chief Butian was defeated by half a move, and the three venerables were also affected. The situation immediately became dangerous. Ning Chen's body moved and sword light crisscrossed. An unshakable power erupted, splitting the heavens and the seas. It even cut open a huge black hole in the void. The three venerables were shocked. They joined hands to block the sword light in front of them. With a loud bang, blood splashed everywhere. The three venerables were forced to retreat, unable to block the extreme power. "Don't fight head-on. You are not his match." Qi Wenju forcefully suppressed her injuries and said. The three venerables stabilized their bodies and slightly nodded. Looking at the red-clothed youth in front of them, their eyes were filled with fear. "Qi Wenju, you guys are really in a difficult situation." At this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky, and a purple-clothed man appeared. His powerful aura was surging, and he did not lose out to anyone present. "Right, Protector." Seeing the newcomer, the three venerables' expressions shook. "Jiang Yun, why are you here?" Qi Wenju looked at the purple-clothed man with a serious expression. "Pavilion Master was worried that something would happen to you guys, so he sent me to help. I didn't think that he would really predict it." Jiang Yun's gaze swept over the red-clothed youth and said, "Is this Mahist Sect's ninth disciple? A dragon among enlightened masters? You actually made my heaven-mending pavilion's three venerables and one martial chief suffer such a huge loss. You praise me too much." Ning Chen held his sword and looked at the man in front of him. "Right, Protector, did you come to help? If so, can I take action now? Sorry for making you wait. Please." Jiang Yun's face flashed with a faint smile. Just as he finished speaking, purple thunder rumbled, and a purple-clothed figure flashed. A ferocious palm carrying the power of thunder whistled through the air. Ning Chen held his sword horizontally, and the tip of his sword blocked the thunder. With a loud bang, his figure moved back half a step before stopping. However, his sword's momentum did not stop, and he continued to slash forward. Jiang Yun's right palm formed a fist, and with a loud bang, he forcefully blocked the sword's tip. The two extreme powers collided, and a miserable scene appeared. The two figures were both forced back several steps, and it was difficult to tell who was stronger. Sword technique. Genesis Supreme swung his sword, and just as he was about to unleash his sword technique, the folding fan flew through the air. The heaven-mending martial art had joined the battle to slay Mo Gate's ninth son. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and turned his sword around. With a loud bang, he slashed at the person who had sneak-attacked him from behind. Sword and palm collided. One had a boundless sword intent while the other had an extraordinary cultivation base. As the two techniques collided, the aftershock was like a raging torrent that was earth-shattering. The moment his aura was about to collapse, the three venerables mending Tian joined hands to attack. Their mountain-toppling and ocean-overturning true essence pressed down with astonishing might. Ning Chen frowned. He took a step forward and his silhouette flickered. In an instant, he appeared behind the three venerable lords and swung his sword mercilessly. In that moment of crisis, purple lightning surged. Jiang Yun appeared to block the attack. With his powerful cultivation, he blocked the deadly sword light. Three venerables mending Tian, Wu Kuei, and the right protector joined forces to launch a killing attack. They were determined to kill the 9 disciples of the Mahist sect. The battle reached its climax, and it was difficult to determine the victor. Knowing Destiny, who had the extreme speed of heaven and earth and the extreme way of the sword, displayed his battle prowess to the extreme. Red light shone around him, making him look like an undefeatable war god. The 5 of them took turns to fight. Knowing Destiny's martial soul shone with sword light. His palms moved and birds screamed. His sword moved, and the yellow springs opened a path. As they crossed, the setting sun shone magnificently, causing the sky to lose its color. Sword technique, heavenly dragon shock. A sword soared into the sky, and the dragon roared. Ning Chen swung his sword, and an azure dragon coiled around the sword and charged forward. Qi Wenju opened her folding fan to block the attack. The azure dragon's sword qi passed through the folding fan and entered her body. With a muffled groan, blood flowed from the corner of Wu Kuei's mouth. He was forced to retreat, and his injuries were not light. In the blink of an eye, the red clothes disappeared. When they reappeared, the afterimages looked real. Two sharp sword lights broke through the sky and forced back the three venerables mending Tian and the right protector. The extreme speed of heaven and earth, and the unshakable extreme way of the sword gradually turned the situation around. Ha! Not allowing the situation to change, Jiang Yun shouted. Purple lightning filled the sky. Above the clouds rolled and thunder covered the setting sun. Lightning devour heaven. Purple lightning fell from the sky, swallowing the sky and destroying the earth. Its vigorous and overbearing power destroyed all the laws between heaven and earth. When the lightning passed, the whole space and time turned into nothingness. A huge black ravine appeared, extending for thousands of zhang. Sword technique. Seeing this, Ning Chen's figure flew out. He did not dodge, and his sword defied the heavens and met the attack head-on. Nothing. Blood-colored sword light swallowed up the boundless space. Lightning fell, and the two extremes collided. The aftermath surged, and the surrounding heaven and earth turned into chaos. The aftermath dissipated, and the laws of space and time were gradually restored. However, the collapsed terrain could not be restored, and it completely changed. Jiang Yun, Qi Wenju, and the three venerables mending Tian looked at the red-clothed youth in front of them. Their expressions were extremely grave. They knew that the ninth disciple of Mo Gate was powerful, but they did not expect him to be so powerful. It had not even been 100 years since the battle of the ancient battlefield. This child's growth speed was just too fast. Everyone, if this is all you have, you will not be able to return today. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen let out a soft shout. Blood qi rolled around his body and his black hair turned red. He was the Phoenix ancestral awakening. A terrifying pressure spread out. In the next instant, the red clothes disappeared, and when they reappeared, the sword light broke through the sky. Arg! An extremely painful groan rang out. Blood spurted out from the chest of a heaven-mending pavilion's supreme elder. A terrifying sword wound extended from his left shoulder to his right rib. It was a ghastly sight, and it made people feel fear. The speed and sword intent increased once again. Jiang Yun, Qi Wenju, and the other two heaven-mending pavilion's supreme elders did not even have time to attack. The sword fell, and one of them died. Wu, without having time to say anything, the body of the heaven-mending pavilion's ninth supreme elder slowly fell down. With a thump, he smashed into the ground. Whether it was unwillingness or regret, at this moment it was already too late. You deserve to die. Jiang Yun was furious. His figure flashed, and lightning surged all over his body. The phantom of a lightning beast appeared, and its power could swallow the heavens. Ning Chen's eyes focused. His sword aura changed, and the phantom of a phoenix appeared, blocking the former. The divine beasts collided. The god of fire and the supreme being of lightning faced each other head-on. The cry of the phoenix and the roar of thunder shook the heaven and earth, and everything collapsed. On the other side, Qi Wenju condensed her energy. Raging waves surged, and a huge phantom of a sea beast appeared. The power of laws reached its peak. Sword technique, dragon phoenix burial. The raging waves arrived. Ning Chen stepped back and waved his sword. The dragon and phoenix cried as they collided with the sea beast. An indescribable might appeared. The dragon and phoenix swallowed the sea beast, and the raging waves collapsed. Qi Wenju let out a muffled groan, and a bloody mist spurted out from her chest. The seventh and eighth supreme elders of the heaven-mending pavilion rushed forward and took over the battle once again. Their true essence was pushed to the limit, and they slapped towards the former's chest. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ning Chen's expression became cold. He clenched his left hand and a white rainbow appeared. The soft sword spun 100 times and wrapped around the two's arms. The two Supreme Elders' expressions changed. They revolved their true essence to try and break free from the white rainbow, but it was already too late. Taisher's killing intent flashed past. It was incomparably cold. The heads of the two Supreme Elders flew up, and their blood dyed the setting sun red. Behind them, Jiang Yun and Qi Wenju were both shocked and angry. They wanted to stop him, but they were powerless. Now that no one is bothering you, you too can continue. Ning Chen's gaze shifted to the two strongest people in front of him, and said coldly, "Retreat." Seeing that it was impossible to kill this brat, Jiang Yun made a prompt decision and said. Qi Wenju was startled, but she soon came back to her senses. Without any hesitation, she took a step back and retreated. Jiang Yun flipped his palm, and 1,000 layers of purple lightning converged. He sent out a palm and quickly left. Ning Chen waved his sword to disperse the purple lightning. His calm eyes looked in the direction the two left in, and he did not chase after them. These two were not weak. If he wanted to eliminate them, it would not be an easy task. Master! The sun had completely set. Within the soul-subduing banner, many great demons were restless. Ning Chen nodded and agreed to the demons' request. The demons were overjoyed. They flew out of the soul-subduing banner and swallowed the 3 Supreme Elders of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion who had died in battle not far away. Not long after, the remaining origin energy of the 3 Supreme Elders of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion was swallowed by the demons. Ning Chen waved his sword and cut open the ground, burying the 3 Supreme Elders. Master, this Heaven-Mending Pavilion was one of the 11 strongest inheritances in the world. Perhaps they have the life origin energy that Master needs. On the side, Desolate Demon's figure appeared and reminded him. Ning Chen nodded and said, "In your era, did this Heaven-Mending Pavilion have a 4th realm?" "Yes, and there was more than one." Desolate Demon nodded and said, "Among the 4 pavilions, other than the Sword Pavilion's strength, the other 3 pavilions were about the same. 10,000 years ago, the Heaven-Mending Pavilion had 2 4th realm cultivators with terrifying strength. However, that was 10,000 years ago, and no one could live for 10,000 years. Those 2 should have already fallen by now." "Not necessarily." Ning Chen shook his head and said, "You guys are the best examples." Desolate Demon was startled and immediately explained, "We are demons, and we are different from humans. Moreover, the power of the laws in the 1,000 Devil Nest was suppressed by the soul-subduing banner forged by the Heavenly Buddha Lord. While we lost our freedom, we were able to barely survive until today. Master!" At this moment, a great demon opened his mouth and handed over a green pearl. He said, "This is something we obtained from those 3 people. Perhaps it will be useful to Master." Ning Chen received the pearl and swept his gaze over it. A strange look flashed through his eyes. It seemed like he really had to make a trip to the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. His demonic body had already obtained enough demonic qi, and would wake up sooner or later. However, the life source that his main body needed was too terrifying. If he did not take action against a great sect like the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, his main body might never have the chance to wake up. "Master!" Desolate Demon opened his mouth again. "Don't rush. We don't have enough strength right now and we need help," Ning Chen said calmly. "Master, why don't you try to break into the immortal treading realm? Once you break through, Master's strength will definitely increase greatly." Desolate Demon was puzzled. "It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't do it yet. In these past few years, as my strength increased, the power of laws bestowed upon the Dragon Gate by the heavens also became stronger and stronger. I have too much karma on my body, and there is no chance of failure. As long as I try to break through, I must succeed on the first try. Otherwise, I will forever be suppressed under the dragon gate, never to rise again, Ning Qin said. Desolate Demon was silent and did not say anything else. Treading into the immortal treading realm was not too difficult for them, but he never thought that it would be so dangerous when it came to Master. Let's go. Since we've returned to the Red Luan Star region, how can we not see that black-hearted merchant? Perhaps the helper I need can find the answer from him. After speaking, Ning Chen did not delay any further. His figure flashed, and he transformed into a phoenix as he flew towards the east of the star region. Chapter 826. Jinsi City, Dawn Moon Chang'an. In front of a luxurious restaurant, pedestrians came and went and it was unusually lively. When it was noon, Ning Chen strode over and walked straight into the restaurant. On the stage on the first floor there was singing and dancing. Enchanting dancers were dancing on the stage, charming people. Not far away, behind the counter, the shopkeeper was sitting there in boredom. He didn't seem to be happy about the good business in the restaurant. Shopkeeper. Ning Chen walked forward and smiled. Long time no see. The shopkeeper came back to his senses. Seeing the person in front of him, he suddenly quivered and said, "Brother Ning. It's been 100 years, but the shopkeeper is still as elegant as before. Where's the owner and Miss Hong Luan? Are they not here?" Ning Chen smiled. "The owner and Miss Hong Luan have been out for many days. I don't know when they will return," the shopkeeper said honestly. Hearing this, Ning Chen revealed a trace of regret. So they really weren't here. What a pity. "Brother Ning, are you looking for the owner? Do you need me to pass on the message?" the shopkeeper asked. Ning Chen hesitated and shook his head. "No need. Since the owner isn't here, I will find someone else." "There's no need to find someone else. How can I not be here when there's business?" While speaking, the owner of Dawn Moon Tower, who was wearing a silver-gray cloak, walked in. Behind her, Hong Luan wore a veil that covered her face. Only her eyes were exposed. They were so beautiful that people couldn't help looking at them. "Owner, Miss Hong Luan." Seeing the two of them, Ning Chen politely bowed and greeted. "Brother Ning, please go to the second floor. Hong Luan, prepare tea." The owner of Dawn Moon Tower said softly, "Yes." Hong Luan respectfully responded and went to prepare the tea with light steps. Ning Chen followed the owner of Dawn Moon Tower to the second floor. The door opened and the two of them walked in. "Brother Ning, you haven't been here for a long time, right?" the owner of Dawn Moon Tower asked. 100 years. Ning Chen's gaze swept across the room that hadn't changed and sighed. 100 years. I didn't expect Brother Ning to still be alive. Indeed, good people don't live long, but bad people live for 1,000 years. The owner of Dawn Moon Tower smiled. Ning Chen smiled and said, "Since I've survived, I have to finish what I started back then. Tower Master, I'm here to ask for your help. As for the price, we can discuss it." "Brother Ning, please speak." The Dawn Moon Brothel Master sat down at the table and said. At this time, outside the room, Hong Luan walked in with a cup of tea. She placed the tea in front of them and softly said, "Building Master, young Master Ning, please have some tea." "Thank you, Miss Hong Luan," Ning Chen said with a smile. His attention returned to the negotiation, and he said seriously, "Tower Master, if I were to become enemies with Heaven Mending Pavilion, what are my chances of winning?" 10%. The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master narrowed her eyes as she replied. Ning Chen chuckled and said, "I thought the OP would say 0. The Waning Moon Tower master picked up the teacup and took a sip before saying, "I would say 0 to others, but to Brother Ning, this Tower Master will hold back a bit." Many thanks for the Tower Master's praise. I came to ask for the Tower Master's help. Together we can attack Heaven Mending Pavilion, Ning Chen said with a smile. "Brother Ning, if I didn't understand your character, I would have thought that you have gone crazy." The Dawn Moon Brothel Master said with a serious expression, "Why do you have such thoughts? Don't tell me you don't know how terrifying these great sects that have been passed down since ancient times are?" It is because I know that I made this decision. Ning Qin said softly, I need a large amount of life force. In this world, most of these resources are occupied by the great sects that have been passed down since ancient times. The more powerful the great sects are, the more resources they have. Now that I have shed all pretense of cordiality with Heaven-Mending Pavilion, of course I have to start with them. This business is not easy to do. The Dawn Moon Tower Master did not beat around the bush and said directly, the Dawn Moon Tower and Heaven-Mending Pavilion have always minded their own business. Once this Tower Master makes a move, it means that I am going against Heaven-Mending Pavilion. This is not a wise move. Just because it is not a wise move does not mean that it is impossible. Heaven-Mending Pavilion is indeed powerful, but if we can destroy it, the rewards will be equally great, Ning Qin said. Brother Ning's assumption is after we destroy Heaven-Mending Pavilion. However, our biggest problem is how to destroy this colossus. If we fail, what will the consequences be? The Dawn Moon Tower Master said indifferently. What does the Tower Master want? Ning Qin said calmly. The Dawn Moon Tower Master looked at the tea in her hand. After a while, she said, Forbidden Time, Heaven and Earth Twin Scrolls, and a promise from Brother Ning. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed and said, The Tower Master's conditions are truly exorbitant. If the price is too high, then the conditions will naturally be a bit harsh. Moreover, this Tower Master needs to invite some friends. This will take a lot of effort, the Dawn Moon Tower Master replied. Deal. Ning Qin nodded and said, How long does the Tower Master need to prepare? 3 months. The Dawn Moon Tower Master replied, however, once an old monster of the 4th level appears in Heaven-Mending Pavilion, we must immediately retreat. The Tower Master believes that there is a 4th level in Heaven-Mending Pavilion? Ning Qin said with a serious expression. Whether there is or not, no one knows. The Dawn Moon Tower Master said calmly, Right now, the experts who have reached the true realm are all looking for a way to enter the 4th level. However, no one has succeeded yet. However, the 4th level did exist 10,000 years ago. If they are still alive today, then it is not a good thing. Ning Qin faintly nodded and said, I have always had this suspicion as well. This is a good chance to verify it. However, even if the 4th level does exist, they shouldn't be able to easily make a move. 10,000 years cannot be easily passed, so they must have paid a great price. The Dawn Moon Tower Master put down the teacup in her hand and faintly smiled. Brother Ning, this time, this Tower Master is betting everything with you. If I lose, the Dawn Moon Tower will change its surname to Ning Chen's. Ning Chen lightly laughed and said, The riskier the gamble, the more shocking the rewards. This huge gamble is worth it. In these 3 months, Brother Ning should also be prepared. This Tower Master does not want to lose the opportunity to collect the rewards before they are paid, the Dawn Moon Tower Master indifferently said. Ning Chen nodded and stood up. Don't worry, Tower Master. This one has just returned from the gates of hell and does not want to return so soon. In 3 months, this one will pay a visit again and present the rewards. After speaking, Ning Chen did not stay any longer. He nodded towards Hong Luan and immediately turned around to leave. After the door was closed, the Dawn Moon Tower Master silently sat in front of the table with a teacup in her hand. Thoughts continuously flashed through her eyes. Tower Master, are you really going to attack the Heaven-Mending Pavilion? Hong Luan revealed a worried expression as she asked. Yes. The Dawn Moon Tower Master nodded and said, For 10,000 years, the structure of this world has remained unchanged. It is time for a change. Also, he truly wanted to know if these great sects had the secret of the 4th level. The knowledge Marquis suggestion was indeed crazy, but he was extremely interested. In Mo Planet, on the ruins of the former Mo clan, on the destroyed Legacy Peak, Hong Yi walked over. Looking at the once flourishing Mo clan, a trace of emotion flashed through her eyes. On the Legacy Peak, Ning Chen stopped for a moment before walking towards the distant 9th peak. On the 9th peak, the autumn wind was bleak. Under the setting sun, it was a desolate scene. The wooden house in front of the bamboo forest had already been destroyed by the aftermath of the battle on Legacy Peak. Ning Chen walked forward step by step and stood there for a long time. Suddenly, his expression shook and he abruptly looked towards the 8th peak. In the distance, a familiar aura was so clear. Ning Chen returned to his senses and took a step forward, rushing towards the 8th peak. On the 8th peak, rocks were scattered everywhere. A beautiful figure in silver clothes and silver hair stood there silently. Her eyes were lost and her figure was abnormally blurry. 8th Senior Sister. Ning Chen took a step forward and called out. The woman turned her head and looked at the person who came. Her eyes were still lost, and she did not recognize the person before her. Seeing the former's blurry figure, Ning Chen's heart was in turmoil. What happened to the soul body? Who are you? Who am I? Where is this place? Ling Luozhen asked in confusion. You don't remember? Ning Chen suppressed the shock in his heart and said, This is Mo Clan. You are Ling Luozhen, the master of the 8th peak of Mo Clan. I am Ning Chen, your 9th junior brother. Mo Clan? 9th junior brother? Ling Luozhen softly muttered. Her soul body flickered and showed signs of instability. Ning Chen's expression changed slightly. He took a step forward and condensed essence with his sword finger, stabilizing her soul body. Master, this person's soul seems to have been here for a long time. It is extremely damaged and cannot be exposed to the laws of heaven and earth. Otherwise, it will dissipate quickly. Desolate demon reminded from the soul-suppressing banner. Ning Chen nodded. The phoenix image appeared behind him, and red light spread out, swallowing the woman's soul. After doing this, Ning Chen scanned the other peaks with his divine sense, and did not find anything abnormal. In the west, the sun gradually set. When night fell, Ning Chen summoned the thousands of great demons in the soul-suppressing banner and said, In these 3 months, I have to do my best to awaken the demon body. I need your help. We will follow Master's arrangements. With Desolate Demon as the leader, the great demons responded in unison. Ning Chen nodded and said, I will lay down the yellow springs and time restriction to help you resist the influence of the laws of heaven and earth. You can use your demonic essence to help me. 3 months should be enough. Yes. The demons respectfully accepted the order. Ning Chen waved his hand, and the immortal trapping appeared and sank into the ground. In the next moment, red light filled the sky and sealed the sky. The aura of the yellow springs and time restriction circulated. The power of the divine restriction sealed in the immortal sword appeared, causing the surrounding time to almost stop. The phoenix screamed. The black-clothed demon body flew out and floated in the void. Demonic chi lingered around it, and its aura was abnormally powerful. Let's begin. Ning Chen looked at the demons and ordered. Yes. The demons accepted the order and released their demonic essence. Boundless energy spread out and merged with the demon body in the void. Ning Chen took a step forward and raised his hand to condense essence. Phoenix fire rose and entered the demon body, helping it to refine the different demonic essence that the demons poured in. Outside the divine restriction, time passed bit by bit. The cold moon rose in the east and then set in the west. The passage of time had never changed because of anyone. 1 day, 2 days. Within the divine restriction, the demons and red specters worked together to awaken their demon bodies, preparing for the upcoming great battle. At the same time, on Shinji Peak, the space shook amidst the red maple leaves that filled the sky. The Dawn Moon Tower's master appeared and looked at the man in luxurious purple clothes in front of her. Divine secret, it's time for you to come out. Chapter 8:27. On the 8th peak of Mo Gate, Trapping Immortal floated up and down, borrowing the power of Mo Gate's underground spirit vein to protect the divine restriction and resist the laws of heaven and earth. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than half of 3 months had passed. Within the divine restriction, Ning Chen still hadn't walked out. The entire 8th peak was abnormally quiet, and one could even hear a pin drop. The sun set and the moon rose, and the sun rose again. Day after day, the agreed deadline was getting closer and closer. Finally, there was a slight movement within the divine restriction. With Desolate Demon as the leader, thousands of demons sacrificed day and night. Endless demonic energy surged into the demon's body, helping it recover. Behind the demon, Ning Chen's phoenix fire burned around him, swallowing the demon's body to refine his demonic energy. The time and space that was close to being frozen had already passed for an unknown amount of time. Thousands of demons sacrificed for many days, and their soul energy was gradually drying up. In the void, the black figure floating up and down had already solidified, and the unusually powerful demonic energy fluctuation around him was even stronger than before. On the 8th peak, the sky darkened again, and the sun set. At the moment when day and night alternated, the demon's eyes slowly opened in the divine restriction. In an instant, an extremely terrifying pressure spread out, and thousands of demons were all sent flying. Ning Chen retracted his hand, and the phoenix fire around him disappeared. He glanced at the demons and said, "Thank you for your hard work." The demons bowed their heads, and immediately turned into flowing light that entered the soul-suppressing banner, and began to sleep. The main body still can't wake up. I need your help. Ning Chen looked at the demon in front of him and said. The demon stood there quietly, and his aura gradually retracted. There was no fluctuation in his eyes that were like an abyss. The ghost girl has woken up, but the situation is not right. Our mission is not over yet. The main body is with us, and if something happens to him, we will also disappear. We have to wake him up as soon as possible. Ning Chen looked at the demon in front of him, raised his right hand and said seriously, I need your power. The demon was silent. After a long time, he also raised his right hand. The moment the two bodies touched, a powerful airflow shook. After 100 years, the two bodies merged again. After a few breaths, Ning Chen opened his eyes, waved his hand to disperse the divine restriction around him, and walked out. On the ground, Trapping Immortal flew up and turned into a flowing light. The phoenix manifested and swallowed the immortal sword. Jinsi City, Dawn Moon Chang'an. On the second floor, Dawn Moon Tower Master took off her light green casual clothes and put on a silver-gray cloak. The shrewdness of a merchant disappeared and was replaced by the extraordinary temperament of a peerless master. Hong Luan, stay behind and look after the Dawn Moon House. You don't have to go this time. After changing her clothes, the Dawn Moon Tower's master instructed. Yes. Hong Luan responded softly and respectfully accepted the order. Tower Master, young Master Ning is already waiting downstairs. Outside the room, the shopkeeper knocked on the door and reported. Understood, I will go down immediately. The waning moon brothel mistress responded. She waved her hand and took the wooden box on the table before walking out of the room. On the first floor, Ning Chen was sitting by the window and drinking tea quietly. When he saw the man coming down, he put down his tea and stood up to ask, Can we go now? The waning moon tower master nodded and said, Sure. Sorry for making brother Ning wait. Please. Ning Chen nodded and walked out together. Above the starry sky, a stream of light flashed and the two of them rapidly headed towards the northwest direction. Their speed was so fast that it was hard to recognize them. The star region's dense fog spread everywhere. After hurrying for many days, the Dawn Moon Tower Master suddenly stopped and said, Brother Ning, please wait for a moment. A friend should be arriving soon. Ning Chen stopped and narrowed his eyes. Senior Shenji? He will indeed come. However, the person in the future isn't him. The Dawn Moon Tower Master replied and looked ahead. You know this person too. Your Highness, since you are here, show yourself. Just as she finished speaking, the void in the starry sky ahead stirred and a heavenly ship appeared. On the heavenly ship, An elegant figure stood quietly with a crown on her head and her black hair draped behind her back. She was dressed in men's clothing and looked even more heroic. Prince Qi? Ning Chen revealed a surprised expression. Brother Ning, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Lin Yuzhen took a step and flew to the front of the two of them with a smile. Ning Chen sighed softly in his heart. He really didn't expect that Prince Qi would come. Not long ago, Prince Qi asked him to attack the Qilin pavilion together, but he clearly refused. As if she could feel what the person in front of her was thinking, Lin Yuzhen smiled and said, Brother Ning, after I help you settle the grudge with the heaven-mending pavilion, you can't shirk away from this prince's matter anymore. Many thanks. Ning Chen bowed respectfully and thanked her. He couldn't forget this favor of helping him in his hour of need. Your Highness Prince Qi, when are you going to pay back the wine money you owe at the Dawn Moon Tower? The Dawn Moon Tower master asked with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Yuzhen looked away and replied, Tower master, you asked this prince to help this time. This prince hasn't asked you for a reward yet. Treat the wine money as repayment. Your Highness Prince Qi is really calculating. You obviously came to help because of Brother Ning. How can you give this favor to this Tower Master? The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled. You can't say that. Lin Yuzhen smiled and said, The one who asked this prince is the Tower Master. How can the Tower Master not pay any price? The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled and said, Then this Tower Master will suffer a loss this time. Your Highness, the wine money you owe will be forgiven. Tower Master, when will Senior Shinji arrive? Will he be alone? Ning Chen's face flashed with a trace of undetectable expectation as he asked. He should be here soon. The Dawn Moon Tower Master replied and said, Shinji promised to come, so he won't go back on his words. However, I don't know if there will be others coming with him. The expectation in Ning Chen's eyes gradually disappeared. Looking at the starry sky in the distance, he sighed in his heart. He hadn't seen that girl for 100 years. How was she? Let's go. We'll continue on our way. Ning Chen quickly withdrew his thoughts and looked at the two of them. Okay. Lin Yuzhen and the Dawn Moon Tower Master nodded and rushed forward together. In the vast starry sky, the three figures flashed like shooting stars. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. In the Bu Tian secret realm, on an unusually ancient planet, the entire planet was covered by a formation. Runes circled around it, covering its vital energy. More than 10 days later, the three figures appeared outside the planet. Ning Chen looked at the green pearl in his hand that he had taken from the Bu Tian Pavilion's Grand Elder and said calmly, This is the planet. The formation on this planet should have been set up by a 4th-level cultivator. Although it has been a long time and is not as old as it used to be, it is still not easy to break. The Dawn Moon Tower Master spread out her divine sense and scanned the formation on the planet in front of them. With Brother Ning's attainments in formations and restrictions, how long will it take to break this formation? Lin Yuzhen asked. 6 hours. Ning Chen told the truth. 6 hours is not long. Let's begin. As he spoke, the void cracked open, and a figure in purple walked out. Shinji. The Dawn Moon Tower Master looked over and saw the person and the girl behind him. She said, Bai Yu, long time no see. Bai Yu the Venerable bowed respectfully and said politely, Long time no see. In front of the ancient planet, Ning Chen stood quietly for a long time. He formed a seal with both hands, and the yellow spring restriction opened, sealing the ancient planet's protective formation. Millions of changes evolved in the divine restriction. Ning Chen observed silently. After a long time, he dispersed the divine restriction and used the yellow spring to seal the ancient planet's protective formation again. In 6 hours, the formation had evolved tens of thousands of times. Ning Chen observed the changes in the formation, memorizing them one by one. 6 hours later, he dispersed the last change in the formation and stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, Genesis Supreme appeared. With a slash of his sword, a phoenix appeared. The phoenix's cry shocked the world, and a majestic power crashed into the protective formation. The entire ancient planet rumbled and shook. The power of laws and extreme Tao clashed, and the undercurrent expanded rapidly. The Butian secret realm howled. Sword Chi rose out of nowhere within 10,000 miles. The sky darkened and the earth darkened. Not far away, the Dawn Moon House Master, Shin Ji, and the Reverence Moon Venerable all revealed serious expressions when they saw this. In just 6 hours, the 9th son of Mo Gate had actually managed to break through the Heaven-Mending Pavilion's sect-protecting formation. It was truly astonishing. In terms of formations and restrictions, this child did not lose to anyone. With the formation broken, the experts within the Butian secret realm found it hard to hide their shock. They all looked towards the starry sky in shock. In thousands of years, this was the first time someone dared to challenge the Butian pavilion. Just who had the guts to do so? In the void, 5 figures appeared, each more powerful than the last. The 5 strongest people in the world had all arrived. They stood in the 9 heavens, and their terrifying auras surged. None of them were weaker than the people below. Their connected auras covered the sky and the sun, causing the entire world to darken. The 9th disciple of the Mo clan, the Dawn Moon Tower Master, Prince Chi and Shin Ji. Seeing the 4 people in the 9 heavens, the Butian Pavilion Master's expression shook, and then became serious. Those who came did not come with good intentions. With the 4 of them coming together, the Butian Pavilion would probably be in great trouble. Everyone, this matter started with me. Let me be the first one to break it. Ning Chen walked out, his sword will rising. The winds and clouds on the Taisher sword changed. Layers and layers of sword will gathered rapidly. Thunder rumbled and covered the sky in a radius of 10,000 miles. Sword technique, extreme heaven. The first sword emitted an extremely bright green light. The sword light was like a divine sun that illuminated the world. The battle began. The first sword's aura was incomparably majestic. On the ancient planet, the earth disintegrated for no reason. Large cracks appeared one after another, spreading horizontally and vertically. Within the Butian secret realm, many experts did not have time to react. Miserable cries rang out one after another as they were affected by the sword light and fell into the abyss, consigned to eternal damnation. After the first sword, the supreme elders within the Butian pavilion reacted. Their figures flashed as they stood in the void. The surrounding true essence vibrated, and a powerful aura surged, shocking everyone. Shunji, House Master Xiaoyu, Prince Qi, our pavilion has never interfered with each other. What is the meaning of today's action? The Butian Pavilion Master looked at the 3 people in front of him and asked, Pavilion Master, please do not blame us. Businessmen have their own principles. The 9th son of Mo Gate's offer is difficult for us to refuse. We cannot push this business out of the door. The House Master Xiaoyu revealed a smile and replied, Clang. With a violent vibration, a divine sword with purple light appeared in front of Shinji. Its dazzling brilliance rose and pierced through the heavens and earth. Without saying a word, it already expressed its attitude. Butian Pavilion, heh! Lin Yuzhen sneered. The Phoenix Cry sword in her hand swept across. Although it was not unsheathed, the cry of a phoenix whistled through the sky, and the world within 10,000 li changed. Good, very good. The Butian Pavilion Master's expression became cold. Behind him, powerful auras appeared. The supreme elders of the Butian Pavilion had appeared, and a great battle was about to break out. Chapter 828. In the sky above the heaven-mending secret realm, Zhiming led the 4 most powerful people in the world. With one sword strike, the sky lost its color. The sword of extreme Tao was stunning. Sword light flashed past, splitting heaven and earth apart. An enormous spatial ravine appeared. Chaotic streams surged, and crazy mists surged like waves. After the sword started the battle, the heaven-mending pavilion master and 10 other supreme-level experts appeared. They stood in the air and looked at the 5 people in front of them with gloomy expressions. At the beginning of the battle, the atmosphere was tense. Shen-Ji waved his hand and purple light flashed. The purple clouds fell, and the incomparably luxurious divine sword was surrounded by purple clouds. The image of an emperor was revealed. At the side, the Phoenix Cry sword appeared in Lin Yuzhen's hand as well. Amidst the rampaging lightning, the Phoenix Cry was unsheathed, and a powerful aura swept out. Ji Ming took the lead, and the 3 swords were connected. Although there were only 3 of them, the whole Butian secret realm shook. Sword Qi coiled around, and the world dimmed. At the front, the heaven-mending pavilion master and the 10 heaven-mending sect elders all had heavy expressions on their faces. These people in front of them clearly came prepared. Heaven-mending pavilion would most likely have a bloody battle today. Leave this Butian pavilion master to me. Lin Yuzhen stepped forward and said. Then leave these 10 people to me and Baiwei. Shen-Ji said calmly as he glanced at the 10 supreme masters behind Butian pavilion master. Many thanks, Ning Chen replied. His figure flashed as he plunged downwards. You want to leave? In your dreams. The heaven-mending pavilion master's face turned cold. He stomped his feet and instantly moved to block the former. Pavilion master, your opponent is this king. As she spoke, Lin Yuzhen stepped out from the void. She slashed the air with her sword, blocking the path ahead. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Chen and the Dawn Moon Tower's mistress flew down, searching for their target. Prince Qi, you dare to oppose my Butian pavilion. The road ahead was blocked. The heaven-mending pavilion master's expression became even more unsightly as he coldly spoke. Perhaps there are things in this world that this king does not dare to do, but it definitely does not include provoking your heaven-mending pavilion. Lin Yuzhen lightly said. You're courting death. Killing intent erupted from the heaven-mending pavilion master's face. He stomped in the air and slapped towards the person in front of him. On the other side, Butian's 10 grand elders moved as well. Powerful auras surged and blasted at the 2 people blocking their way. Shen-Ji waved his hand and the purple cloud was unsheathed. Purple light surged, and wave after wave of pressure spread out. The force was so strong that it was shocking. He was a true supreme expert at the peak of the true realm, a powerful existence who was only 1 step away from the 4th realm. When he attacked, the wind and clouds howled. Butian's 10 grand elders arrived. With a boom, they collided with the sword wave. Instantly, boundless raging waves roared and surged, destroying thousands of miles of space. Behind Shen-Ji, Reverend Baiyu stood quietly and did not show any signs of attacking. 10 against 1, Shen-Ji's body shone with purple light as he swung the purple cloud divine sword. Pieces of space crumbled and were restored. After a dozen or so moves, the 10 Grand Supremes of Skymender were all shocked. They were unable to gain the upper hand in terms of offense and defense. Not far away, Lin Yuzhen blocked the heaven-mending pavilion master by herself. The battle was equally intense. Both of them were at the pinnacle of the human realm. They knew that the other party's strength was immeasurable. Their attacks were majestic and unrestrained, and their divine might was shocking. Phoenix dances 9 heavens. After exchanging a few moves, everyone knew that Lin Yuzhen's body was like a dancing phoenix. Her sword was like the heavens, shocking the world. She could shake the heavens, and her attacks multiplied. The heaven-mending pavilion master's expression became serious. The true yuan around his body continued to rise. His palms rose and fell, shaking heaven and earth. It was difficult for the peak of the world to coexist. The two's figures intertwined, and their moves caused the smoke of war between heaven and earth. They rumbled and shook the 9 heavens. After recovering her body, Lin Yuzhen's power was even greater than before. Her every move was like 10,000 techniques. The 2 battles had just begun, and the heat was already at its peak. Below, Ning Chen and the Dawn Moon House Master entered the heaven-mending pavilion. Powerful auras greeted them one after another. Hundreds of them blocked their path. Ninth disciple of Mo Gate, you really have guts. You actually took the initiative to come to my heaven-mending pavilion to die. In front of everyone, heaven-mending Martial Chief Qi Wenju and Right Enforcer Jiang Yun appeared. They looked at the red-clothed young man and coldly said, "Give me 10 breaths of time." The Dawn Moon House Master indifferently said. A wooden box appeared in front of her, and within the dazzling silver light, a divine spear appeared. A powerful aura shook the area, and the yellow springs opened the way. Silver light flashed, and the imposing aura was incomparably vigorous. Wherever the yellow springs passed, space rapidly collapsed, and the airflow exploded. It was abnormally ear-piercing. Qi Wenju and Jiang Yun's expressions slightly changed. They worked together to shake the yellow springs, and with a loud sound, they were forced back several steps. After one move, the yellow springs in the Dawn Moon House Master's hand once again shone with brilliance. With a turn of its sharp edge, it swept away 1,000 soldiers. Arg! A muffled groan sounded. The heaven-mending seniors blocking the way were unable to bear the might of the yellow springs, and were all dyed red. Qi Wenju and Jiang Yun's palms arrived soon after. The Dawn Moon House Master's body moved, and her spinning spear condensed frost. Cold air spread out, and within a range of 1,000 zhang, the heaven and earth were instantly frozen. 100 burials of frost heaven. With a light shout, the frozen heaven and earth collapsed. The heaven-mending seniors only felt a tearing pain all over their bodies. The instant the heaven and earth collapsed, the surrounding natural laws went crazy and attacked everyone. Snowflakes and blood splattered everywhere in the collapsing space. More than 100 heaven-mending experts vomited blood, and were heavily injured. Qi Wenju and Jiang Yun were also affected. Their bodies staggered, and their auras became unstable. Let's go. After 10 breaths, the Dawn Moon House Master's spear pierced through the scattered blood and bones, and a path appeared in front of them. Ning Chen nodded. His figure flashed, and a crack appeared in the heaven and earth. Before they could react, Hong Yi had already broken out of the encirclement. In the blink of an eye, she was already far away. It was too late to chase after her. In the battle, the Dawn Moon House Master looked at the 2 heaven-mending experts in front of her. She held her spear horizontally and blocked the way. After breaking through several obstacles, Ning Chen, who had already entered the depths of the heaven-mending pavilion, quickly moved forward. Suddenly, he stopped and looked around with a serious expression. Between the heaven and earth, a dim light shone everywhere. Waves of abnormally powerful auras awakened, as if they did not belong to the human world and came from the distant hell. It's here. Ning Chen squinted his eyes. What was supposed to come had finally come. Every inheritance had its own hidden trump card that could not be exposed. This was also the most powerful trump card of every inheritance. Boom! Lightning descended from the heavens. The previously clear sky immediately darkened. It was as if the heavens felt this power that should not be left in the human world, and wanted to erase it. Within the rumbling, the earth split open, and 4 coffins appeared. Waves of gloomy and cold auras spread out, turning into a barrier that blocked the lightning that descended from the heavens. In the next moment, the coffins opened, and 4 elders wearing ancient clothing walked out. They looked at the young man in the middle, and with a single word, they attacked to kill him. 4 experts at the peak of the true realm. Every single one of them was not inferior to experts like the heaven-mending pavilion master and Prince Qi. Their auras were incomparably majestic, but they also carried an indescribable aura of death. Old monsters with half a foot in the underworld should not be left in the human world. The 4 people attacked. Ning Chen clenched his left hand and the Zhu Xian sword appeared. The 2 swords rotated, and Phoenix Origin and Baleful Qi swirled. Yin and Yang opened the formation, and a Tai Chi diagram rose into the sky. 4 against 1. The moment they entered the formation, red and gray lights twisted. The Tai Chi diagram rapidly rotated, and the formless power dissipated the attacks of the four experts. Divine transformation. With the assistance of the four symbols, the phoenix returned to its ancestral state. Ning Chen took a step forward, and the dust around his body surged. His long black hair immediately turned blood-red and danced in the wind. It was extremely glaring. Chapter 829. Within the heaven-mending secret realm, the sounds of battle filled the battlefield. The four strongest experts of the present age all displayed their might as they challenged the heaven-mending pavilion. The purple cloud divine sword was shrouded in purple chi. It was unstoppable for hundreds of eras. Its movements were like flowing water. The sword shook the 9 provinces. The 10 heaven-mending grand elders were still completely suppressed. On the other side, Lin Yuzhen blocked the heaven-mending pavilion master by herself. The sound of a phoenix shocked the world. Her incomparably elegant movements and techniques did not have the slightest flaw. Even someone as strong as the heaven-mending pavilion master, the master of a sect, could not break free. On the ground, the Dawn Moon House master used the yellow spring to mercilessly open the path to hell. Almost half of the 100 heaven-mending sovereigns were killed in the blink of an eye. Qi Wenju and Jiang Yun worked together, but they were all injured. They could not block the might of the yellow spring. The 3 strongest experts blocked most of the heaven-mending pavilion's forces, creating an opportunity for knowing destiny. In the depths of the heaven-mending pavilion, Ning Chen's advancing footsteps stopped. 4 elders in ancient clothes walked out from their coffins. Their bodies emitted a rotten aura as they took half a step into the yellow spring. The 4 peak true realm experts attacked together. Ning Chen's Zhu Xian and Taishang appeared at the same time. The yin-yang formation was activated, and the Taiji transformed into power. With the formation as the foundation, this was a battle technique with both offense and defense. The attacks of the 4 venerables seemed to have fallen into a quagmire. Their might was greatly reduced. Entering the divine realm, the yin-yang formation was activated. Ning Chen's body was surrounded by 2-colored brilliance. Taisher and Zhu Xian slashed out. The formation rotated rapidly, supporting the might of the 2 swords. Phoenix flames swirled in the sky, and a murderous aura was fatal. 2 powerful palms arrived. Taisher in Ning Chen's hand spun. With a clang, it blocked the attacks of the 2 venerables. They faced each other head-on. Furious currents surged. Within the yin-yang formation, dazzling brilliance shook. The remaining shockwaves roared and surged. They were transferred to the heaven and earth by the formation. Mountains sank and the earth fell. Palaces collapsed one after another. After one wave of attacks, another wave followed. The other 2 elders in ancient clothes attacked from the left and right. Their powerful palms shocked the sun and moon. Sword technique, nothing. The 2 swords spun. The 2 swords activated the formation's power to block the 2 venerables' palms. The entire heaven-mending secret realm's great earth began to rumble and tremble, unable to endure the might of the 2 extreme martial powers. Sword style, air severing. Defending 2, attacking 1. Ning Chen condensed his vital energy. Evil chi surged on the fairy-slaying sword. The incomparably sharp celestial sword cut open the void and slashed towards the nearest old man in ancient clothing. The immortal might was unparalleled, and baleful energy filled the air. The old man in ancient clothes focused his energy on his palm, blocking the immortal sword with his strength. With a muffled groan, the old man took half a step back. His cloudy eyes looked at the young man in front of him with surprise. His arm gradually cracked apart as time nibbled away at it. A strange power of laws circulated around him, speeding up the passage of time. Time seal. The old man in traditional robes spoke for the first time in a hoarse voice. The other 3 elders also stopped and stood in different positions. Their eyes narrowed slightly. To them, time was their greatest enemy. They were people who already had 1 foot in the grave, so they couldn't be corroded by time. For the sake of protecting heaven-mending pavilion, you have worked so hard. This humble one admires you. However, our positions are different, so I can only offend you." As soon as he finished speaking, the red light around Ning Chen's body was extremely bright. The Zhu Xian resonated. Above the two swords, two colors of brilliance shot into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was earth-shattering. Sword technique, prairie blaze. A sword set the prairie ablaze. The great formation gathered power, an endless phoenix flames soared. The flames condensed time, turning the entire battlefield into a sea of flames. The four old men in ancient clothes focused their eyes. Their true essence linked together, and under the perilous waves of true essence, they resisted the divine flames. The divine flames raged. Under the influence of the true essence, it was difficult for them to approach. However, time left no traces, and they were unable to resist it. The four people's faces immediately became even older. Competing with the azure ocean, the four of them took half a step back. Waves surged around their bodies. With the four of them working together, their bodies became even stronger. The formation trembled. Under the impact of the four people's power, it violently swayed and showed signs of instability. After a moment of deadlock, the battle erupted with power. The dual polarity formation was broken, and the undercurrent trembled. The four old men in ancient clothes all flew out and vomited blood when they landed. At the center of the aftermath, a drop of blood silently dripped down from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth and landed in front of him. Facing four old monsters who were comparable to the most powerful experts of the present age, even someone as strong as Ning Chen found it difficult to completely withstand the aftermath of the battle. It was the first time he was dyed red. Ha! The dual polarity formation was broken, and the balance between yin and yang collapsed. Ning Chen lightly shouted, and the taisher in his hand swept out, absorbing the aftermath of the great formation. Red radiance rushed into the sky, and the sword light cut open the curtain of the sky and descended from above. The extreme heaven sword's might was boundless and unrestrained. The heaven and earth sensed it, and the sound of countless chains swayed, echoing the extreme heaven sword. In the next moment, the sword light descended into the mortal world. The world-destroying aura shook the entire heaven-mending secret realm. Time curled around it, and it almost solidified. Above the void, the expression of the heaven-mending pavilion master, who had been stopped by Prince Qi, changed greatly. He looked down at the battle below, and shock appeared on his face. "Being distracted in battle, are you looking down on me, pavilion master?" As he spoke, lightning flashed. Lin Yuzhen's figure swept over, and the cry of a phoenix waved past. Her killing intent was not concealed in the slightest. The heaven-mending pavilion master came back to his senses. He flipped his palm to block the sword. With a bang, he continuously retreated several steps. On the other side, Xin Ji's sword shook off the 5 Taishang who were close to him. His eyes looked at the battle in the distance, and a strange expression flashed through his eyes. The 9th disciple of Mahist's sect had indeed become even more terrifying. How far was he from that crucial step? At the same time, the heaven-mending martial chief and the right protector joined hands to attack. The Dawn Moon House master forced the two of them back with a palm. The underworld divine spear stabbed into the ground, and a silver light spread out. The heaven-mending venerables were unable to bear the heavenly might, and their bodies exploded. Blood and bones rained down like rain. Knowing destiny, this house master will wait for the day you break through the destiny of heaven. With the help of the 3 sides, the extreme heaven sword descended from the sky at the most crucial moment of the battle. The expressions of the 4 old men in ancient clothes were abnormally grave. The true qi around their bodies rose, and with a flip of their palms, they joined hands to block the extreme martial sword. With a bang, the sword light descended, and the ground beneath the 4 people cracked, sinking several zhang. With the support of time, the extreme heaven sword suppressed the 4 people. With a rumbling sound, the four people's bodies began to crack. The sword light streaked across one after another, bringing with it a waterfall of blood. Seeing this, Ning Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of them in a flash. With a slash of his sword, two heads flew up, and blood spurted out like a tide. Without the two people's resistance, the extreme heaven sword fell. The two old men had to bear the sword's might. Immediately, blood dyed their bodies, and they looked extremely miserable. The moment you chose to appear, the ending was already decided. Go on your way in peace. Ning Chen moved, and with extreme speed, the sword light had already passed. The underworld path returned, welcoming the people who should have arrived long ago. Pung, pung, the four figures fell one after another, smashing into the sky. In the passage of time, no one could escape forever. In the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Four venerables died in battle. In the heaven-mending secret realm, the powerful cultivators were all shocked, unable to believe what was happening in front of them. In the current world, if the fourth realm did not appear, the peak of the true realm was the strongest in the world. Who would have thought that the four venerables of the previous generation would all die in battle? 1. At this moment, in the depths of the heaven-mending secret realm, tens of thousands of rays of light shone. A celestial pagoda shining with green light rose up. The pagoda was 9 inches tall, and there were 9 floors in total. On each floor, layers of runes shone with dazzling brilliance, and it was so heavy that it made it difficult for people to breathe. Linglong Pagoda. Feeling the terrifying aura from the depths of the heaven-mending pavilion, Shinji, Linyuzhen, and the Dawn Moon Tower's master all looked over at the same time. When they saw the 9-floor celestial pagoda appear in the rays of light, their expressions all froze. On the ground, Ning Chen looked at the celestial pagoda that rose into the sky, and his eyes narrowed slightly. With the appearance of the celestial pagoda, water vapor within the heaven-mending pavilion immediately became abundant. After a moment, a huge waterfall fell down like a heavenly river. The waterfall that weighed more than 10,000 pounds pressed down on the 5 intruders. In the sky, Shunji's eyes narrowed, and the purple cloud godly sword slashed down. With a ping sound, the waterfall in front of him was dispersed. On the other side, Linyuzhen also circulated her true yuan, and the cry of a phoenix was waved, and the sword split open the heavenly waterfall. The inheritance of the ancients is truly incomparable to a normal sect. In the third battle, the Dawn Moon Tower's master softly muttered. Her cultivation erupted, and the air around her stirred, blocking the heavenly waterfall. In the final battle, in the center of the Linglong celestial pagoda's killing intent, Ning Chen's eyes were like stars. The phoenix essence of his 2 swords rose, and the fire phoenix appeared, spreading its wings and rushing into the 9 heavens. Water and fire, the celestial pagoda hummed, and the phoenix cried. Drip, drip. The sound of blood dripping down was so faint that it was hard to detect. Ning Chen's sword-wielding hands overflowed with blood. After receiving most of the immortal might, he suffered a backlash. In the sky, the phoenix faced the sky and let out a final cry. It loudly dispersed the waterfall and directly crashed into the celestial pagoda in the sky. In the world shaking, the phoenix scattered. On top of the celestial pagoda, layers of symbols flickered, and its aura fluctuated. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen's figure flashed past, and the execution of immortals split open the heavens. Bloody light streaked across the horizon, and a bloody scar appeared on the heaven and earth. With a loud rumble, the celestial pagoda fell. The 9-inch-tall celestial pagoda was like 10,000 mountains. The moment it smashed into the ground, the earth within 1,000 li caved in. Dust and sand rolled about and waves swept across. The heaven-mending pavilion that suffered a great calamity was in a complete mess. Countless halls were destroyed, and it was a scene of desolation. Ning Chen walked forward, and did not pay attention to his blood-soaked arms. His cold eyes looked towards the depths of the heaven-mending pavilion. If they still had some hidden power, it was about time for them to come out. The silent cold wind blew up the blood-soaked dust. The atmosphere immediately became strange. The sounds of battle in the distance did not stop, and this place was so quiet that it made people's hearts palpitate. Boom, boom. It sounded like the sound of drums, but also like the sound of footsteps. In the depths of the heaven-mending pavilion, an indescribable aura appeared. In the blink of an eye, the dust disappeared, and the shattered halls returned to their original positions. A middle-aged man in green clothes walked out. His face was ordinary, and the aura around him was almost undetectable. He was just like an ordinary mortal. "Let's stop fighting." His voice was casual, and did not carry a trace of threat. However, the moment he spoke, the entire world became quiet, and no other sound could be heard. In the three battles, Shunji, Linyuzhen, and the Dawn Moon Tower Master felt the power of laws change around them at the same time. The moment they made their moves, it was as if they had fallen into a swamp, and it was difficult for them to move. He finally came out. The Dawn Moon Tower Master looked at the man in green clothes in front of her and said seriously. In the sky, Shunji's eyes flashed with brilliance. Was this heaven-mending pavilion's final trump card? The Reverend Moon Tower Master took a step forward, and a strange expression appeared on her beautiful face. She said, "Are you sure? Is he the 4th level?" "I'm not sure yet. We'll know after we fight," Shunji said calmly. His tone changed, and he continued, "However, we have to be mentally prepared. If this person is really the 4th level, it will be very difficult for us to escape unscathed today." In the center of the battle, Ning Chen looked at the man in green clothes who was slowly walking towards him. His expression also became serious. He waved his left hand, and a red light filled the sky. Chapter 830. In the heaven-mending mystery realm, the situation suddenly changed. The man in green walked out, and the entire battlefield became quiet. An unprecedented pressure stepped on the hearts of Ning Chen and the others. Inside the heaven-mending secret realm, the ground shook slightly as if it couldn't bear this power that surpassed the mortal world. "I am Qi Kuanglan." His voice was so casual and calm, but it was as heavy as a mountain, making it difficult for people to breathe. Dust rose without wind, adding to the austere atmosphere. In the three battles, Shunji, Linyuzhen, and the Dawn Moon Tower Mistress had repelled their opponents. They glanced at the red-robed young man from the corner of their eyes, and a trace of worry flashed across their faces. For the time being, they couldn't get away to help. Could Ning Chen stop this person? One-on-one, fair and just. There is no victor, only life and death. Ning Chen waved his hand and pressed down on the celestial trapping sword. His entire body glowed with red light as he fully activated his martial arts, stirring up the wind and clouds. "All right, I'll allow you." Qi Kuanglan raised his hand and replied calmly. "Drink." With a loud shout, Feng Yuan rushed into the sky. The hair on Ning Chen's head was shattered, and his blood-red hair danced in the wind. Wave after wave of energy rolled out, shaking the heaven and earth. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he had gathered all of his power. Sword light after sword light flew out, crisscrossing the heaven and earth, causing the universe to change color. The figure that disappeared in an instant reappeared, and the battle had already begun. With a loud bang, the immortal slaying slash fell. The two extreme powers clashed, and the ground within 100 miles cracked, sinking several feet into the ground. Close at hand, the sword light danced like lightning, exchanging blows with extreme speed, exchanging blows with extreme force. "I'm surprised that there's a young expert like you in the human world." The palm and the sword exchanged dozens of moves. Flames of war soared into the sky as vast energy surged. The sword light was as dazzling as thunder. Wherever the aftershock passed, the laws were destroyed and all things ceased to exist. The knowing destiny state cultivator had reached an unprecedented level of combat power. His body moved like lightning and his sword moved like a bolt of lightning. Before anyone could see his figure clearly, he brandished his sword. Qi Huanglan didn't say a word, but his admiration was evident in his brows. He raised his cultivation once more, and with a flip of his palm, vast and mighty waves spread out for thousands of kilometers. He no longer held back and went all out to deal with the stunning young man before him. To the east of the sea, Ning Chen's palm was extremely powerful, and a phoenix shadow appeared at an extremely fast speed. Blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. He took 100 steps back and stabbed his sword into the ground, stabilizing his body. Blood splattered onto the ground as the silhouette moved again. His sword drew a line between life and death. 3 feet in front of the swordsman was a domain that absolutely could not be violated. The sword light was like thunder, shining like the stars in the sky. The thunderous force was fast and powerful. Qi Huanglan flipped his palm to catch the sword. In an instant, the sword light left as soon as it touched his palm. The next strike was powerful enough to split the heavens. Oh! A strange look flashed in Qi Huanglan's eyes. His figure shifted to the side, evading the sword light. With a flip of his palm, 10,000 waves surged into the sky. Bang! Ning Chen swung his sword, and the red light that filled the sky gathered on the Zhu Xian's sword. With a swing of the sword, he forcefully took on the raging waves. Ning Chen's right arm was bleeding profusely. The blood dripped down along with the immortal sword and landed on the ground. It was a glaring sight. You are still young. In another 100 years, you might be able to surpass me, but right now, you are still not my opponent. Qi Huanglan looked at the young man in front of him and calmly said, "Admit defeat. Enter my heaven-mending pavilion, and I will spare your life." "No need." Ning Chen propped himself up with the help of his sword. Red light flickered around his body as he suppressed his injuries. He looked at the person in front of him and said, "Come again, stubborn." Qi Huanglan's expression gradually sank. He took a step forward and instantly rushed forward. His palm was as heavy as a raging wave as it slammed toward the former. The Zhu Xian sword swept across and blocked vast energy. With a world-shaking tremor, a black-clothed demonic figure appeared behind the red-clothed man. His ice-cold eyes didn't contain the slightest bit of human emotion. Demonic? Seeing the person in front of him, a strange look flashed in Qi Huanglan's eyes. This person had actually kept a trump card. Bloody flames strike the heavens. Crimson Viper of the demonic realm reappeared in the world. The demonic figure waved his sword, and blood-colored flames swept out, cutting through the raging waves and attacking the former. Qi Huanglan flipped his palm to block the blood-colored flames. With a thump, he took half a step back and waved his hand to disperse the demonic flames. His eyes turned cold. Such pure demonic essence. Sword style, crimson remnant. Demonic style, bloody path. The two figures appeared at the same time with completely different powers. The holy and yang phoenix and the demonic and cold heavenly demon both stepped forward and joined forces to raise the flames of war again. With a violent tremor, Qi Huanglan blocked the two swords with his palms. The aftershocks spread out and dust rolled like waves, turning the world upside down. After one move, the two figures moved again. One heavy and one fast, one cold and one hot. The demonic style was wild and wild, while the phoenix style was calm and emotionless. The most perfect combination, attacking and defending at the same time, forcibly evened out the battle. After several moves, the sky fell and the earth fell. Qi Huanglan faced the two figures of knowing destiny alone. He opened and closed his palms with boundless power. The rumbling shook the world. The demonic figure attacked while the phoenix restrained the enemy. There were no flaws in the combination. Even someone as strong as the number 1 Skymender didn't dare to be careless. He raised his hands and feet and dealt with it with full concentration. In the other 3 battles, Shen Ji, Lin Yuzhen, and the waning Moon House Master felt the white-hot battle in the distance. A strange look flashed in their eyes. It's not the fourth realm. Behind Shinji, Reverend Baiwe spoke. He's not far off. Shinji said seriously. The most terrifying thing is that this person isn't like those old monsters who are nearing the end of their lifespans. His vitality is at its peak. Even if he hasn't completely stepped into the fourth realm, his battle prowess should be extremely close. On the other side, Lin Yuzhen waved her sword and pushed away the heaven-mending pavilion master in front of her. She looked at the battle in the distance with a worried expression. In the third battle, the waning moon house master, who was blocked by the experts of the heaven-mending pavilion, sensed the increasingly intense battle in front of her. The yellow springs in her hand flourished, and she pushed away the heaven-mending martial leader and the right protector who were blocking her way. Her figure flashed and flew into the sky. A change occurred in the battle. Many people reacted. The waning moon house master entered Prince Chi's battle. Her vigorous palm energy condensed and slapped towards the heaven-mending pavilion master. The heaven-mending pavilion master couldn't react in time to the sudden attack. He hurriedly blocked it, and with a muffled groan, he flew out in red. In an instant, Lin Yuzhen waved her sword and slashed down. The Phoenix Cry sword emitted 10,000 rays of multicolored light and crisscrossed with thunder. With a loud bang, the sword slashed towards the heaven-mending pavilion master again. Behind her, Qi Wenju and Jiang Yun, who had hurriedly rushed over, stood in front of her to block the sword. They immediately let out a muffled groan as they suffered a heavy backlash. Prince Qi, the waning moon house master reminded. I understand. Lin Yuzhen replied. With a graceful step, she leapt towards the distant battle. In the depths of the heaven-mending secret realm, the battle between the two bodies and Qi Kuanglan was becoming more and more intense. The number one mending the heavens, whose body had already entered the fourth level, had a frightening cultivation. Every move he made had the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Space after space was destroyed and restored, shocking the world. The two bodies' figures intertwined. Qi Lian and Zhu Xian's baleful aura surged violently. They slaughtered millions and formed a path of their own. They cut through the natural laws, and their sword auras were oppressive. Rumbling sounds rang out. Under the suppression of the peerless realms, although the two bodies were gradually injured, their attacks did not decrease. They used offense as defense, calm and crazy. In the distance, Lin Yuzhen hurriedly rushed over. Lightning flickered on her Phoenix Cry sword. The instant she was about to enter the battle, she suddenly felt a chill around her body. Above the void, ancient war chariots appeared out of thin air. Black arrows pierced through the air and arrived in front of her in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Lin Yuzhen's expression became serious. Her footsteps turned, and she avoided most of the arrows. At the same time, she waved her Phoenix Cry sword to block the first wave of attacks. Left protector. Outside the battle, the injured Qi Wenju, Jiang Yun, and the others arrived on top of the war chariot. When they saw the beautiful figure that appeared, their faces were filled with joy. She had finally rushed back. Within the heaven-mending pavilion, the left protector was the only one who could match the pavilion master in both strength and prestige. However, she had always been in charge of expanding the territory outside and had never returned. Those who offend my heaven-mending pavilion will be killed without mercy. On top of the war chariot, Qi Xian, who was dressed in black soft armor, coldly said. Soon after, she took a step forward. Her halberd pierced through the air and chopped down towards the people below with the force of 10,000 caddies. Lin Yuzhen's eyes became serious. She waved her sword to meet the attack, but with a loud bang, a wave of dust soared into the sky around the two people. In the first exchange, the left protector Bu Tian met Prince Qi alone. He did not show the slightest bit of fear. His divine halberd was tyrannical, and his strength surpassed 10,000 caddies. Another variable came. In the distant battle, the Dawn Moon brothel master and Shen Ji both frowned. Their luck was really bad. This woman's strength was not weak, and she came back at the wrong time. Shunji, and this quickly. Worried about Ji Ming's safety, the Dawn Moon brothel master glanced at the purple-clothed figure on the other side of the battle, and said. Shunji nodded. He turned his palm and slashed across his sword. Immediately, above the purple clouds, boundless purple chi surged out. An incomparable pressure swept out and forced the 10 venerables to retreat. Spring and autumn sword, 10,000 things enlightened. The heavenly law extreme technique appeared in the mortal world. It was a realm that only those who had peeked into the 4th level could reach. Now that it had appeared, the universe was shaken. In the depths of the heaven-mending pavilion, Qi Kuanglan sensed something. He looked at the distant void, and a strange expression flashed through his eyes. In this era, there was actually someone who had peeked into the secrets of the 4th level. 6 Ultimates of the Sky Demon, Burial of 1,000 Gods. Seeing a sliver of opportunity, the demonic chi around the demonic body surged. The royal clan's absolute technique appeared in the mortal world. Boundless turbulence surged on the scarlet drill sword. Black lightning crisscrossed and slashed through the air. Qi Kuanglan came back to his senses. His expression became serious. The cloud on his palm descended from the sky and blocked the royal clan's absolute technique. Sword technique, heavenly sword. The moment the palm and sword collided, the phoenix body condensed energy. The sword light soared into the sky. The extreme sword slashed down, splitting the sky and earth. With a loud explosion, Qi Kuanglan raised his hand to block the attack again. His body sank and his knees sank into the ground. You're not bad. The splashing vermilion red stained his green clothes. Qi Kuanglan waved his hand to disperse the aftershock. His eyes gradually became cold. The injuries on his hands automatically healed, leaving no trace behind. There was a clear gap between their realms. Although his 2 bodies were powerful, at this moment, they were also showing signs of defeat. Demonic body. Ning Chen looked at the black-clothed demonic body and said. The demonic body nodded. He took a step forward and his body soared into the sky. The 300-meter demonic body appeared again. In an instant, demonic waves surged in all directions and the starry sky shook. Stars transformation. The demonic body raised his hand. Thunder erupted between his fists. Above the 9 heavens, the phantoms of great stars appeared one after another. Each one was shockingly huge. The celestial demon royal clan's absolute technique appeared again. The great stars fell. It was like the end of the world. The entire heaven-mending secret realm shook, unable to bear the overflowing demonic might. The calamity of destruction descended upon the heaven-mending pavilion. Qi Kuanglan's expression changed slightly. He took a step forward and leaped into the sky. His hands condensed his cultivation to block the falling stars. Chapter 831. In the sky above the heaven-mending secret realm, stars fell and destructive power descended. The scene of doomsday was shocking. Mending the heavens was in danger. Qi Kuanglan leaped up. His hands circulated all of his body's technique. Rolling clouds surged as he faced the destructive tribulation head-on. A peerless expert who was infinitely close to the 4th realm attacked with all his strength. Stormy waves surged in all directions. Layer after layer of heavenly waves rushed into the sky, blocking the falling stars. Boom! An extremely terrifying tremor sounded. The great stars and heavenly waves collided. Endless waves surged and roared. Heaven and earth instantly changed color. Thunder and rain fell and fog covered the world. Reincarnation tribulation. After the stars, the reincarnation tribulation appeared. Between the hands of the 100 Zhang demon, a river of stars swirled. An incomparably violent power crushed the stars and pressed down from the sky. The royal technique arrived again. Qi Kuanglan's expression also became serious. He flipped his palm and held up the sky, blocking the reincarnation tribulation. The heavenly demon's secret technique erupted with the power to destroy stars. It shattered the void within 1,000 li. Above the heaven-mending secret realm, heaven and earth instantly turned into nothingness. Huge black holes appeared one after another. The scene was so terrifying that it made one's heart palpitate. At this moment, the other three battlefields were also affected by this great battle. Violent waves surged and everyone retreated one after another. Sword technique, formless sword. In the raging waves, the red-clothed figure flashed past. The wind and clouds on the immortal slaying sword changed. The infinitely concentrated sword gathered the heroic energy from all directions and pierced towards the heart of the person in front of it. Absolute speed broke through the gap between realms. Qi Kuanglan, who had continuously memorized the techniques of the demon, didn't have enough time to recover his energy. The immortal slaying sword broke through the protective energy and pierced into the former's body. Ugh! With an undetectable groan, the sword penetrated half an inch and couldn't go any further. Qi Kuanglan grabbed the immortal slaying sword with his left hand. Blood flowed down and dyed his sleeve red. Impudent! With a bang, he forcefully countered with a palm. Ning Chen couldn't withdraw his sword in time. His body flew out and blood dyed the void. Demons devour the heavens! The phoenix body retreated and the demon body advanced again. Thousands of demonic shadows appeared in the sky and rushed forward one after another. Explosions sounded one after another. Demons devoured the heavens and drowned Kuanglan's body. Cloud hand! At this moment, a voice rang out amidst the demonic aura. A gigantic palm that blotted out the skies appeared, shattering the attacks of the 10,000 demons with a single palm strike. The green-robed figure appeared, as strong as ever. Not good. Seeing that the battle in the distance was in imminent danger, the expressions of the Dawn Moon House Master and the others changed. They wanted to rush over to help, but they were unable to do so. Are you anxious? Sword and halberd collided. Qi Xian looked at King Qi and indifferently said, Patriarch Kuanglan has already awakened. Mo Gate's 9th son will definitely die. You don't need to be too anxious. You'll meet again in the Yellow Springs soon. As a woman, I have to say that you are really annoying. Lin Yuzhen's face flashed with murderous intent. Her sword was as graceful as a swan, and she once again displayed the demeanor of a king. Qi Hua immediately felt the pressure on him increase, and he waved his halberd to resist the king's fury. Lin Yuzhen, who was truly enraged, no longer showed any mercy in her moves. Every move she made was ruthless, forceful, and overbearing. A woman's anger is truly terrifying. Your Highness, do you need my help? Shen Ji's silhouette appeared. The heavenly path technique broke through the encirclement and appeared on the battlefield nearby. No need. You go and help him. Leave this person to me. Lin Yuzhen took a step forward. Her body was like a dancing phoenix as her sword slashed through the air. Sword and halberd collided once more. Blood flowed out of Qi Xian's right hand. A king's might could not be blasphemed, and she was injured for the first time. On the other side, the Dawn Moon House Master was standing alone in the sky. With the Yellow Springs in hand, she was like a divine general that had descended. She blocked all the venerables on her own. House Master, you're finally willing to help. The Reverence Moon House Master walked over and softly said, Everyone is fighting with their lives on the line. How can I be lazy? The Dawn Moon House Master swept out her spear. Silver light blossomed, and the venerables were forced to retreat. Don't let anything happen to him, said the Dawn Moon House Master. Since the House Master has instructed us, we will naturally do our best. With that, the Reverence Moon House Master's figure disappeared into the distance. His aura continued to rise. A white moon mark appeared between his eyebrows, reflecting the cold moon rising from the east. The Reverence Moon Clan's high priest had revealed his true appearance for the first time. In the depths of the heaven-mending secret realm, Zhi Ming was facing the number 1 venerables of the heaven-mending secret realm. The battle had already lasted for nearly 100 rounds. The combination of power and speed was perfect. Both sides were dyed red. Qi Kuanglan stood tall, alternating between offense and defense. The contempt in his eyes was no longer there. He was fully focused on the battle. He knew that the young man in front of him already had the qualifications to make him use his full strength. 9 refinements of heavenly cleansing, torrential torrent. With a raise of his hand, dark clouds fell from the sky and waves of water surged. A power that surpassed the power of words descended from the sky. A terrifying pressure spread out, causing the world to darken. Demonic flames prairie. Torrential torrents of demonic flames rose. The 300-meter-tall demonic body punched out, causing a sea of flames to surge and engulf the world. With a boom, the water and fire collided and rapidly melted. The moment the demonic body's strength was exhausted, phoenix flames soared into the sky. "You're the first one in 1,000 years to have this kind of ability at such a young age." Qi Kuanglan wasn't stingy with his praise. Qi Kuanglan's true yuan rose again, and torrents of water gradually engulfed the sea of flames. In a few hundred years, or even 100 years, this young man might have the strength to stand on equal footing with him. However, he was still too young right now. With insufficient true yuan, both of them retreated several steps. The gap between their foundations and realms was gradually revealed. Even if their experience was unparalleled, even if their battle prowess was shocking, it was still difficult to cross the heavenly chasm of cultivation at this moment. The 300-meter-tall demonic body returned to its original form. The two glanced at each other and no longer hesitated. Their aura rose as they raised their hands to face each other. The demonic phoenix heavenly tribulation suddenly appeared. The forbidden sword was about to be unleashed. The world rumbled. At this moment, 2 figures appeared and raised their hands to stop the attack. "You've done enough. Retreat and heal your injuries. Leave this battle to me and Shenji." Reverend Bai Yu said softly. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. The aura of the two dissipated and merged into one. He reminded, "Be careful. This person is very strong." "Okay." Reverend Bai Yu nodded. "Don't worry. We're also very strong." Ning Chen didn't say anything else. His figure flashed as he temporarily retreated from the battle. "Sorry, Your Excellency's opponent is now us." Reverend Bai Yu looked at the azure-robed man in front of him and said calmly, "Reverend Bai Yu clan, I didn't expect you to also come out into the world." Qi Kuanglan said indifferently when he saw the mark between the eyebrows of the woman in front of him. "The world is unpredictable. My clan naturally can't choose to remain in seclusion. Isn't Your Excellency's Butian Pavilion the same? You've been in seclusion for many years. Didn't you choose to come out again today?" Reverend Bai Yu replied. "Unfortunately, we can't become friends." Qi Kuanglan looked at the young man who had retreated from the battle and said regretfully, "It's hard to be friends, but it's easy to be enemies." Reverend Bai Yu waved his hand and the moonlight around him flourished. A bright moon rose behind him and a never-before-seen power appeared, freezing the world. "Let's see if you're qualified." After saying that, Qi Kuanglan's expression turned serious. He raised his hands, causing waves to surge. The power to overturn the heavens and earth distorted everything, shocking everyone. The first move, Reverend Moon Shakes the Raging Waves, was supported by the moonlight. With a boom, Reverend Bai Yu retreated half a step, falling into a disadvantageous position. "Zan Ran, stay your hand." Reverend Bai Yu retreated and Shin Ji's figure flashed. Above the purple clouds, purple qi surged. A power comparable to the fate of an emperor broke through the sky and arrived before Butian Kuanglan. His palm energy shook the divine blade and split the world. Reverend Bai Yu arrived in an instant. His slender hand drew the moonlight in the sky and slammed down. "Good." Qi Kuanglan advanced instead of retreating. He condensed his palm energy and met the attack head-on. It was a battle that surpassed common sense. The three of them displayed strength that surpassed their peak. Every move they made could destroy the world. Not far away, Ning Chen was watching the battle. Light flashed in his eyes. He had always known that Shinji, the Dawn Moon House Master, and Reverend Bai Yu were hiding their strength. Today, he finally knew how terrifying the three of them were. They could look down on a region by themselves. They indeed had the capital that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Zeming Marquis, you need to step into the immortal treading realm as soon as possible, no matter what method you use. Otherwise, you'll be eliminated by this era. In the distance, the Reverend Bai Yu transmitted her voice. Thank you for your reminder. I know what to do. Ning Chen nodded. The Reverend Bai Yu waved her spear to push back the reverends from Butian Pavilion. She withdrew her thoughts and didn't say anything more. She had already reminded him. As for whether he could do it or not, it was up to him. The opening of the ancient battlefield wasn't just about those forgotten immortal tools and technique. Those who had obtained fortuitous encounters would advance faster than others. However, the true meaning of the opening of the ancient battlefield was to replenish the source energy that was gradually being exhausted. Although it wasn't much, it was enough to support some people to step into the fourth realm. Therefore, the most important thing now was time. If they couldn't step into the fourth realm before the source energy was exhausted, they would once again fall into the nightmare of nearly 10,000 years. That Gu Yao was already infinitely close to the fourth realm. This Butian Pavilion's Qi Kuanglan was also the same. There were also Shinji, Bai Yu, and other overlords. Everyone was waiting for an opportunity to step into the immortal treading realm. There weren't many opportunities like this, and they would become fewer and fewer. If they missed it, it would be forever. Zeming Marquis wasn't bad. However, in this glorious era, he was only not bad. Because his talent was too lacking, he couldn't step into the immortal treading realm. In another 100 years, he wouldn't have another chance to compete with the heroes of the world. Phoenix dances in the heavens. Not far away, Lin Yuzhen, who was blocked by Butian's left protector, finally exhausted her last bit of patience. Her true essence rushed out and her long hair danced wildly. She took a step forward and the space below her shattered. Her sword condensed into lightning, and her king's might was vast and mighty. Qi Hua waved his halberd to block the attack. An almost undetectable groan came from his mouth. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He was heavily injured again. I hate women, but I hate those who block my path even more. Her hair crown was shattered, and her long hair danced in the wind. Lin Yuzhen's appearance also changed a bit. She was less handsome and more beautiful. Her original appearance was restored, and she gathered all her power. Lin Yuzhen's figure moved again, and the sound of the phoenix cry's sword resounded through the world. It was clear and powerful. Qi Xian received another attack, and her injuries worsened. She retreated again, and the shock in her eyes was difficult to conceal. She didn't expect that this Prince Qi hadn't used his full strength just now. The situation of the three-sided battle changed again. The wind and clouds rolled, and the changes were unpredictable. Chapter 832. In the heaven-mending secret realm, the situation had changed. Knowing destiny retreated, and Shinji and Bai Yu took over, joining forces to fight Butian Kuanglan. In the farthest battlefield, the Dawn Moon House Master no longer hid her strength. She blocked all the venerables by herself. Her terrifying strength was eye-catching. At the same time, Prince Qi returned to his original appearance and fully unleashed his technique. Phoenix cries howled in the sky as he suppressed the left guardian Butian. This was a true battle between the top. Every battle was filled with flames of war. The shocking scene made the creatures on the ancient planet tremble. Outside the battle, Ning Chen retreated temporarily. He watched the battle while recovering his body. The intensity of this battle was beyond imagination. Heaven-mending Pavilion's strength was also shocking. Qi Kuanglan alone was enough to leave all the inheritances in the world in the dust. He was a peerless powerhouse who still retained his vigorous vitality and lifespan. He was far from the Hall of the Dead's half-step fourth realm 10th ancestor. This Qi Kuanglan had truly stepped into the fourth realm. While thinking, Ning Chen's body was surrounded by the aura of the Phoenix demon. His two bodies healed themselves, not interfering with each other. Saints and demons were natural enemies. The Phoenix demon belonged to the power of the saint, and it was difficult to merge with the demonic power of the demon body. Forcefully merging would only backfire on oneself. Not far away, Shinji and Bai Yu were fighting Qi Kuanglan. The battle was getting more and more intense. The number one Butian, who was comparable to the fourth realm, gathered all his power. He raised his hand and the wind and clouds changed, commanding heaven and earth. Shinji's sword was like flowing water. Above the purple clouds, the purple Qi became more and more majestic. His 1,000 years of cultivation and knowledge were all released today. He was not afraid even when facing a peerless powerhouse who had surpassed the half-step fourth realm. In a head-on battle, the divine sword shook the raging waves. Every move was destructive. It was a shocking battle that surpassed the peak of the human world and shone for all eternity. The cold moon rose from the east. Under the moonlight, Bai Yu the Venerable's aura also became stronger and stronger. His delicate hands were like peerless divine weapons. After exchanging 100 moves, Qi Kuanglan fought 1 against 2. His moves were majestic, and he did not fall into a disadvantage. 9 refinements of heavenly washing raging waves. When the battle reached its climax, Qi Kuanglan used his ultimate move. Suddenly, thousands of heavenly waves coiled around him. Seeing this, Shinji took a step forward. The purple cloud sword in his hand shone brightly. His extreme techniques were combined, and the sword light shone brightly. At the side, Bai Yu's figure flashed and appeared behind the former. With a flip of his palm, he condensed Yuan Qi and sent out a palm attack. Purple cloud rainbow. The purple heavens slashed down, and the sword light cleaved open the starry sky. Raging waves followed, and with a boom, the two extremes collided. In the aftermath, the two figures retreated half a step before stabilizing their bodies. On the other side, Qi Kuanglan waved his hand to block the shockwaves and took half a step back. His expression didn't change much. In a move that was evenly matched, no one had gained the upper hand, but no one had lost either. Bai Yu stepped out from behind Shinji. A strange expression appeared on his extraordinary face. There was no doubt that the person in front of him was the most powerful person in the world, if the fourth-level old monsters were not included. Again, the madness on Qi Kuanglan's face grew even stronger. Taking a step forward, he turned his palm into a fist and punched out with a vigorous and domineering force. Shinji's eyes turned cold. Even though they were right in front of him, he did not dodge. Instead, he raised his hand to receive the punch. Half a step down, the sword light slashed down. Close combat was even more dangerous. The air around the two of them constantly vibrated. Their fists and feet collided, tearing apart everything. Satisfying. Qi Kuanglan let out a long roar and raised his Zhen Yuan once more. With another punch, he forced the person in front of him back. Heavenly moon illuminates the 9 prefectures. The moment they separated, Bai Yu's move arrived. Moonlight poured down, swallowing the world. This was an unavoidable move. Qi Kuanglan took in a deep breath, his true essence surging to protect his body. Rhino Heavenly Finger. The moment the two moves collided, Bai Yu used his ultimate move. He gathered True Yuan with a finger and instantly reached the front, breaking through Qi Kuanglan's trembling True Yuan. Ugh! With a soft groan, Qi Kuanglan's True Yuan was broken. The finger entered his body, bringing out a waterfall of blood. Back off! With a shout, Qi Kuanglan flipped his palm and sent Bai Yu flying. The splashing blood dyed the void red. Bai Yu staggered a few steps and barely managed to stabilize himself. How are you? Not far away, Shinji asked. I'm fine. Bai Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and answered. Outside the battle, Ning Chen, who had been watching for a long time, had recovered more than half of his True Yuan. Demonic chi and phoenix essence surged and gathered. The phoenix demon opened the formation, manifesting yin and yang. The Taiji diagram rose into the sky. Endless yin and yang energy surged from all directions, engulfing the wind and clouds and shaking the stars. Qi Kuanglan sensed it and his expression sank. He took a step forward, wanting to stop the former from condensing his move. Kunwu Yi Gan Qi. In an instant, Shun Ji's figure appeared in front of Qi Kuanglan. Purple clouds rose and draconic qi took shape, swallowing the former. Emperor Qi Kuanglan. Qi Kuanglan's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand and shook off the draconic qi. He took half a step back. 1,000 years ago, I was also the ruler of a dynasty, Shenji said indifferently. Purple clouds coiled around his body. His incomparably noble temperament made people not dare to profane him. The purple clouds trembled. The draconic qi contained a draconic aura. Waves of draconic roars were faintly discernible. Its might was vigorous and overbearing, shaking the world. The draconic roar reached the 9 heavens. Shenji's figure moved again. Purple clouds surged and strengthened the divine sword's might. On the other side, Reverend Baiwei channeled the power of the moon and joined hands to suppress the battle. They clashed again. The flames were even stronger than before. The void between the three shattered. The aftershocks surged and became even more violent. Outside the battle, Ning Chen's phoenix demon energy continued to gather around him. The Taiji diagram above his head spun faster and faster. Inside the heaven-mending secret realm, spiritual qi surged rapidly and converged into the yin and yang formation. Qi Kuanglan wanted to break out of the encirclement and stop them. However, the two joined hands and couldn't break through. It was difficult to break through for a while. Seniors, please step back. After accumulating power for a long time, Ning Chen transmitted his voice to the two. Then, Taisher crossed his hand, its might soaring into the sky. Shunji and Reverend Baiwei heard the warning and attacked at the same time. Then, they took a step forward and left the battle. Qi Kuanglan flipped his palm to block the two's combined attack. He glanced at the young man not far away and his expression changed. 6 Dao Fall, myriad demonic tribulations, grand forbidden sword. He stepped into the 9 heavens. In the sky, a black phoenix appeared amidst the violent sword waves. Its demonic qi covered the sky and the moon. Demonic phoenix, heavenly tribulation. The appearance of the demonic phoenix, heavenly tribulation, signified the end of the world. The terrifying sword pressure swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The entire heaven-mending secret realm disintegrated for no reason. The apocalyptic scene was extremely shocking. The next moment, the demonic phoenix fell from the sky and crashed into the people below. Heavenly cleansing 9 refinements, starry river dazzling. Seeing this, Qi Kuanglan's expression turned serious. He used his strongest move and soared into the sky. 9 waterfalls coiled around him, dazzling like the starry sky. Boom! An instant later, an earth-shattering collision sounded. The waves roared and the aftermath surged. Amidst the shocking destruction, the two figures flew out dyed red. Baiwei. Shenji spoke when the opportunity appeared. Baiwei nodded. With a wave of her delicate hand, the heaven-stabilizing chessboard appeared. Everything in the world instantly stopped. In an instant, Shenji moved. Purple clouds broke through the sky and slashed at Qi Kuanglan. Naive. Qi Kuanglan raised his hand to grab the sword. His left hand, which was bleeding, blocked the fatal strike. His right palm condensed yuan and slapped out. Shenji frowned. His footsteps trembled as he withdrew his sword and avoided the palm energy. Seeing that the opportunity had been missed, Ning Chen, who had suffered the backlash from the previous collision, shone brightly. The demonic body bore the full brunt of the aftermath. The phoenix body left his body and shot out with extreme speed. The sword pierced through Qi Kuanglan's chest before he could react. Qi Kuanglan retreated, his blood and chi shook violently. 6 Ultimates of the Celestial Demon, Eternal Banishment. Unable to miss this opportunity, the demonic body transformed into a demonic avatar. The void between the hands of the demonic body shattered. A boundless spatial tearing force came, forcefully swallowing the two. Qi Kuanglan's expression changed as he entered the void. He wanted to break free, but it was already too late. His true essence was disrupted by the sword qi that entered his body. Farewell. The phoenix body withdrew his sword and soared into the sky. He looked at the figure that was gradually disappearing into the void, and said coldly. A moment later, the void was restored. Heaven and earth returned to normal. Not a single trace could be seen. The battle had come to an abrupt end. No one present could recover from their shock. The number 1 heaven-mending expert had been banished into the void for eternity. What a terrifying young man! The Reverend Moon Venerable looked over and saw the black and red figures standing in the void. He had a grave expression. When it came to grasping opportunities, Shi and Shunji, who had lived for 1,000 years, didn't dare to say that they could surpass this kid. Drip. Blood dripped down, staining the black robe. The demonic body's injuries erupted. Demonic chi spread wildly. Heal your injuries first. Leave the rest to me. The phoenix body stepped forward and said. The demonic body nodded. His figure dissipated and merged into the phoenix body. After the demonic body returned, Ning Chen looked at the two people not far away and said, Seniors, I'll have to trouble you to help the house master and Prince Qi. After saying that, Ning Chen's figure flashed and rushed toward the heaven-mending ground. Shen Ji narrowed his eyes. He looked back at the two battles behind him and said calmly, Reverend Moon, go and help Prince Qi. Understood. The Reverend Moon Venerable replied. His figure flashed and rushed toward the battle. Shen Ji looked into the distance. He didn't hesitate anymore. He stepped forward and rushed forward. Done? In the sky, the Dawn Moon House Master waved her spear and pushed away the Venerables. She didn't even look back as she asked. Yes. Shen Ji nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you to help, the Dawn Moon House Master continued. With the House Master's strength, one person is enough to deal with them, Shen Ji said calmly. Heh! The Dawn Moon House Master chuckled and said, It's better to end the battle quickly. Things might change if we take too long. Who knows if there's a true fourth realm in this heaven-mending secret realm. I think, Shunji, you don't want to face these old monsters so soon. The House Master's words are reasonable. Shinji nodded. He waved his hand and a sword appeared. The purple cloud sword streaked across the sky and joined the battle. Just as the battle at Heaven Mending Pavilion was coming to an end, figures in strange clothes descended from the sky outside the ancient star. In the next moment, an ancient palanquin slowly descended. A powerful sword intent spread out from it. It surpassed the peak and was unique in the world. Sword slave, go and deliver the sword invitation, a gentle voice said softly from the palanquin. Yes. Of the four figures, the one at the front respectfully accepted the order and immediately rushed toward the heaven-mending secret realm. Chapter 833. In the heaven-mending secret realm, the battle was coming to an end. Shenji and Bai Yu made their moves, and the already exhausted heaven-mending sect immediately fell into a desperate situation. Above the void, one figure after another fell from the sky and landed with a thud. Blood flowed and dyed the earth red. In the battle between the winner and the loser, no one held back. After a bitter battle, the heaven-mending pavilion that had been dominating the region for tens of thousands of years was destroyed today. Its vitality was greatly damaged. Qi Kuanglan was exiled, and the heaven-mending pavilion's master was heavily injured. The heaven-mending pavilion's strongest force was wiped out in one day, and they no longer had the strength to fight back. In the depths of the heaven-mending secret realm, Ning Chen's figure appeared in a turbulent forbidden area. Looking at the heaven-mending forbidden area in front of him, his expression became serious. If he guessed correctly, this was the heaven-mending pavilion's most secret place. He hoped that no more variables would appear. The heaven-mending forbidden area was 100 li forbidden area. Everywhere was deathly silent, and not a trace of life could be seen. Ning Chen walked in. Zhu Xian and Zhu Xian coiled around his body, and a powerful aura circulated, dispersing the surrounding yin qi. 1. After walking 100 steps forward, a change suddenly occurred. On the ground, a bright light flashed and disappeared in a flash, leaving no trace behind. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He took a step forward, and his body turned into a red light as he quickly chased after it. One after the other, the flowing light chased with extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, they were already 100 li away. This is 100 li away. Ning Chen calmed himself down. He waved his right hand, and sword intent filled the sky, forming an inescapable net that sealed off 1,000 zhang of space. Amidst the crisscrossing sword lights, a palm-sized gourd appeared. On top of the gourd, a little boy that seemed to be carved from jade sat shivering, his young and tender eyes looking at the person in front of him, full of fear. Seeing this, Ning Chen frowned slightly. An immortal medicine that gained intelligence? Immortal elder, please spare my life. The little boy was less than 3 inches tall. He sat on the little gourd with a gourd leaf on his head. Looking at the human in front of him, he said in fear. Ning Chen did not say anything. He flipped his right hand, and immediately, a powerful suction force came out, capturing the little boy. Although the human-shaped immortal medicine was only the size of a palm, it was like a treasure house of spiritual qi. Just smelling its aura made one feel relaxed and happy. Swallow it. The main body has a 70% chance of awakening. Demonic qi surged out, a cold voice sounded. Demon! The little boy exclaimed with a look of fear on his face. What are you still hesitating for? The demon said coldly. Immortal elder, spare me. The little boy knelt on the gourd and kowtowed repeatedly. Ning Chen looked at the little man on the gourd and fell silent. It's a spiritual medicine in the first place. It was born to be eaten by others. What are you hesitating for? Phoenix body, you are not the savior of the world. Put away your useless mercy. The demon body coldly shouted again. Senior Immortal, please spare me. On the small gourd, the boy's delicate face was filled with fear as he trembled. More and more demonic qi surrounded Ning Chen. It was boundless, and it dyed the heavens and earth black. What is your purpose in coming to the heaven-mending pavilion? Have you forgotten your previous lesson? If you miss this kind of immortal medicine today, where will you find it again in the future? Within the demonic energy, the devil's voice became colder and colder, making people tremble with fear. Demon body, we have already killed enough. Ning Chen gently tapped the boy's forehead and said, Come with me. I won't take your life. The little boy hesitated for a moment. After a while, he respectfully bowed and said, Thank you, Immortal Elder. After speaking, the little boy's figure flashed and flew to Ning Chen's shoulder. His expression was still filled with fear and restraint. Don't be afraid. I said I won't take your life, so I won't go back on my words. Ning Chen looked at the deathly silent forbidden area in front of him and said with a serious expression, Phoenix body, your mercy really makes me hate you. As he spoke, the surging demonic qi gradually converged and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the demonic qi disappeared, the little boy on Ning Chen's shoulder finally calmed down a little. He sat on Ning Chen's shoulder and carefully said, Immortal Elder, there are still many great medicines here. Can I help Immortal Elder find them? Ning Chen calmly said, Lead the way. The little boy nodded and immediately sat on the small gourd and flew forward. Ning Chen followed behind. He released his divine sense and was on guard for any unknown dangers. Not long after, on the cold ground, a strangely shaped medicine king appeared. It had a strong vitality that attracted people's attention. Ning Chen walked forward and waved his hand to catch the medicine king. He looked at it and casually put it away. Seeing Ning Chen's indifferent expression, the little boy nervously said, "Immortal Elder, there's more ahead." "Continue to lead the way," Ning Chen said with a calm expression. "Okay." The little boy nodded and continued to fly forward. Ning Chen quietly followed behind. Looking at the little gourd the little boy was sitting on, a thoughtful light flashed in his eyes. This little boy's original form should be an immortal vine. Everything has a spirit, but only a handful of immortal vines can truly develop consciousness. Ning Chen really couldn't bear to destroy it. The vast and boundless forbidden area seemed to have condensed the laws of space. Great medicines were scattered everywhere, almost devouring the spiritual qi on the ground. Within 10,000 miles, not a single blade of grass could grow. In an hour, the little boy had already brought Ning Chen to 4 precious medicine kings. As the only immortal medicine in the forbidden area that had developed consciousness, the little boy was very familiar with the surrounding terrain and saved a lot of time. "Immortal Elder, this is all." On the small gourd, the little boy said nervously, "These years, the spiritual qi here has gradually dried up. Most of the medicine kings have also been taken away by humans. There aren't many left." "That's enough." Ning Chen nodded. With a wave of his left hand, the immortal trapping sword appeared in his hand. He stabbed it into the ground, and the ground within 10,000 miles began to rumble. Under the ground, the sword qi cut through the spirit vein. Within the violent tremors, the spirit vein's foundation collapsed. The overflowing spiritual qi continuously poured into the immortal trapping sword. It completely destroyed the spirit vein below, and there was no way for it to recover. Outside the forbidden area, the experts of the heaven-mending pavilion felt the destruction of the spirit vein. Their gazes all changed and their faces revealed shock. In the sky above the ancient planet, a faint sigh came from the floating palanquin. "I never thought that the famous heaven-mending pavilion would suffer such a great calamity today. The strength of these 5 people is truly more terrifying than the last. Although they are strong, compared to the 3rd pavilion master, they are still incomparable." A sword slave respectfully said, "Don't say such words again. Disrespecting the strong is disrespecting yourself." In the palanquin, the gentle voice of the woman once again said, "Before stepping into the 4th realm, with the strength of these 5 people, no one dares to say they can definitely win. Even I can't." Hearing this, the sword slave respectfully lowered his head, not daring to say anything else. In the forbidden area of the heaven-mending forbidden area, the immortal trapping sword cut through the earth vein. Endless red light crisscrossed, cutting through space and creating cracks. Under the ground, boundless spiritual qi unceasingly poured into the immortal sword, causing the sword's pressure to become even more terrifying. Ning Chen's hands quickly formed seals, and one restriction after another was formed. The Yellow Springs restriction opened, sealing the immortal sword and slowing down the dissipation of its power. A moment later, Ning Chen waved his hand and put away the immortal sword. On the side, on the little gourd, the little boy saw this scene. His delicate little face was filled with shock, and he was unable to recover for a long time. "Let's go," Ning Chen said, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the forbidden area. The little boy came back to his senses and slowly flew to Ning Chen's shoulder. He was a bit nervous as he said, "Immortal Elder, my name is Little Gourd." Ning Chen faintly smiled, nodded, and noted it down. Little Gourd plucked up his courage and stretched out his little hand to pull on Ning Chen's hair, sitting a bit more steadily. At this moment, space shook and a blue-robed youth appeared. He waved his right hand and a sharp sword light flew out. Within that sword light was a faintly discernible sword scroll that emitted a bone-chilling coldness. Mo Gates' 9th son, in 100 days, at the Sword Pavilion's sword competition, I invite you to come and discuss the world's heroes. The sword scroll arrived in front of Ning Chen, and its power didn't decrease in the slightest as it cut through space. Ning Chen stopped and frowned. He raised his right hand and received the sword scroll with his fingers closed. The one and only sword, which had surpassed the peak, invisibly scattered the sword intent on the sword scroll. Many thanks for the pavilion's invitation. I will consider it, Ning Chen replied calmly and continued to walk forward. In the sky, the blue-clothed sword servant didn't speak any further, and its figure faded before vanishing. Not long after, the blue-robed sword slave returned and respectfully bowed. Third Pavilion Master, the sword scroll has been delivered. What did they say? Asked the woman in the palanquin. Shenji and Prince Qi have clearly stated that they will attend. Mo Gate's ninth son didn't give a direct answer. He only said that he would consider it, replied the blue-robed sword slave. Understood. Let's go back. After speaking, the woman in the palanquin didn't say anything else. The palanquin rose and flew towards the depths of the starry sky. The 4 sword slaves followed behind and left together. At the same time that the 5 left, a bitter battle in the heaven-mending secret realm was nearing its end. The heaven-mending pavilion had suffered a great defeat and had suffered heavy casualties. However, Shenji, the Dawn Moon Housemaster, and the others didn't kill them all. They all chose to stop before going too far. Ning Chen walked over and looked at the battle that had stopped. He said, "Many thanks, everyone. Let's go." Shenji and the Dawn Moon Housemaster nodded. They stepped forward and soared into the sky. Lin Yuzhen arrived beside Ning Chen and looked at the little boy on his shoulder. She revealed a strange expression and said, "A human-shaped immortal medicine?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, "I obtained it in the heaven-mending Forbidden Land. This trip wasn't in vain. The heaven-mending pavilion actually had such a divine item. It's really shocking. However, Brother Ning took this immortal medicine and destroyed the heaven-mending pavilion's earth vein. There will definitely be many troubles in the future," reminded Lin Yuzhen. "It's fine." Ning Chen lightly shook his head and said, "Even if I didn't do this, the enmity between me and the heaven-mending pavilion would still be difficult to resolve. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I still can't completely destroy this disaster." "It's already enough," Lin Yuzhen softly said. "After this battle, the heaven-mending pavilion's vitality has already been greatly damaged. If we continue to force them, we might draw out those old monsters who should have died long ago. The gains don't make up for the losses." Ning Chen nodded. When Qi Kuanglan appeared, he already understood that it was already impossible to destroy the heaven-mending pavilion today. A Qi Kuanglan not only represented a battle strength that surpassed the peak of the true realm, but also meant that the heaven-mending pavilion really did have resources that could allow people to enter the 4th realm. That Qi Kuanglan was already infinitely close to this realm. It was only a matter of time. Chapter 834. A group of people traveled through the vast starry sky. 10,000 miles away, they stopped and bid each other farewell. "Your Highness King Qi, we'll meet again in the Sword Pavilion in 100 days. Shenji looked at the woman in men's clothes and said, "Goodbye." King Qi cupped his fists and bowed. Shenji nodded and looked at the man in the silver-gray cloak. He said, "Pavilion Master, you're welcome to come to the Divine Ji Peak again when you're free." "Of course." The Dawn Moon Pavilion Master smiled. "We'll meet again." Shenji said one last thing before he turned around and left in the other direction of the starry sky. Reverend Bai Wen nodded at the 3 people in front of him, then followed him. After the 2 left, the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master looked at the 2 people beside her and said, "Your Highness Brother Ning, there's only 100 days until the Sword Pavilion's sword competition. Before that, why don't you rest at my Dawn Moon Pavilion for a few days?" Lin Yuzhen thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, then I'll have to trouble you." "It's my pleasure." The Dawn Moon Pavilion Master smiled and looked at Ji Ming. "Brother Ning, what about you? I still have some things to do for now. After I'm done, I'll visit the Dawn Moon Pavilion," Ning Chen said calmly. "Then I'll wait for Brother Ning at the Dawn Moon Pavilion," the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master replied. Ning Chen nodded. His figure flashed, and he transformed into a phoenix and left. Your Highness, let's go, the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master said. Okay. Lin Yuzhen withdrew her gaze from the distance and followed him. Beside the Mi River, the autumn wind blew. In the lake, the red lake water drifted with the wind, creating little ripples. The sun was about to set in the west. The sky gradually darkened, and there was a sense of desolation. A red-clothed figure walked over under the setting sun. Her calm face did not show any emotions. The red-clothed figure stopped at the riverside and stood there quietly. The place where the undying peach tree grew in the past had become a land of death. For many years, no plants grew. It was so quiet that it was a little scary. Ning Chen stood in front of the lake quietly, looking at the lake water dyed red by the blood of the venerables. His eyes flashed. The phoenix manifested, and the white-clothed figure that was in a deep sleep flew out. Her aura was stable, but she still showed no signs of waking up. Demonic chi surged around Ning Chen's body as his demonic body took shape. He stood to the side and looked at his real body floating in the air. His eyes, which were as deep as an abyss, turned serious. When the little gourd saw the demon appear, its young face immediately tensed up. It subconsciously grabbed the hair of the person next to it and hid behind it. Ning Chen waved his hand and 4 herb kings appeared. In the air, the trapping immortal flew up. Boundless spiritual chi of the earth filled the air and poured into the herb kings. Once the spiritual energy entered, the 4 king medicines began to grow crazily, as if they had received rain after a long drought. After a few breaths of time, the outer layers of the 4 king medicines were torn apart inch by inch, and a refreshing medicinal fragrance permeated the air, making people feel relaxed and happy. The medicinal clothes that were taken off fell to the ground. The 4 king medicines revealed their sparkling and translucent medicinal bodies. Their spiritual energy was oppressive, almost materializing. In the void, the earth-veined spiritual chi continued to flow out from the celestial trapping sword, urging the 4 stalks of king herbs to grow. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, time passed by slowly. The cold moon rose, and under the moon, red light flashed. The king herbs grew faster and faster, transforming again and again. At this moment, changes suddenly occurred. The spiritual chi in the 4 king herbs that were constantly transforming suddenly vibrated. The side effects of forcefully growing appeared. Cracks crisscrossed, and the spiritual chi began to leak out violently. Little gourd. Ning Chen looked at the little boy on his shoulder and said, The little gourd responded crisply and flew to the 4 stalks of king herbs. It bit its finger as if it was afraid of pain. Then, it reached out its white and tender little hand and dripped a drop of blood on each stalk of king herbs. In an instant, a dazzling brilliance rose. The cracks on the 4 stalks of king herbs healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they transformed again. Red, gold, green, and purple, 4 different colors rose. The vitality of the 4 different stalks of king herbs was as vast and boundless as the ocean, unfathomable. In the void, the trapping immortal sword that had exhausted its earth-veined spiritual chi dimmed and slowly fell from the sky. Ning Chen waved his hand and put away the immortal sword. He looked at the demonic body and said calmly, "Let's begin." The demonic body nodded and raised its hand. The demonic aura around it surged and turned into raging waves that spread out and poured into the main body. Ning Chen also raised his hand. Phoenix aura coiled around it, and the sound of a phoenix rang out. An endless stream of true essence entered the main body. The phoenix and the demon worked together. A powerful force stirred, and the yin and yang were born. 2 pillars of light, one black and one red, rose up and the formation appeared. It affected the spiritual chi in the surroundings and strengthened the phoenix demon's power. In the void, Bai Yi floated up and down. Her abyss-like body swallowed all the energy that entered her body. It was bottomless, as if it could never be filled. The yin and yang formation opened. The 4 stalks of king herbs shone brightly. The majestic medicinal power was released in the formation, and it merged with the Phoenix Demon's power into the main body. From night to morning, the Phoenix Demon worked together to save the main body by the Mi River. The yin and yang formation spun rapidly. The black and red light was dazzling, and a shocking vision appeared between heaven and earth. It was like the sun rising from the east, illuminating the world. Above the two, the spiritual chi of the 4 stalks of king herbs was constantly being absorbed. It merged with the Phoenix Demon's power and stimulated the awakening of the undying divine tree in the main body. A night passed, but there was still no change. In the air, the small gourd looked at the unconscious Bai not far away. A hint of struggle flashed across its small face. A moment later, it bit its finger again. Drops of blood flowed out and flew forward. The power of the human-shaped celestial herb merged with it. Suddenly, the entire yin and yang formation lit up. Majestic vitality surged and drowned Bai Yi's figure. Seeing this, the demonic body looked at the little boy outside the formation. Demonic chi surged in its eyes. The human-shaped celestial herb was indeed extraordinary. If it could obtain all of its medicinal power, the main body might be able to wake up immediately. Demonic body, I already promised it not to harm its life. It has tried its best. Don't kill it, the Phoenix Demon said. The demonic body snorted and withdrew its gaze. It raised its demonic vitality again and poured it into the main body. On the side, the Phoenix Demon responded at the same time. Its phoenix vitality urged again. Scorching red light surged and increased the power of the yin and yang formation. The 3 sides worked together. The 4 stalks of king herbs scattered and their power completely merged with the main body. The 2 bodies' power was also rapidly consumed as they made a final effort to awaken the main body. The small gourd's finger had already scabbed over many times. It bit it again and again, causing blood to fly out. It did its best to help the 2. Another day passed and the sun set in the west. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the Mi River, reflecting a glaring bloody light. After 1 day and 1 night, the 2 bodies' true essence gradually dried up. Even if the yin and yang formation continuously absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, it was unable to maintain such a terrifying consumption. Outside the yin and yang formation, the small gourd's face was full of fatigue. It swayed on the ground and could no longer fly. Boom! Right at this moment, above the 9 heavens, the weather suddenly changed. The originally clear sky suddenly became densely covered with dark clouds. Streaks of lightning streaked across the horizon and illuminated the dusky world. Oh no! The 2 bodies' expressions changed. They looked at the horizon with shock. Heavenly tribulation. The immortal tribulation had arrived, and the world mourned. The ground within 10,000 miles rumbled and an abnormally terrifying pressure descended from the sky. It was as if the laws had condensed into substance. It was so heavy that it made it difficult for people to breathe. The 2 bodies staggered and their legs sank into the ground. Their bodies that were almost exhausted found it difficult to resist the might of the heavens. The main body's immortal tribulation. Ning Chen looked at Su Yi floating in the void and said with a shocked expression, "Tribulation." The demon body said in a deep voice. It rose from the ground and blocked in front of the main body. It was fully focused on dealing with the impending tribulation. Ning Chen moved at the same time. His figure flashed past. Phoenix flames rose from his body as he stood in the void, waiting for the tribulation to arrive. The most difficult situation was that the main body had yet to awaken, and the 2 bodies' true essence were almost exhausted. The winds and clouds of the 9 heavens changed, and the heavenly tribulation descended on the mortal world. With a rumble, tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The entire void turned into a sea of lightning that devoured the heavens and the earth. Ning Chen stepped forward, and Zhu Xian appeared in his hand. He slashed with the sword and met the lightning that filled the sky. 10,000 demons roared to the heavens. The demon body moved at the same time. 100 feet tall demon body appeared and punched the sky. Tens of thousands of demons soared into the sky. With a loud rumble, the two bodies joined forces to resist the heavenly tribulation. With a world-shaking vibration, blood splattered and dyed the void red. The two bodies that were exhausted retreated. Specks of vermilion scattered and fell from the sky. Reincarnation tribulation. The demon body stopped moving. Black lightning weaved between its fists. The void swirled, and the reincarnation tribulation appeared. The royal clan's ultimate technique rose against the heavens. The majestic demon might shook heaven and earth. Boom! Heavenly lightning pierced through heaven and earth. Lightning bolts that were dozens of feet thick fell, killing the heaven-defying demon body. The heavenly might was vast and endless. The reincarnation tribulation collapsed. With a muffled groan, the demon body was heavily injured again. Blood stained its body, and it was miserable and dazzling. Sword technique, extreme heaven. The sea of lightning was endless. The phoenix body waved its sword and soared into the sky. The dazzling sword light cut through the dusky world and soared into the clouds. The sword light arrived, and the lightning bolts were 10,000 feet long. The green lightning instantly turned red, and the sky was dyed red with blood, destroying all resistance. Lightning fell again. The phoenix body that had not recovered enough energy was dyed red again. Drops of blood flowed from the corner of its mouth. Star transformation. Hun Wu. The two bodies attacked again. Great stars appeared, and the sword technique split open the sky. The abnormally powerful extreme might collided with the lightning and blocked the heavenly tribulation. However, the two bodies' strength was already exhausted. Although the technique was shocking, its power was far from its peak. Lightning tore through the sky and shattered the two bodies' ultimate technique. Two muffled groans sounded. The two bodies retreated more than 10 steps. Blood flowed from their bodies and dyed their clothes red. They could not resist the heavens, and they could not defy fate. Before stepping into the immortal tribulation, the two bodies that were completely exhausted found it difficult to resist. They retreated step by step and were on the verge of death. Demon Phoenix, heavenly tribulation. There was no way out. The two bodies looked at each other and activated the last of their technique. They joined forces to defy the heavens. In an instant, demonic energy and phoenix essence surged. The demon phoenix appeared and rushed into the sky. Hong Long. The appearance of the forbidden technique was felt by the 9 heavens. The thunderclouds stirred rapidly. In the giant black vortex, a blood-red lightning that illuminated the world descended from the sky. It was so dazzling that it illuminated the world. The lightning struck the demon phoenix. After a moment of stalemate, the demon phoenix's dharma form collapsed. The two bodies flew out and smashed onto the ground. The two bodies landed. Above the void, an ancient and strange stone gate appeared. It was as majestic as a mountain. The power of laws lingered around it, making the dragon gate heavier. The next moment, the dragon gate descended from the sky and suppressed the 3 bodies of the knowing destiny state. Chapter 835. The night was terrifyingly silent. Beside the Mi River, the dragon gate descended. The 3 bodies of knowing destiny were suppressed and shackled. After the heavenly tribulation, the entire world was devastated. The cold moon hung high in the sky, making it even colder. On the ground, the 2 unconscious bodies gradually woke up. They had been seriously injured and their bodies were cracked. Beside them, the lake water hit the lakeside. A cold wind blew, causing ripples. In the void, Su Yi's body was still unconscious. The 3 bodies were suppressed by the dragon gate and bound forever. Cough, cough. Violent coughs echoed. Ning Chen staggered up and looked around at the devastation. Exhaustion flashed in his eyes. Beside him, the demonic body also stood up. His aura shook and his body was in an unstable state. We failed. The exhaustion in Ning Chen's eyes became stronger. He felt powerless. The demonic body clenched his fists. He looked at Ning Chen and coldly said, Your useless kindness has made our path even more difficult. Their main bodies hadn't woken up in time and had failed to pass the tribulation. Now, their 3 bodies were suppressed by the Dragon Gate and their bodies were severely restricted. If they wanted to pass the tribulation again in the future, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Not far away, the small gourd half buried in the ground listened to their conversation. It trembled and didn't dare to breathe loudly. Ning Chen looked over and sighed. We have too much blood on our hands. I don't want to lose even this last bit of conscience. Demonic body, our path has never been easy. In fact, we were already mentally prepared for this result. To us, becoming a celestial isn't something that can be changed by whether our main bodies wake up or not. If the heavens don't allow it, there is nothing we can do. The demonic body clenched his fists again. His eyes were as dark as an abyss. They had fought against the heavens their entire lives. They had won and lost. However, at the most critical moment, they had been thoroughly defeated. Ning Chen suppressed the injuries in his body and walked in front of Su Yi. He raised his right hand and the phoenix appeared behind him and swallowed his main body. Let's go. The Sword Pavilion's sword competition isn't far away. Before that, let's go to Dawn Moon Pavilion and meet with Prince Qi. After saying that, Ning Chen walked off into the distance. The demonic body withdrew his gaze. Without saying a word, his body dissipated and merged into the phoenix's body. Behind him, the small gourd broke free from the ground and flew up to follow him. In the cold night, the water rippled in the Mi River. The red lake water was so glaring. Perhaps knowing destiny was destined to suffer. People came and went in Jinxi City. The ancient city was bustling with prosperity. Xiao Yu Chang'an. The first floor was full of guests. On the stage, dancers dressed in light muslin danced. Their graceful figures made it hard for people to take their eyes off them. Behind the beaded curtain, Hong Luan raised her hand and played the zither. The pleasant sound of the zither reverberated in the loft, causing the bustling guests to quieten down. On the second floor, Lin Yuzhen stood in front of the sky room. Her hair was tied up high, and she was dressed in simple yet noble male attire. She exuded the majesty of a king. Is Your Highness still worried? In the bright room, the Dawn Moon House Master asked while trimming the flowers and plants. It's not that I'm worried. This king is very confident in Brother Ning's strength. It's just that the will of heaven is unpredictable. Who knows what kind of changes might occur? Lin Yuzhen replied calmly in front of the heaven room. In terms of strength, no one below the fourth realm dares to say that they can defeat him, but, in the bright room, the Dawn Moon House Master put down the scissors in her hand and picked up the copper pot for watering. She continued, this time, he's not fighting against humans, but against heaven. Since ancient times, only a few people have survived against heaven. Although knowing destiny is strong, it's hard to be stronger than heaven. Knowing destiny? Lin Yuzhen frowned and asked. The Dawn Moon House Master did not answer. She said while watering the flowers and plants, in this sword conference, the immortal slaying sword and immortal trapping sword will definitely attract many people's attention. Sword Pavilion is the head of the 4 pavilions, and its strength is even stronger than Butian. Although I don't know why Sword Pavilion invited so many sword masters, Brother Ning's identity is bound to attract a lot of trouble. I understand what you mean. If Brother Ning enters the treading celestial realm, he naturally won't need my protection. If he fails, I'll do my best to protect Brother Ning in the Sword Pavilion, Lin Yuzhen said seriously. Ning Chen is really lucky to have a friend like Your Highness, the Dawn Moon House Master said calmly. This king treats sincere people with sincerity. Since House Master has repeatedly placed bets on Brother Ning, I believe that the reason is the same as this king's, Lin Yuzhen lightly said. Your Highness' words are indeed correct. In the bright room, the Dawn Moon House Master reached out and cleaned the weeds in the flowers. She said calmly, I'm a businessman, and I can't do a losing business. However, businessmen also need to gamble sometimes. Brother Ning's tolerance is worthy of me betting my chips. If I win, I'll ascend to the sky step by step and prove my great Tao. If I lose, I'll start all over again. No one can compare with your vision and decisiveness, Lin Yuzhen sighed softly and said. Your Highness is too kind. The Dawn Moon House Master calmly replied and said, I don't know what will happen in the future, but at least until today, my bet on Brother Ning has been paid off. I always believed that I didn't choose the wrong person this time. On the first floor, the sound of the zither was indistinct as singing and dancing filled the air. All the guests were intoxicated by the music and couldn't take their eyes off it. At the end of the song, the sound of the zither stopped. Hong Luan stood up and put away the zither in front of her before walking towards the second floor. On the second floor, Hong Luan passed by the sky room and bowed towards Prince Qi in front of the room. Lin Yuzhen nodded and returned the greeting. Hong Luan stood up and continued walking towards the bright room. After receiving a knock on the door and receiving a response, Hong Luan pushed the door open and entered the room, putting down the zither in her hands. Your zither skills have improved, but your state of mind isn't calm, the Dawn Moon House Master calmly said. Hong Luan nodded and didn't refute. Are you worried about him? The Dawn Moon House Master didn't raise her head as she meticulously arranged the flowers and plants. Hong Luan nodded again and didn't refute. Do you know that his heart will never have you? He's the Jiming Marquis, the most affectionate but also the most heartless person in the world, the Dawn Moon House Master reminded. I know, Hong Luan softly replied. It's good that you understand. More than 100 years of hardships have made him unable to give any more feelings. In this world, you can fall in love with anyone but him, the Dawn Moon House Master indifferently said. There was only one Jiming Marquis in the world. The current Jiming Marquis had probably put away all his thoughts and wholeheartedly wanted to become an immortal. Regardless of victory or defeat, he would do his best in this lifetime. Hong Luan was silent as her eyes dimmed. No one appreciated her beautiful face covered by a veil anymore, and she didn't want to reveal it to anyone. Outside the Dawn Moon House, Hong Yi appeared and walked into the restaurant step by step. After greeting the shopkeeper, she continued to walk towards the second floor. In front of the sky room, Lin Yuzhen looked at the figure in red walking over and her eyes narrowed. What's going on? The realm concealed by the chaos volume was difficult to discern. However, Lin Yuzhen could still feel that the aura of the person in front of her was very different from before. Your Highness, I've made you wait for a long time, Ning Qin softly said. Did you succeed? Lin Yuzhen didn't say anything else and directly asked. Ning Qin lightly shook his head and said, I failed. When Lin Yuzhen heard this, her body trembled. After a moment, she recovered and said with an apologetic look on her face, This queen has been rude, but Brother Ning, don't be discouraged. With your strength, you will be able to successfully take this step sooner or later. Thank you for your auspicious words, Your Highness. Ning Chen faintly smiled and didn't look discouraged from failing the tribulation. It wasn't that he wasn't mentally prepared for this result. If it was so easy for a mortal to become an immortal, it wouldn't be as difficult as ascending to heaven. If he failed, he could find another way. His path hadn't been cut off yet. Since Brother Ning has such a mentality, it seems that I don't need to say those polite words of comfort. In the bright room, the Dawn Moon House Master stopped what she was doing and spoke. Ning Chen and Lin Yuzhen stepped into the bright room. Hong Luan bowed to them and retreated to prepare tea. The Dawn Moon House Master walked to a copper basin and washed the dirt off her hand. She calmly said, Please sit as you please. Thank you. Ning Chen and Lin Yuzhen responded and sat down at the table. The Dawn Moon House Master took a white cloth and wiped her hands dry. She turned and walked to the table and said, Brother Ning, how does it feel to become an immortal? How is it different from when you help others? They can't be mentioned in the same breath. Ning Chen honestly replied, Without experiencing the immortal ascension, one wouldn't know how terrifying the heavens are. If the heavens don't allow it, human strength is truly insignificant and not worth mentioning. Perhaps I should think of other methods. Outside the bright room, Hong Luan walked in with tea. Hearing their conversation, her expression became increasingly gloomy. Indeed, Sir Ning's heart couldn't contain anything other than immortal ascension. Inside the room, the Dawn Moon House master sensed the aura outside and said, "Hong Luan, the tea is about to turn cold. Why aren't you coming in?" At the door, Hong Luan's body trembled. She forcefully suppressed her thoughts and walked into the room. She placed down the tea and poured them one by one. She softly said, "Apologies, I was lost in thought for a moment. House Master, Your Highness Sir Ning, please have some tea." "Thank you." Ning Chen and Lin Yuzhen politely replied. Hong Luan faintly smiled and didn't stay any longer. She turned around and left. The Dawn Moon House master picked up the tea and took a sip before continuing, "Brother Ning, you have to be mentally prepared. After failing the immortal ascension, your cultivation will definitely be suppressed by the Dragon Gate. After that, every time you make a move, the power of the Dragon Gate will become stronger until one day, your cultivation will be completely sealed by the Dragon Gate. Therefore, from now on, unless you have no other choice, Brother Ning, please don't make a move easily." "I understand." Ning Chen nodded and said. On the side, Lin Yuzhen heard this and sighed with emotion. "Brother Ning, in the Sword Pavilion's sword conference, the immortal slaying sword and immortal trapping sword in your hands will definitely attract many people's attention. You have to be mentally prepared." Ning Chen nodded and said, "The sword conference isn't a martial competition, so I don't have to make a move. As long as the sword pavilion and the experts participating in the sword conference aren't overbearing, I won't casually cause trouble." The sword pavilion's sword conference was also an opportunity for him. The sword pavilion had a long inheritance. They were good at swords, and good at forging sword. Back then, his star soul and natal sword were damaged in the heavenly punishment and couldn't be repaired until now. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to reforge the two swords. Opposite him, the Dawn Moon House master drank the tea in her cup. Her calm eyes flickered with brilliance. Not long ago, she had used the scroll of light to deduce that their trip was extremely dangerous. Chapter 836. In front of the Dawn Moon House, Ning Chen and Prince Qi set off. The master of the Dawn Moon House came out to send them off. She was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked calmer than before. "You don't have to send us off. We'll meet again," Lin Yuzhen said politely. "Be careful," the master of the Dawn Moon House reminded her. The two nodded and left without saying anything else. Behind them, Hong Luan, who was dressed in a red dress, stood beside the Dawn Moon Tower's master. Looking at their departing figures, her eyes dimmed. She didn't know when she would be able to meet them again after this separation. "Hong Luan, it's time to let go," the master of the Dawn Moon House said calmly. "I understand," Hong Luan said sadly. The master of the Dawn Moon House nodded and didn't force Hong Luan. She had to walk out on her own when it came to matters of the heart. The Jiming Marquis had never been a good lover. This relationship was destined to be fruitless. A stream of light streaked across the starry sky and disappeared in a flash. A cyan heavenly boat was speeding towards the other side of the starry sky. The Sword Pavilion had invited experts from all over the world to compete in the sword. The Sword Pavilion Wuji Banquet had appeared once again. The Wanxiang starfield was an ancient starfield that had been gradually forgotten by the world for thousands of years. Today, streams of light streaked across the starfield, speeding towards the depths of the starfield. The Sword Pavilion was the head of the four martial pavilions. In ancient times, it was comparable to the peak inheritance of the Hall of the Dead and the Underworld. The heavenly boat arrived in front of the Wanxiang starfield. Ning Chen and Prince Qi stood side by side on the boat, looking at the ancient starfield in front of them with solemn expressions. Ahead of them was the boundary of the Wanxiang starfield, which meant that they weren't far from the Sword Pavilion. "Let's go." It's almost time, Ningchen said. Okay. Lin Yuzhen responded, and the heavenly boat under her flew out, turning into a cyan light with the two of them. In the depths of the Wanxiang starfield, there was a continent drifting in the starry sky. At the center of the continent was the majestic sword pavilion. It towered into the clouds, and its imposing aura was shocking. The sword pavilion Wuji banquet was about to begin. Streams of light flashed across the continent from time to time. Sword intent filled the air. Experts who came with sword invitations gathered at the sword pavilion to compete in the sword. Since ancient times, there was no first place in literature and second place in martial arts. The sword pavilion Wuji banquet was a good opportunity to prove it. Swordsmen talk about the sword, the inferior can see the sword on the sword. The heavenly boat appeared and descended from the sky. The two of them got off and walked towards Jiangya. Please show me your sword scroll. In front of the sword pavilion, a maidservant with a sword said. Ning Chen and Lin Yuzhen took out their sword scrolls and handed them over. The maid looked over the sword scroll and respectfully bowed. She stepped aside and politely said, "Honored guests, please enter." Ning Chen and Lin Yuzhen nodded and walked into the sword pavilion. Inside the sword pavilion, there was a completely different world. Spring water gurgled, and rockeries stood in great numbers. It was as beautiful as the back garden of an imperial palace. It was a feast for the eyes. The maidservant who came to lead the way led the two of them around and then stopped in front of two exquisite guest rooms. Esteemed guests, this is your temporary resting place. Tomorrow morning, I'll bring you to see the 3 pavilion masters, said the maid respectfully. Many thanks. Lin Yuzhen nodded and thanked him. The maid bowed again. Without saying anything, she turned and left. At the side, Ning Chen looked around and immediately retracted his gaze. He looked at the people beside him and said, "The prohibition and formation of this sword pavilion is not simple. It actually covered the aura of all the powerhouses. As the head of the 4 pavilions, the sword pavilion's strength is already extraordinary. Especially their attainments in swords and formations, they are unmatched in the world," replied Lin Yuzhen. "Your Highness seems to know a lot about the sword pavilion," said Ningchen in surprise. Lin Yuzhen nodded. Looking at the Phoenix Cry sword in her hand, she sighed and said, "The Phoenix Cry sword of Beiki is actually from the sword pavilion. Back then, the first emperor of Beiki fell in love with a pavilion master of the sword pavilion. When the emperor ascended the throne after pacifying the world, the pavilion master of the sword pavilion gave him his sword as a bond between the two of them. Unfortunately, in the end, the two of them could not be together because of various unforeseen circumstances. The pavilion master of the sword pavilion left after leaving behind a child. As for the first emperor of Beiki, he never conferred any concubines and lived out his life with regret." Upon hearing this, a strange look flashed across Ning Chen's eyes. So, there was such a relationship between the sword pavilion and the Beiki Empire. The Phoenix Cry sword is not an ordinary item. "Has the sword pavilion never sent anyone to retrieve it?" asked Ning Chen. "Yes, they have." Lin Yuzhen nodded and said, "I heard that not long after the first emperor of Beiki passed away, the sword pavilion sent someone to retrieve the Phoenix Cry sword. However, at that time, Beiki was at its peak and its strength was comparable to the top inheritances. The sword pavilion did not dare to force them. Since they could not retrieve it, they gave up temporarily." "I see." Ning Chen understood in his heart. It was not without reason that the Beiki Empire could confront the Ji family for so many years. There was a stunning Prince Qi in this generation, and no one dared to look down on him. Before that, there must have been other experts in Beiki who had protected the empire until today. Brother Ning, there should be many experts in the sword realm who will be invited to the endless sword banquet this time. At the same time, the swords in the hands of these swordsmen will also be the highlight of the sword conference. Brother Ning's 2 fairy swords and my Phoenix Cry sword are both very troublesome items. It is very likely that others will covet them. Therefore, this banquet will most likely not be peaceful, reminded Lin Yuzhen. I understand. Ning Chen nodded gently and looked at the pavilion within the pavilion in the distance. His eyes turned serious. He came here to repair his star soul and natal sword. He did not want to cause any trouble. He hoped that this trip would be peaceful. In the depths of the sword pavilion, in the pavilion within the pavilion, a woman in white was sitting quietly on the left side of the main seat. Below her, a swordsman's servant walked over and bowed respectfully. Third Pavilion Master, the 9th son of Mo clan and Prince Qi have arrived. He's finally arrived as well. A strange expression appeared on the woman's face. If the 9th son of Mo clan hadn't come, the endless sword banquet would have lost much of its splendor. Have Shen Ji and the third guardian of the demonic gate arrived? The lady in the court dress came back to her senses and asked. No. The swordsman's servant shook his head. The woman nodded slightly. I understand. You can leave first. If anything happens, immediately report back. Yes. The swordsman's servant bowed once more before leaving. Shinji, Moonweaver, you still haven't arrived? The woman stood up and looked at the scenery outside. Light flashed through her beautiful eyes. Third sister, has Prince Qi arrived? At this moment, a cold voice rang out from within the hall. He's here. The woman softly replied. It's good that he's here. The Phoenix Cry sword has been wandering outside for a long time. It's time to take it back, said the cold voice once more. Second sister. The woman sighed softly. The Phoenix Cry sword was given to us personally by the ancestral master. Logically speaking, it no longer belongs to the sword pavilion. It seems inappropriate to take it back by force. There's nothing inappropriate about it. As she spoke, the void swirled and an illusory figure appeared. Back then, it was the Emperor of Beiki who betrayed the ancestral master. The Phoenix Cry sword should be returned. The sword pavilion has been lenient for so many years. It's more than enough. Chapter 837. In Sword Pavilion, a cold moon hung high in the sky. It was a strange space of its own. It was cold and quiet. There were many small courtyards within and outside the pavilion. Sword experts from all over the continent had gathered to participate in the everlasting sword banquet. Among them, in an inconspicuous courtyard, red robes stood quietly pondering under the cold night sky. It was a habit she had developed over 100 years. She had to weigh the pros and cons of every action and plan for the future. If it was within her power, she couldn't fail. If it was beyond her power, she had to minimize the risk. Martial arts, wisdom, and luck were what every cultivator relied on to survive. Luck couldn't be changed, but martial arts and wisdom were determined by one's power. What are you thinking about? At some point, Lin Yuzhen's figure appeared behind him and asked softly. Ningchen came back to his senses and said, I'm thinking about what will happen when we meet Sword Pavilion's 3 pavilion masters tomorrow. Sword Pavilion used to be the head of the 4 pavilions. Sword Pavilion's 3 pavilion masters must be peak experts in the world, said Lin Yuzhen. Your Highness, it's not wrong to measure the heart of a gentleman with one's own yardstick. We need to prepare for the worst, said Ningchen. Brother Ning, do you think Sword Pavilion will harm us? Asked Lin Yuzhen. We have to be on guard against others. I've never had any dealings with Sword Pavilion, and I don't have any grudges with them. However, my past experience tells me that a knife will always stab you when you're unprepared, said Ningchen calmly. Lin Yuzhen was silent for a moment. She nodded and said, I will be careful. Brother Ning, your cultivation technique is severely restricted. You need to be more careful. Ningchen nodded and calmly agreed. The cold night was silent. When the sun rose from the east, a sword attendant respectfully bowed outside the courtyard. Honored guests, the pavilion master invites you in. Ningchen and Lin Yuzhen walked out. Please lead the way. The sword attendant stood up and led the two of them to a pavilion within a pavilion. There was a magnificent palace within a pavilion within a pavilion. There were 3 seats at the end of the hall. A woman in white was sitting on the leftmost seat. Her face was covered by a veil, but her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. "Third Pavilion Master, the 2 honored guests are here." As the 3 of them walked over, the sword servant stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "I understand. You can leave now," said Jing Wuxia softly. "Yes." The swordsman accepted the order and turned around to leave. "Your Highness Prince Qi, young Master Ning, please sit." Jing Wuxia looked at the 2 of them and said softly, "Many thanks, Third Pavilion Master." Ning Chen and Lin Yuzhen nodded, walking to the side and sitting down. "Serve tea," Jing Wuxia said softly. "Yes." A maidservant walked over and served tea to the 2 of them. Then she retreated. "Please." Jing Wuxia raised the teacup in front of her and said softly. Ning Chen and Lin Yuzhen also picked up their teacups and nodded. They took a sip and enjoyed the fragrance of the tea. "Young Master Ning, Your Highness Prince Qi, how is our sword pavilion's Qinglan tea?" asked Jing Wuxia with a gentle smile. "The aroma of tea overflows, leaving a lingering aftertaste," Lin Yuzhen praised. Ning Chen put down the teacup and didn't say anything. "Young Master Ning doesn't seem to like this tea very much?" Jing Wuxia noticed the former's expression and asked in confusion. "It's not that I dislike you." Ning Chen lightly shook his head and said, "I just thought of an old friend. Her tea is unparalleled in the world. I've only drunk it once, and it's still fresh in my memory." A strange light flashed in Jing Wuxia's eyes and she said, "A person who can be remembered by young Master Ning must be extraordinary. I wonder if I have the chance to befriend her." "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Third Pavilion Master." Ning Chen forced a smile and said, "The friend I'm talking about has passed away many years ago." "That's a pity." Jing Wuxia sighed and said, "Young Master Ning's friend must be a dragon or phoenix among men. She's worthy of this praise." Ning Chen sighed. Fan Lingyue was the crown of literature and martial art. During those 7 years, she was the true number 1 person under the heavens. Thinking of an old friend, Ning Chen felt inexplicably complicated. After a while, he collected his thoughts and looked at the woman on the main seat and said, "Third Pavilion Master, I have a question. I hope Third Pavilion Master can answer it." "Please speak, young Master Ning," Jing Wuxia said softly. Ning Chen waved his hand, and 2 broken swords appeared amidst the flowing light. One of them was green and bright, while the other was bloody. The aura circulating them was sharp and bone-piercing. These 2 swords were broken in the heavenly punishment. Now that they reappeared, their auras were much weaker than before. "Can the sword pavilion repair these 2 swords?" asked Ning Chen. Jing Wuxia narrowed her eyes and looked at the 2 divine weapons floating in the red light. She waved her hand and the divine weapons flew back to her. She raised her hand and lightly tapped the sword. The spirituality on the broken sword still hadn't dissipated and was resisting the external force. Jing Wuxia's expression gradually became serious. What a powerful sword intent! It wasn't inferior to the divine swords of Sword Pavilion. "These swords can be repaired." Jing Wuxia waved her hand and returned the 2 divine weapons. She said seriously, however, repairing these 2 swords isn't easy. Even Sword Pavilion will have to pay a great price to do it. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "Third Pavilion Master, please speak frankly." Jing Wuxia nodded and said, "This blood-red sword was forged from Astral Soul Essence Iron. It's perfect and flawless. If it's forged again, it will definitely damage the spirituality of the divine materials. So, how can we ensure that the spirituality of the divine swords remains intact and repair the broken sword? That's a big problem." As for the other sword, Jing Wuxia's tone changed and she continued, "I can see that the material isn't the best. However, the sword intent it contains is astonishing. Using blood to nourish a sword, an ordinary sword will eventually become a divine weapon. If we want to repair this sword, it will be even more difficult than the previous one." Ning Chen listened quietly. He knew that these two swords weren't easy to repair. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here. Forging a sword requires divine materials, earth fire, and heavenly spring water. It's the same for repairing a sword. Our sword pavilion doesn't lack earth fire or heavenly spring water. However, the divine materials needed to repair a sword aren't that easy to obtain. Jing Wuxiao looked at the man in front of him and said, "Young Master Ning, our sword pavilion has invited all the top swordsmen in the world to the sword conference banquet this time. If young Master can defeat all of them and become the champion of the sword conference banquet, our sword pavilion will agree to help young Master repair these two swords. What do you think?" Ning Chen frowned slightly and said, "What benefits will our sword pavilion gain by doing this? Isn't it just making a wedding dress for someone else's disciple?" Jing Wuxia smiled and said, "Young Master doesn't need to worry about this. As long as young Master becomes the champion of the sword conference, our sword pavilion will definitely fulfill our promise." Ning Chen fell silent. After a long time, he nodded and said, "I will do my best." Jing Wuxia smiled and looked at Prince Qi. He said softly, "Your Highness, can you let me take a look at your Phoenix Cry sword?" Lin Yuzhen narrowed her eyes. Her aura unconsciously overflowed as she became alert. "Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions." An apologetic look flashed across Jing Wuxia's face and he said, "I just want to take a look at the difference between my ancestor's sword and the divine weapons of our sword pavilion. I have no other intentions." Lin Yuzhen gradually let down her guard after hearing this. She waved her left hand and the Phoenix Cry sword appeared and flew towards Jing Wuxia. "Many thanks." Jing Wuxia replied and reached out to take the divine weapon. He held the hilt and scabbard with both hands and slowly pulled out the Phoenix Cry sword. A clear Phoenix Cry resounded and the entire sword pavilion was filled with multicolored light. The peerless divine weapon's edge illuminated the heavens and earth. At this moment, an illusory figure appeared in the sky. He didn't say anything and directly reached out to grab the Phoenix Cry sword. When Jing Wuxia saw this, he subconsciously leaned to the side and avoided the former's hand. "Second sister." Jing Wuxia waved his hand and returned the Phoenix Cry sword. He said softly, "The guest has been waiting for a long time. Why are you only here now?" On the seat, Lin Yuzhen took the Phoenix Cry sword and looked at the figure that appeared in the sky. A trace of seriousness flashed through her eyes. "Just now, this person seemed to want to snatch the sword? I was dealing with some matters and forgot the time. Third sister, you didn't neglect the guest, right?" The illusory figure condensed and a purple-robed woman walked out. Her voice was cold. "Second sister, you must be joking. How would I dare to neglect the guest?" said Jing Wuxia softly. "That's good." Shui Wuyue nodded and looked at the two people in front of him. He didn't say anything and disappeared once again. Jing Wuxia smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry. Second sister doesn't like to show her face in front of outsiders. It's already not easy for her to make an exception today. I hope the two of you can forgive me. Third Pavilion Master, please don't be an outsider." Ning Chen shook his head and said, "It's enough for Second Pavilion Master to show up. May I know when First Pavilion Master will come?" Jing Wuxia looked outside the pavilion and said, "Big Sister's cultivation is at a critical moment. A few days ago, she said that she would come out today. Please wait for a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful sword pressure soared into the sky from the depths of the sword pavilion. It was so powerful that it shocked everyone. "She's out." Jing Wuxia sensed it and said with a serious expression. In the next moment, a dark red figure appeared in the hall. It was a graceful woman with a phoenix crown and a noble temperament. Although she wasn't beautiful, she had a subduing bearing. "Big Sister." Jing Wuxia stood up and said respectfully. Below them, Ning Chen and Lin Yuzhen also stood up and bowed politely. "No need to be so polite." Mei Wuhan walked to the main seat and sat down. He looked at the two people and said calmly, "Young Master Ning, Your Highness Prince Qi, welcome to my sword pavilion. First pavilion master is too polite." Ning Chen and Lin Yuzhen responded softly and looked at the woman in front of them seriously. The master of the sword pavilion actually had such a terrifying cultivation. "Both of you, please sit," Mei Wuhan said and looked at the woman beside him. He asked, "Third sister, have you told the two guests about the requirements of the sword pavilion everlasting banquet?" "Not yet." Jing Wuxia shook his head and replied. Mei Wuhan nodded and said, "Tell the two guests the specific requirements." "Yes." Jing Wuxia nodded and said seriously, "This sword everlasting banquet is divided into 3 parts: sword evaluation, sword discussion, and sword competition. The sword evaluation is very simple. The sword evaluation is based on the quality of the sword. The sword discussion is to test the sword user's understanding of the sword and swordsmanship. As for the sword competition, I don't think I need to explain. The sword competition is based on martial arts. If you win all 3 rounds, you will be the chief." Chapter 838. At the Sword Garret, the Wuji Sword Banquet was about to begin. Streams of light flashed past, heading toward the pavilion within the pavilion. In a small courtyard far away, Ning Chen and Lin Yuzhen walked out and walked forward together. The sword conference of the world, the Wuji Banquet, began again today. In the pavilion within the pavilion, rows of tables were arranged. At the top, the 3 pavilion masters of the Sword Garret walked out one by one. Their powerful aura was shocking. Ning Chen and Lin Yuzhen took their seat. 2 sword maids walked forward and bowed, respectfully inviting their swords. Taisher and Fengming handed over their swords. The famous swords of Taoism and Beiki appeared on the sword evaluation stage. At the main seats, the 3 pavilion masters of the Sword Garret sat down. Everyone stood up and bowed politely. "Please have a seat." Mei Wuhan, who was in the middle of the main seats, spoke with a smile. Everyone thanked him and sat down. "I'm sure everyone knows the purpose of today's banquet. The Wuji Sword Banquet is only for the most powerful swordsmen in the world. Everyone here is an expert swordsman from the major galaxies. I'm sure you all want to know if your sword can dominate the world," Mei Wuhan said. Below the seats, the experts from the major galaxies tasted their wine silently. The pavilion master was right. After hundreds of years of learning, everyone wanted to prove their swords. I'm sure everyone knows the rules of the Wuji Sword Banquet. Today, the top 20 swords will be evaluated. The top 20 will be able to view the Sword Garret's Sword Codex for half a day and advance to tomorrow's sword tournament, Mei Wuhan continued. Everyone looked at each other in shock. The Sword Codex was the supreme sword codex of the Sword Garret. It was rumored that it was created by a 4th-level expert and was extremely powerful. If one could cultivate it to the highest level, they would be able to step into the 4th level that all the experts in the world dreamed of. On the main seat, Mei Wuhan looked at the expressions of the people below. The smile on his face did not change as he quietly waited for everyone to calm down. Beside him, Shui Weiyue, who was dressed in a purple dress, still had a cold expression. Only when she glanced at the Fengming sword on the sword evaluation stage did her expression change. On the other side, Jing Wuxia sat there quietly. Her gentle temperament attracted the attention of many experts. The 3 pavilion masters of the Sword Firmament Pavilion each had their own strengths. The first pavilion master was graceful and dignified. He was undoubtedly the strongest among the 3 pavilion masters. As for the second pavilion master, Shui Weiyue, although her appearance was incomparably beautiful, her temperament was extremely cold. She rarely spoke and would not smile at anyone, so no one dared to approach her. The third pavilion master, Jing Wuxia, was the most attractive among the 3 pavilion masters. Her temperament was gentle, and even the veil covering her face could not hide her peerless demeanor. She was the most eye-catching. After a brief commotion, the experts gradually calmed down. They looked at the three pavilion masters on the main seat. This time, they were no longer as indifferent as before. Sitting in the third row, Ning Chun quietly drank the wine in his cup. His calm expression did not change at all, as if he was not moved by the words of the master of the sword pavilion. Lin Yuzhen narrowed her eyes as she looked at Shui Wuyu. She had a feeling that the second pavilion master of the sword firmament pavilion cared a lot about the Phoenix Cry sword. If no one has any objections, then the limitless sword banquet will now begin, said Mei Wuhan. Wait. At this moment a white-robed man said, the limitless sword banquet is a competition of swords. I think the sword pavilion won't hold back. I heard that the sword pavilion has several divine swords. Why don't you take them out to compete with the world's famous swords? The heavenly mist Starfield's sword god by you. Everyone looked over and recognized him. He was the heavenly mist Starfield's strongest swordsman. His cultivation base and attainments in the sword were unfathomable. He had never been defeated in his life. Sword god by you's words are reasonable. Mei Wuhan nodded. Since it's a competition of swords, the sword pavilion should not be an exception. Wuyue, place your sunset sword on the sword evaluation stage. Wuyue frowned, but she didn't say anything. She waved her hand, and an ancient sword that had been hidden in its scabbard appeared. It flew toward the sword evaluation stage. The world's famous swords had gathered, and the sword evaluation stage was filled with multicolored light. The auras of swords that had been unsheathed and unsheathed were circulating. Everyone, let's begin, said Mei Wuhan calmly. Bai Yu raised her hand, and a silver-white sword was unsheathed. The instant the sword appeared, the world around it froze. Endless cold chi surged, sealing the world. Clear sky, forged from divine white frost gold. Please evaluate it, said Bai Yu calmly. All the swordsmen looked at the unsheathed divine sword on the sword evaluation stage. Their eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor. They had heard of the famous sword Clear Sky for a long time. A sword of the highest quality. Wuyue Shui said indifferently. He didn't say anything else. Everyone nodded. This sword was indeed extraordinary. No matter if it was the sword's quality or the sword itself, there was nothing to nitpick about. No one could say anything about it entering the next round. Clear Sky returned to its scabbard and landed back on the sword evaluation stage. The second sword flew up. It was also an extraordinary sword. Waves of fire burned, causing the temperature of the stage to rise several times. Ruohuo. The second person was a red-robed woman. She didn't say anything else after she said the sword's name. The Zhurong family's divine sword. All the swordsmen's expressions changed. The Zhurong family was located in a remote area and had been in seclusion for a long time. They hadn't expected that they would be invited by Sword Pavilion. A sword of the highest quality. Jing Wuxia softly said from the main seat. It's rare for third sister to evaluate swords. It seems this Ruohuo has caught third sister's attention. Mei Wuhan looked over with a smile. Big sister, my attainments in the sword are limited, so I didn't dare to embarrass myself. However, this Ruohuo divine sword doesn't lose to Clear Sky. It's worthy of being called a sword of the highest quality, said Jing Wuxia warmly. Mei Wuhan nodded and smiled. He didn't make any more comments. Like Ruohuo returned to its scabbard, the next swordsman raised his sword. He was also one of the strongest swordsmen in the world, and his sword was a rarely seen divine weapon. One divine weapon after another was unsheathed in front of everyone, causing the atmosphere of the everlasting sword banquet to reach its peak. Sword of the highest quality. Sword of the highest quality. Words of evaluation determined the quality of the sword. Not long after, the evaluation reached the Phoenix Cry. The instant the sword was unsheathed, the entire hall was shocked. The divine sword shined with red light and the cries of the phoenix rang out. It was a peerless divine weapon. On the right side of the main seat, Shui Wuyue stood up and looked at the Phoenix Cry sword floating in the air. Second sister. Mei Wuhan reminded in an indifferent tone. Hearing this, Shui Wuyue suppressed the ripples in his heart and sat down. However, his eyes never left the Phoenix Cry sword above the sword evaluation platform. A heavenly grade sword, said Mei Wuhan. This was the first time a heavenly grade sword had appeared since the start of the sword banquet. It was a divine weapon that surpassed the highest quality, and it made everyone's hearts tremble for a long time. In the next moment, the Phoenix Cry returned to its scabbard and the divine sword returned to the sword banquet. Beside Lin Yuzhen, Ning Chen smiled. There was no doubt that the Phoenix Cry sword had been selected, so there was no need to congratulate King Qi. "Brother Ning, it's your turn," said Lin Yuzhen softly. Ning Chen nodded and raised his right hand. On the sword banquet, Genesis Prime was unsheathed. Azure light blossomed, and the famous sword of the Taoist gate appeared once more. After the shock of the Phoenix Cry, everyone's expressions didn't change much when they saw the Genesis Prime sword. They nodded to express their approval. A sword of the highest quality. Jing Wuxiao once more evaluated. With this evaluation, Genesis Prime returned to its scabbard. However, just as the sword descended, a discordant voice came from the banquet. "Rumor has it that Mo Gate's ninth son has two immortal swords. Why didn't he take them out for everyone to see?" Sitting in the first row, a blue-robed swordsman had his back to the crowd. He was sipping wine as he spoke. In the end, it still came. Ning Chen sighed inwardly. As expected, he couldn't avoid trouble. The blue-robed swordsman's words caused everyone to look over. Everyone knew the name of the immortal sword, but very few people had seen the appearance of the immortal sword. "Why do you think I should take out the immortal sword? The sword belongs to me. Whether I take it out or not shouldn't be your concern." Trouble had come knocking, so Ning Chen's expression turned cold. The blue-robed swordsman turned his head. The wine cup in his hand trembled, and the wine transformed into a sword that pierced through the air. When the water sword arrived, Ning Chen's eyes turned cold. His protective sword Qi transformed into a barrier in front of him, blocking the water sword with a boom. "It's impolite not to reciprocate. Sir, please." Ning Chen wasn't someone who was good at enduring, and he didn't plan on enduring any longer. He slammed the table with his right hand, and the wine cup flew into the air. The wine turned into mist, and the formless sword rapidly shot out. The blue-robed swordsman's eyes narrowed. His cultivation technique erupted, and his true Qi surged to block the formless sword. Rip! Sword Qi tore through the air, and a bloody mark appeared on the blue-robed swordsman's face. It was very eye-catching. "You're courting death." The blue-robed swordsman was furious after being humiliated in front of everyone. He slammed the table and got up to attack. "What kind of place do you think my sword pavilion is?" At this moment, Mei Wuhan's expression was indifferent. His aura revolved, and a terrifying pressure swept out, shocking everyone present. The blue-robed swordsman who was just about to get up felt his body sink. With a thump, he fell down once more, unable to move. Ning Chen looked at the master of the sword pavilion, and a serious light flashed through his eyes. This first pavilion master's strength was definitely not inferior to Qi Kuanglan's. He might even be more terrifying. "Let's continue with the sword evaluation." "Next," said Mei Wuhan indifferently. After this display of power, the experts all chose to keep quiet. With the great pavilion master of the sword pavilion present, anyone who wanted to cause trouble would have to consider their own strength. The sword evaluation continued. One divine item after another appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Just as the final divine item returned to the sword evaluation platform, Mei Wuhan frowned slightly. "Third sister, did the master of the violet firmament and the inverted water moon not come?" "No." Jing Wuxia shook her head. "I've already sent sword attendants to deliver sword invitations to the Moon Weaver Maiden and Shinji. But for some reason, neither of them came." Mei Wuhan's eyes flashed with a strange light. He didn't ask any more questions and just nodded. During the banquet, Ning Chen listened to their conversation. He silently drank without saying anything. He didn't know why Shinji hadn't come, but it was impossible for the Moon Weaver maiden to come. The inverted water moon had been injured by a mortal execution, and it wouldn't be healed in a short time. Since that's the case, third sister, you can announce the results of the sword evaluation, said Mei Wuhan. Yes. Jing Wuxia stood up. Wait a moment. Just at this moment, Sword Qi soared from within Sword Pavilion. An ancient sword pierced through the air. The supreme intent on the sword was shocking. The final sword, Heavenly Tower. Chapter 839. At the end of the Sword Pavilion's sword evaluation, Sword Sovereign appeared and Heavenly Tower broke through the air, startling all the experts present. His black robes were simple yet noble. The Heavenly Manor swordsman had appeared once more. He was a peerless expert with sharp eyes. An old friend came and sat at the table. Ning Chen was surprised at first, but he soon regained his composure. He stood up and bowed, his expression respectful. Senior revered sword. Mu Changa nodded and walked to the front of the table. He looked at the three pavilion masters and calmly said, Pavilion masters, it's not too late to participate in the sword evaluation, right? The results haven't been announced yet, so it's not too late, said Mei Wuhan. That's good. Mu Changa waved his hand, and Heavenly Tower was unsheathed. A strange sound echoed within Sword Pavilion as Heavenly Tower appeared once more. The divine sword's strange appearance attracted everyone's attention. The three pavilion masters' eyes also flashed. What a good Heavenly Tower! A heaven-grade sword! Mei Wuhan gave his evaluation when the second heaven-grade sword appeared. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the divine sword on the sword evaluation platform. It seemed that Sword Sovereign had not only made a breakthrough in his cultivation in the past 100 years, but he had also reforged Heavenly Tower. Heavenly Tower returned to its scabbard and the strange appearance disappeared. Mu Changa turned and sat not far from Ning Chen. After the sword evaluation ended, everyone waited for the results. Jing Wuxia stood up and waved her hand. Divine weapons flew out of the sword evaluation platform one after another. The rankings were immediately determined. In the first place, the Phoenix Cry sword was undeniably number 1. Next was the Sunset sword of the second Pavilion Master and Tingtian Quebec. Then, the Taisher sword unexpectedly surpassed the Clear Sky sword of the Bayou Sword God and was ranked 4th. It was a famous sword of Taoism and a low-profile divine weapon. Today, it finally showed its power. Clear Sky and Ruahuo were ranked 5th and 6th, respectively. Behind them were the divine weapons brought by the various Starfield's experts. The difference in quality between their swords was very small, so their rankings were very close. The top 20 were listed one by one. Those who had entered were gratified, while those who had failed were sad. Tomorrow we'll be holding a sword competition here. Friends ranked in the top 20, please don't forget the time. As for other friends, I hope you'll be able to bear witness. Sword Pavilion will definitely reward you generously, said Mei Wuhan calmly. Hearing this, everyone stood up and bowed politely. One by one, the swordsmen left their seats and walked out of the hall. The top 20 swordsmen stayed in the hall, waiting for the Sword Pavilion to fulfill their promise. On the main seats, Mei Wuhan and Shui Weiyue stood up and left, no longer interfering in the following matters. After the two pavilion masters left, Jing Wuxia walked down the hall and said softly, "Everyone, please follow me." The 19 swordsmen followed him and walked toward the back of the sword pavilion. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, Jing Wuxia stopped in front of a towering cave. He turned around and looked at everyone with a gentle expression. "Everyone, this is the place where the sword manuals are engraved. When the sun sets, I will come to pick you up. Please cherish your time inside." After saying that, Jing Wuxia didn't say anything else and went back the way he came. After a few steps, Jing Wuxia hesitated for a moment before stopping and whispering, "Young Master Ning, please be careful. Hearing the reminder, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as he was about to ask, the person beside him had already walked away. What happened? Lin Yuzhen asked from the side. I'm not sure. The third pavilion master reminded us to be careful, said Ning Chen. Lin Yuzhen turned around and looked at the third pavilion master, who was walking away. A strange light flashed in her eyes. What did the third pavilion master mean? Why did he remind them? Your Highness, the second pavilion master, has been paying attention to the Phoenix Cry Sword. I'm sure your Highness has already noticed, said Ning Chen. Yes. Lin Yuzhen nodded and said, when the third pavilion master said that he wanted to see the Phoenix Cry Sword, the second pavilion master seemed to want to snatch it. The relationship between the three pavilion masters shouldn't be as harmonious as it seems. As the two spoke, the door of the sword cave was pushed open. With a rumbling sound, an abnormally powerful sword intent spread out. It was ancient and heavy, making people feel small. Everyone focused and walked into the sword cave step by step. In the dim sword cave, a few luminous pearls shone with a gentle light, illuminating the sword cave. Let's go. Outside the sword cave, Mu Changa glanced at the two before walking into the sword cave. Lin Yuzhen looked at the black-clothed man in front of her thoughtfully. She had never heard of this person before, but he knew Lord Ning. It was really strange. Senior Sword Venerable is from the Z-Wei Galaxy. He has always kept a low profile. It's normal that your Highness doesn't know him. Ning Chen could see what Lin Yuzhen was thinking and replied. Lord Ning, are you also from the Z-Wei Galaxy? I have never asked about your background, said Lin Yuzhen softly. No. Ning Chen shook his head and said, Your Highness, you are my friend. I don't want to lie to you. It's just that my background has too many implications. It's best if fewer people know about it. Your Highness, please don't ask any more. I was too rash. Lin Yuzhen looked apologetic and said, Brother Ning, please don't take offense. It's fine. Ning Chen replied softly and walked towards the sword cave. He said, Your Highness, let's go in. It's a rare opportunity. Yes. Lin Yuzhen nodded and followed him. The sword cave was dim. The luminous pearls embedded along the way couldn't illuminate the sword cave too much. Not long after they entered, they could feel the endless heavy sword pressure from the depths of the sword cave, making it harder for them to move forward. There's something carved on the stone wall. After walking for a while, Lin Yuzhen looked at the stone wall not far away and said. When Ning Chen heard this, he also looked over and walked closer to take a closer look. In the dim light, he could vaguely see the broken murals on the stone wall. They were arranged messily without any order and were dazzling. This should be the sword codex. After observing for a long time, Ning Chen said with a serious expression. It was no wonder that the sword pavilion allowed outsiders to come in and look at such a messy sword technique. If they didn't cultivate this technique properly, it wouldn't be strange if they directly went berserk. Can this sword codex really be cultivated? Lin Yuzhen looked at the broken murals and asked. The sword pavilion wouldn't go so far as to use a fake sword codex to deceive everyone. Everyone here is at the peak of the sword realm in the various galaxies. They can see the clues at a glance. The sword codex should be these murals. However, it's really difficult for ordinary people to see how to cultivate it, said Ning Chen. Brother Ning, did you see anything? Asked Lin Yuzhen. Not yet. Ning Chen memorized the murals on the stone wall one by one. He only had half a day, so he didn't have time to think about it carefully. He had to memorize it first. To the side, Lin Yuzhen watched as Ning Chen's gaze moved around. Was he able to memorize something so quickly? For nearly 4 hours, Ning Chen didn't say a word. He focused on memorizing the murals on the stone wall, one by one. No matter if they were incomplete, he didn't miss a single one. Lin Yuzhen followed beside him, and the shock in her eyes grew stronger. She knew that this young Master Ning wasn't an arrogant person. Since he dared to walk forward so quickly, it meant he had memorized all the murals. These weren't ordinary words or scriptures. The moves on these murals were so complicated that they gave people a headache. Even geniuses with photographic memory would find it difficult to memorize more than a few of them. After 4 hours, Ning Chen finally stopped and rubbed his aching temples. He closed his eyes and said tiredly, "Your Highness, can you help me see how many murals are left?" Lin Yuzhen looked behind and said, "There are about 3,000 murals left." Ning Chen nodded. Then there weren't many left. Sword Pavilion's sword manuals were so complicated that they gave people a headache. "Brother Ning, if you're too tired, you can rest," said Lin Yuzhen softly. "There's no time." Ning Chen shook his head. "It'll be sunset soon. I'm fine. Your Highness, please help guard the surroundings. That third pavilion master told us to be careful. He should be hinting at something." "All right." Lin Yuzhen nodded. After resting for a moment, Ning Chen didn't dare waste any more time. He continued to memorize the moves on the stone wall. Time slowly passed, and the 6th hour was about to end. Outside, the sun was setting. Half a day had passed. In front of the sword cave, Jing Wuxiao walked over. He looked at the setting sun in the west and stopped. Time was almost up. He hoped nothing had happened to those two. Within the sword cave, there were thousands of murals on the stone walls. The 19-peak sword experts were looking at them as they walked deeper into the cave. The sword pressure was getting heavier and heavier, making it hard for them to breathe. Ning Chen was memorizing the murals. At some point, his red robes were completely soaked. It was as if he had experienced an intense battle. To the side, Lin Yuzhen was worried. She knew that memorizing these complex and incomplete sword moves would consume a great deal of spiritual sense. It definitely wasn't an easy task. At the same time, Mei Wuhan was standing in an illusory space above Sword Pavilion. His eyes were closed as he comprehended the sword. At this moment, space stirred and an incomparably cold figure walked out. She looked at the person in front of her and indifferently said, "Big sister, why did you let those people enter the sword cave? Are you really not worried about the sword manual's moves being leaked?" "What is there to worry about?" Mei Wuhan opened his eyes. "Second sister should know how difficult it is to cultivate the sword manuals. We have cultivated for hundreds of years, but we still haven't completely comprehended them. Those people can only see the sword moves, but they don't have the sword manuals. If they force themselves to cultivate, they will only suffer a cultivation deviation and be consigned to eternal damnation." Mei Wuhan didn't continue speaking. He looked at Lin Yuzhen and indifferently said, "What about third sister? Half a day should be up. It's time to bring them out." "Third sister has already gone," Shui Wuyue responded. His figure gradually faded and disappeared from the illusory space. Outside the sword cave, the sun was setting in the west. Jing Wuxiao let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to enter the sword cave, his expression suddenly changed. At this moment, tens of thousands of swords crisscrossed within the sword cave. An incomparably powerful sword pressure spread out. Wave after wave of sword intent surged, shaking the entire sword pavilion. In the deepest part of the sword cave, in front of the last 3 murals, a red-robed figure flew out and crashed into the stone wall behind him. He vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground red. Chapter 840. In the depths of the sword cave, his clothes were dyed red with blood, dripping onto the ground. Lin Yuzhen's expression changed, and she arrived beside him in a flash. "How are you?" "I'm fine." Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to get up. He looked at the last 3 murals in front of him, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Sword Pavilion's sword cannon was truly worthy of its reputation. This trip had been worth it. In the distance, at the top of the sword pavilion, in the illusory space, Mei Wuhan felt the changes in the sword cavern, and his face sank. He took a step forward and disappeared. Dark red light converged in front of the sword cave, and Mei Wuhan walked out. After several flashes, he arrived at the depths of the sword cave. Inside the sword cave, the peak swordsmen all looked at the flashing figure with strange expressions. Why had the sword pavilion's first pavilion master also come? In the depths of the sword cave, Lin Yuzhen helped Ning Chen up. At this moment, her gaze narrowed as she looked at the two figures behind her. A breath later, Mei Wuhan stopped and looked at the two figures in front of her. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. So it's Prince Qi and Prince Ning. How are you? Are you injured? Thank you for your concern, First Pavilion Master. I was just shocked. It's nothing serious, said Ning Chen with a smile. That's good. Mei Wuhan nodded and said, Third sister, bring these guests out. Yes. Jing Wuxiao walked over and softly replied. The two of you should go back and rest. I hope to see the two of you shine in the sword competition tomorrow. Mei Wuhan smiled as he spoke, and then he didn't say anything further before his figure faded and vanished from the sword cavern. The two of you, please. Jing Wuxiao walked over with a gentle expression. Ning Chen and Lin Yuzhen nodded, and then they strode out. Outside the sword cave, the sun was setting in the west. Jing Wuxiao brought everyone out and waved her hand to close the sword cave's stone door. She softly said, Everyone, it's already late. Please go back and rest. Everyone nodded and glanced at the sword cave behind them before walking away. Let's go too. Ning Chen didn't want to delay any longer due to his injuries. Lin Yuzhen nodded and left with him. In front of the sword cavern, Jing Wuxiao looked at the backs of the two people as worry flashed across his limpid eyes. The sun set and the cold moon rose from the east. Night fell on the earth. Looking from afar, the pavilion within the pavilion seemed even more majestic, like a divine sword that would be unsheathed at any time. It made people feel cold all over. In a small courtyard in the distance, a red light rose. Lin Yuzhen's true essence surged, helping the person in front of her heal. After a long time, Ning Chen opened his eyes and suppressed the surging phoenix origin in his body. He said, Thank you, Your Highness. What's going on? Lin Yuzhen withdrew her hand and asked. Ning Chen stood up and looked at the pavilion in the distance. A light flashed in his eyes. He waved his right hand and activated the yellow springs. Layer after layer of strange light rose up, blocking the laws of heaven and earth, and blocking the prying gazes from afar. Your Highness, look carefully. I will show you the sword moves that I have memorized. With a wave of his hand, Taisha appeared. Ning Chen gripped his sword and moved. His red clothes were like a shadow, and his sword was like a graceful swan. The sword manual appeared again. It was hard to tell whether it was real or fake. The amazing sword manual reappeared today. He abandoned his true chi and only kept his sword move. Each move returned to its essence, returning to its original state. At the side, Lin Yuzhen looked at the sword and became more and more shocked. So, this was the legendary sword manual? When the sword reached the extreme, it could go against the flow and kill immortals. It was rumored that the sword manual could break through the fourth realm. In just half a day, Ning Chen had seen through its mysteries. The 9,900 murals proved the extreme. Ning Chen's figure moved faster and faster. Wind and thunder rumbled on his sword. The heavens descended, and all things were destroyed. He used the final 3 moves as if they were light. The moment the sword tip passed through the gap, the sky split open, and a terrifying crack appeared across the world. Taisha returned to its scabbard and disappeared in an instant. Ning Chen looked at the woman in men's clothes in front of him and said, Your Highness, did you see it clearly? Lin Yuzhen recovered from her shock and nodded with a complicated look in her eyes. She sighed and said, The sword manual that the world's experts can't understand even a little, Brother Ning only used half a day to comprehend it. I admire you. Your Highness is too kind. Ning Chen smiled calmly and said, High comprehension ability is one of the few advantages I can bring out. Brother Ning's injury just now must be related to this sword manual, right? Lin Yuzhen said. She and the other experts who entered the sword cave had seen the last 3 murals, but they were safe and sound. Only Brother Ning had an accident after seeing it. There must be something strange about it. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, I didn't understand the first 9,000 murals at first. I just memorized them by force. When I saw the last 3 murals, the moves I memorized before were verified one by one. Only then did I understand a little. However, because my mind was exhausted, the true qi in my body backfired, and I was injured. No wonder so many top sword experts from the major star fields couldn't understand this sword manual. There is almost no one else in the world who can memorize all 9,900 murals like Brother Ning. Lin Yuzhen sighed with emotion. Fate was fair after all. Brother Ning's aptitude was indeed not much, but his wisdom and comprehension were really terrifying. It was hard to believe. Just as the two of them were talking, Mei Wuhan stood quietly on the highest floor of the pavilion in the distance. She looked at the void sealed by the restriction in the distance, and her eyes flashed. The commotion in the sword cave before this was undoubtedly because someone had comprehended the sword manual. The 9th son of Mo sect was the closest to the last 3 murals at that time. It was most likely him. She didn't pay too much attention to the various rumors about this kid earlier. Even though this person had schemed against the various Do Qi practitioners in the ancient battlefield, it was truly not worth mentioning in her opinion. She could kill all those people with a wave of her hand. However, the incident that occurred in the sword cave today caused her to have no choice but to pay attention to this kid. At the same time, in the Water Moon Hall, the second pavilion master of the sword pavilion stood in front of the window. She was also looking at the inconspicuous small courtyard in the distance. Her beautiful face was still cold, and there was no emotion in it. Second sister. Jing Wuxiao walked over, looked at the woman in front of the window, and called out softly. What's the matter? Wu Shui did not turn around. Second sister, can you stop fighting for the Phoenix Cry sword? After all, this sword is no longer inferior to our sword pavilion. Jing Wuxiao advised. Third sister, did you come here to talk about this? You can go back now. Wu Shui said indifferently. Jing Wuxiao sighed softly. She knew that talking about this matter would not change the former's mind. She changed the topic and said, Second sister, you should know about what happened in the sword cave today, right? Yes. Wu Shui replied indifferently. Second sister, don't you have anything to ask? Jing Wuxiao asked softly. What is there to ask? Wu Shui turned around and looked at the person in front of her. She said, The sword manual cannot be leaked. This is the rule. I don't think I need to tell you what will happen to the person who comprehended the sword manual. Third sister, do you think a person who is about to die is worth my concern? Jing Wuxiao was silent. After a moment, she softly said, Second sister, the person who comprehended the sword manual was the 9th son of Mahist sect. This person is on good terms with Prince Qi. Moreover, the swordsman who came today clearly has a relationship with this person. These 3 are true experts of the human world. Our sword pavilion cannot easily provoke them. Third sister, since when have you been so concerned about sword pavilion? Wu Shui coldly said. She turned around again and looked at the cold night outside the window. She said indifferently, Third sister, listen to second sister's advice. There are some things that cannot be changed just because you want to. Sword pavilion has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Ruthlessness has long been ingrained in our bones. How can it be changed by you alone? Leave. Second sister is tired and needs to rest. When Jing Wuxia heard this, she sighed once more. She did not say anything else. She gracefully bowed and left. Under the cold moon, a black-robed swordsman walked towards a small courtyard. His cold face had not changed at all compared to 100 years ago. He was calm and indifferent. Senior venerated sword. Ning Chen respectfully bowed in front of the small courtyard. You still haven't entered the immortal treading realm? Mu Chang'e walked into the small courtyard and directly asked without beating around the bush. Ning Chen gently shook his head. No. I knew that this step would be very difficult for you. I didn't expect that you would still be unable to succeed at this stage. Mu Chang'e softly sighed and continued, Take out your sword. Ning Chen was startled, but he soon came back to his senses. He waved his right hand, and with a burst of azure light, Genesis Supreme appeared and fell into his hand. The Heavenly Sanctum Sword Art has a total of 10 moves. Sword 1 to Sword 10 were passed down orally by the Heavenly Sanctum Sword Sovereigns. You have already seen them. After Sword 10, there are no fixed moves. You can only rely on your own comprehension. As he spoke, the Heavenly Tower appeared in Mu Chang'e's hand. A surge of sword will rose. The stupa began and the fairy slaying ended. The first sword to the 10th sword evolved in the illusion. When the 10th sword ended, there were no more sword moves. The sword chi filled the sky, and the 11th sword suddenly appeared. The perfect sword was endless, without beginning or end. Crisscrossed and drowned the entire world. Sword 11 was comprehended in my battle with Alcade King. It is to use one's cultivation to activate sword chi. After perfectly fusing them, one can reach the peak of human strength. However, at this point, Mu Chang'e's tone changed, and the sword chi that filled the sky changed as well, rapidly converging from all directions. In my battle with the legendary swordsman of the Divine Lands, Sword 11 was defeated for the first time. Therefore, I went into seclusion to comprehend a higher level of sword technique. As she finished speaking, the sword chi that filled the sky returned, becoming formless. A bright sword radiance spiraled up, so dazzling. Where the sword reached, there was no end. There was only a sword intent that surpassed the peak. Sword 12 appeared, and wherever the sword pressed down, heaven and earth disintegrated. The terrifying sword intent filled the air, without beginning or end. It was endless. Not far away, Ning Chen looked at the spiraling sword intent in front of him, and his expression became unusually serious. In the next moment, the sword intent dissipated, and the divine sword returned to its scabbard. Mu Chang'e waved her hand and kept Heavenly Tower. Without another word, she turned and left. Junior Ning Chen thanks Senior Heavenly Sword Sovereign. Behind her, Ning Chen bowed respectfully. He would never dare to forget the favor of teaching him. He would engrave it in his heart. In the night, the Heavenly Sword Sovereign's figure disappeared into the distance. After a few breaths, he disappeared. Ning Chen straightened his body and looked ahead. A tinge of emotion flashed across his eyes. People like Mu Bai, the legend of the Xia dynasty, and the Heavenly Sword Sovereign were true swordsmen. They were obsessed with the sword their entire lives. Compared to them, his sword was no longer pure. Chapter 841. It was a cold night in a small courtyard. Hong Yi wielded his sword, from the first sword to the 10th sword, and then to the 11th sword. The crisscrossing sword energy permeated the entire forbidden underworld. Outside the forbidden underworld, the sun rose from the east. The second round of the Wuji sword banquet was about to begin. The swordsmen would compete with each other to determine their swordsmanship. In a pavilion within a pavilion, swordsmen from various domains arrived and took their seats. In a small courtyard far away, Lin Yuzhen stood outside the forbidden underworld, quietly waiting for the former to come out. As the first rays of the morning sun shone, the forbidden underworld dissipated. Hong Yi walked out, his sword energy converged and disappeared without a trace. "Your Highness, let's go," Ning Chen said and walked out of the courtyard. Lin Yuzhen nodded and followed him. In a pavilion within a pavilion, the top 20 swordsmen had all gathered. The atmosphere became unusually quiet as the sword competition began. On the main seats, the 3 pavilion masters of the sword pavilion had arrived. The 3 of them each had their own merits and were undoubtedly the focus of everyone present. I'm sure everyone knows the rules of this round. Be it sword manuals or sword insights, you can take them all out. The top 10 can enter the sword domain of my sword pavilion to cultivate for half a day and advance to the final round, Mei Wuhan said with a smile. Sword domain. Everyone looked at each other. It was the first time they had heard of this place. Mei Wuhan looked at the crowd in front of him and explained with a smile. The sword domain is the place where the pavilion masters of the sword pavilion comprehended their swordsmanship. There will be a large amount of sword precepts left inside, which should be helpful to everyone. Hearing the former's words, the swordsmen from various galaxies were shocked. Rumor had it that the sword pavilion had once produced a swordsman of the fourth realm. Didn't that mean that the sword domain also contained the insights of the swordsman of the fourth realm? This was more precious than the swordsmanship manual. Looking at the expressions of the people in front of him, Mei Wuhan smiled with satisfaction and said, Everyone, time is up. Let's start with the first place of the previous round, His Highness Prince Qi. As the pavilion master spoke, the crowd quieted down. Lin Yuzhen's eyes flashed. She stood up and flipped her hand. Half of the sword manual appeared and slowly flew into the air. The royal family of Beiqi's unique skill, the wind and rain sword of landscape. This half of the manual is the general outline of the sword technique. As he spoke, the sword manual was unfolded. Strange light flourished, and words and diagrams appeared one after another, reflected in everyone's eyes. The swordsman, the monarch of 100 weapons, the wind and dust 3 feet sword, the nation's military uniform, obtained my wind and rain sword, the nation in my heart, did not disappoint. In front of the sword manual, there was a general outline of the sword. It was the supreme sword art left behind by the first emperor of Beiqi. Today, it appeared in front of everyone. The emperor's magnanimity and knowledge were shocking. Heaven-grade sword art. The emperor's sword was majestic and boundless. Without a doubt, it was the peak cultivation method of the present age. Mei Wuhan opened his mouth and set the grade of the sword manual. Below, the crowd nodded without any objections. Lin Yuzhen waved her hand, put away the sword manual, and sat back down. Under his seat, Mu Chang'e stood up on his own. As he walked, his sword intent soared. 10 steps forward, the 10 styles of the heavenly abode appeared. Sword of Superior, Mei Wuhan commented. She could tell that Qin Wentian was still holding back. However, with these 10 stances, it was sufficient for him to advance to the final round. On the right side of the main seat, Shui Wuyue sat there quietly. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Next, it's our sword pavilion's turn. The cultivation methods of the sword pavilion's pavilion masters are all sword manuals. Everyone has seen it yesterday. What is the grade? Everyone, please comment, Mei Wuhan said with a smile. During the banquet, the swordsmen stared. It was indeed difficult to judge. They couldn't understand the sword manual yesterday. However, the sword pavilion's pavilion masters had reached the 4th realm, which meant that this sword manual was definitely an incredible cultivation method. Heaven-grade sword art, sword god Baiyu from the sky Miss Starzone, who sat at the head of the table, said calmly. I agree. The woman in red from the Zhurong family also expressed her opinion. I agree. I agree. Everyone responded and determined the grade of the sword manual. Ning Chun quietly drank the wine in his cup. After a while, he stood up and stepped forward. Everyone focused their attention, waiting for the former's brilliance. The next moment, a shocking scene occurred. Brilliance rose around the body of the red figure. In 10 steps, the Buddha was the beginning and the fairy slaying was the end. It was the reappearance of the heavenly abode sword art. Sitting down, the swordsmen looked at each other, unable to hide the shock in their eyes. On the head of the table, Mei Wuhan frowned slightly. 2 people, the same sword manual. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. Since it's exactly the same, there's no need to think too much. Next to him, Shui Wuyue said indifferently. Below, everyone nodded. This was indeed the only way. Sitting at the banquet, Mu Chang'e nodded without leaving a trace. To be able to comprehend the heavenly abode sword art to this extent in one night, this boy's comprehension was really terrifying. In front of the banquet, Ning Chen walked back to his original position and sat down again. He calmly picked up his wine cup and continued to watch. Next to him, Lin Yuzhen's face flashed with a touch of helplessness. This brother Ning was really calm. He didn't care about what others thought. Sword God Baiyu stood up from the head of the table. This time, he didn't take out the sword manual. With a wave of his right hand, a scabbard appeared. The scabbard was black and sword marks crisscrossed. This is my sword technique. The sword must have the elegance of unsheathing it, but it must also have the boldness of sheathing it, said Sword God Baiyu. On the scabbard, sword marks crisscrossed. Unsheathing and sheathing the sword were two simple moves, but they had been tempered millions of times before finally becoming one. Below, everyone quieted down. This Sword God Baiyu had once again given everyone a big problem. This sword was difficult to judge. Heaven-grade sword. Ning Chen spoke calmly for the first time during the banquet. Hearing this, everyone frowned. Heaven-grade? Was it too much? Heaven-grade sword. Not far from them, Mu Chang'e also spoke indifferently. After the two of them spoke, the swordsman's expressions became serious. They carefully considered this. Sword God Baiyu's gaze swept over the two of them. He no longer looked down on them. These two people's sword techniques had already been evaluated to be high-grade. For them to evaluate his sword as heaven-grade meant that he was ranked above them. There were only 10 people in total who could advance to the final round. A difference of one rank could be the difference between heaven and earth. Putting everything else aside, these two people's magnanimity was worthy of his respect. The sword was a killing weapon, but it was also the weapon of a gentleman. Only a straightforward and upright person could attain the highest level of the sword. In the silent banquet, no one spoke again. Lin Yuzhen glanced at the person beside her. After a moment of silence, she spoke. I agree. Heaven-grade sword. Her attainments in the sword were inferior to his, but she believed in his judgment. When the third person spoke out, the swordsmen's hearts were once again stirred. They struggled even more. Heaven-grade. On the main seat, Shui Wuyue coldly said 2 words and didn't say anything else. When Sword Pavilion's second pavilion master spoke out, everyone sighed inwardly. They no longer hesitated and gently nodded in agreement. At the beginning of the sword competition, there were already 3 heaven-grade swordsmen. 2 of them were high-grade swordsmen. Sitting at the banquet, the pressure on everyone increased. Only the top 10 were chosen. These 5 people were basically guaranteed to advance. This meant that their chances weren't high. During the banquet, the red-clothed girl walked out with the Zhurong family's sword manual. Once again, she took the title of high-grade sword. Next, one after another, powerful swordsmen participated in the sword conference with their sword skills or sword comprehension. Half a day passed quickly, and the sword conference gradually came to an end. Third sister, you announced the results. On the main seat, Mei Wuhan spoke with a smile. Jing Wuxia nodded. He stood up and looked at everyone with a gentle expression. It's hard to determine the top 3, so they're tied at the top. The top 3 are Prince Qi's Wind and Rain sword technique, Sword Pavilion's sword manual, and Sword God Baiyu's sword technique. After he finished speaking, Jing Wuxia shifted his gaze to the red-robed young man and said, The 4th and 5th contestants are from the same sect. Everyone should have guessed that they are the Tianfu swordplay of Mr. Ning and the Tianfu swordmaster. The 6th is Miss Zhurong's Skyfire sword technique. The 7th is, one name after another was announced. The competition for the top 10 was very intense. Those whose names were mentioned heaved a sigh of relief, while the others sighed with regret. After announcing the rankings, a gentle smile appeared on Jing Wuxia's face that was covered by a veil. She said, Everyone, tomorrow will be the final battle of swords. The champion of the Endless Sword Banquet will be decided. I hope everyone can come and witness it. Definitely. Below, everyone suppressed their emotions. They didn't want to lose their composure and nodded in agreement. After the sword competition ended, everyone didn't want to stay any longer. They stood up and bowed before leaving the banquet. On the main seat, Mei Wuhan stood up and left. Jing Wuxiao looked at the purple-clothed girl hesitantly. In the end, he couldn't help but say, "Second sister, I hope you can seriously consider what I said yesterday." Hearing this, Wu Shui's expression was still as cold as ice. He didn't respond. Jing Wuxia sighed and could only stand up and leave. After Mei Wuhan and Jing Wuxia left, Wu Shui stood up and looked at the 9 people below. He said indifferently, "Follow me." After saying that, Wu Shui didn't say another word. He turned and walked toward the back of the hall. Behind the hall, at the end of the 9 winding corridors, a staircase to the heavens appeared. It soared into the clouds, and the end couldn't be seen. "Go up. You have half a day. You should know the rules. When the sun sets, you must come out." Wu Shui stopped and indifferently said. The 9 people responded in unison. Then, their silhouettes flashed as they rushed up the heavenly ladder. Above the pavilion within the pavilion was an illusory space with chaos surging. It was a strange and vast spacetime. The 9 of them had just entered when they felt the laws of the surroundings change. Heavy sword pressure assaulted them from all directions, causing them to feel suffocated. "Be careful." Mu Changa looked at the youth beside him and warned him before walking forward. Not far away, the others also split up and walked in different directions. "Your Highness, we should also split up. Otherwise, when we cultivate, our laws will clash and affect each other," said Ning Chen to Prince Qi. "Be careful." Lin Yuzhen hesitated for a moment before nodding her head and exhorting. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Ning Chen smiled faintly and replied softly. There wasn't much time left, so the 2 of them didn't say anything more. They each chose a different direction and left. A moment later, the entrance to the sword domain closed. Boundless laws surged out, filling every corner. Chapter 842. In the Chaos Sword realm above the 9 winding corridors, the 9 mighty ones on the swords split up and headed deeper into the sword realm. The gate to the sword domain closed and boundless sword laws surged. An abnormally powerful pressure surged from all directions, making it increasingly difficult for the 9 of them to move forward. In the northwest direction, Lin Yuzhen was moving forward alone. She released her aura and became one with the heavens, comprehending the supreme will of the sword that was left in the sword domain. Suddenly, in the void ahead, sword light converged, and a beautiful figure in a purple dress appeared. An abnormally powerful sword pressure circulated, and even the sword domain laws were shaken away. "Second Pavilion Master." Lin Yuzhen narrowed her eyes and said slowly. Wu Shui walked out of the void and looked at Prince Qi, who was dressed as a man. With a wave of his right hand, an ancient sword that had been hidden in its scabbard appeared. Lin Yuzhen's vital energy surged and blocked the sword Qi. Her expression turned cold as she asked, "Second Pavilion Master, what is the meaning of this? If you win, you can leave safely. If you lose, the phoenix cry will return." Wu Shui said coldly, and the sunset divine sword was unsheathed. In an instant, the ice and snow melted at the peak of the 9 heavens, and the sun shone brightly. With danger looming over her, Lin Yuzhen no longer retreated. She clenched her left hand, and the phoenix cry was unsheathed. A strange light flourished, and the phoenix cry reached the 9 heavens. The 2 divine weapons collided with each other. With a loud clang, the shockwaves shook. Layer after layer of the void collapsed, and all things were alarmed. Wu Shui's expression was ice-cold, but his moves were abnormally intense. The brilliance of the sunset sword was dazzling, and the terrifying temperature could burn the sky and boil the sea, making it unbearable. As for Lin Yuzhen, she held the cry of a phoenix in her hand and faced the battle head-on. Thunder surged around her body, and the demeanor of a king was clearly displayed. They were both at the pinnacle of the human world. Although she was a woman, her elegance was no less than that of a man. Her sword shocked the heavens and sank the earth. As the second pavilion master of Sword Pavilion, he actually used force to rob. Is this the way of Sword Pavilion? Lin Yuzhen's true essence rose unceasingly. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. The martial essence on top of her head soared. The winner takes all. This has been the case since ancient times. Sword Pavilion is no exception. Wuyue Shui replied. The divine sun on the sunset sword rose, and the burning heavenly light descended. The 8 wastelands sank, and the surrounding heaven and earth turned into a sea of fire. The extreme essences on the swords collided, creating a terrifying scene as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was caving in. The shockwaves rippled outwards. The two individuals both took half a step back, evenly matched. The wind and rain of the mountains and rivers will last for 100 generations. Knowing how strong her opponent was, Lin Yuzhen didn't want to fight for a long time. She used the wind and rain sword technique. Vast origin energy spread out and a strange phenomenon appeared. The picturesque mountains and rivers didn't disappoint. The heaven-grade sword technique appeared. Moonless water, divine condensation. The divine sun brilliance on the sword changed from white to ink. Day and night were reversed. It was a godly technique. The moves of the sword scripture fused with the sunset divine sword. The might of the ultimate martial skill could destroy the heavens and the earth, appearing in the world for the first time. Een Moon Heavenly Sun. With the sun and moon in one body, the setting sun slashed down. The mountains and rivers were destroyed in an instant, and the hope became nothing. A pool of blood splashed onto the sword domain. Lin Yuzhen took several steps back and was injured for the first time. The shockwaves swept out. Receiving the shockwaves, Shui Wuyue's feet swayed and his breathing became unstable. With a difference of half a move, the outcome of the battle was tipped. The sword codex of the sword Garrett and the secret art of the Baiki royal family were determined in a single move. Most of the moves of the wind and rain sword of the first emperor of Baiki originated from the sword Garrett's sword art. How can you defeat me with this technique? Moonless Water said coldly. His figure swept out, and the setting sun reflected on 1,000 rivers. His sword split open the world. The divine swords clashed, and a glaring cold star appeared. Her technique was defeated. Lin Yuzhen, who was injured, showed signs of weakness. Her every move lost its sharpness. Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. Her moves were restrained. Lin Yuzhen changed her sword style. She abandoned the secret art of Baiki and used the phoenix dance on her sword. Oh! With a soft sound of surprise, Moonless Water's cold eyes flashed with surprise. She could react so quickly. The name of Prince Qi was indeed well-deserved. The battle resumed with endless sharpness. The battle was white-hot. The setting sun shone on the sea of fire, and the phoenix danced under the heavens. Slash! The blade of the sword cut through her clothes, and blood splattered. The two swords clashed. Lin Yuzhen, who was injured, could not concentrate her energy and was injured again. Lin Yuzhen lost one move and then another. When Lin Yuzhen's vital energy was exhausted, Moonless Water's sword became fiercer and more ruthless. You've gone too far. With her injuries worsening, Lin Yuzhen's face flashed with anger. She shouted, and her vital energy rushed to the sky. The crown on her head shattered, and her long hair danced wildly. Lin Yuzhen's face changed in an instant. Her handsomeness was slightly reduced, and she became more beautiful. Lin Yuzhen took a step forward, and the phoenix cry condensed, splitting the sky and the sea. With a loud bang, the setting sun met her. The two swords clashed, and the chaos dispersed. The battle was split into two. The dripping red blood was so dazzling. Moonless Water's right hand that was holding the sword dripped with blood. It was the first time he was injured since the battle. While the two were fighting, Mei Wuhan stood quietly in the illusory space at the highest level of the pavilion. In front of him, a sky curtain appeared, showing the battle of the Chaos Sword Realm. Second sister, don't let me down. After a long time, Mei Wuhan spoke with an indifferent expression. At this moment, in the Water Moon Hall not far away, Jing Wuxia, who had something to attend to, stepped in. When he realized that moonless water was not in the hall, his face changed. Second sister. Jing Wuxia's figure flashed. He flew out of the water moon hall and rushed toward the 9 winding corridors in the distance. After a few breaths, Jing Wuxia appeared above the 9 winding corridors in the Chaos Sword Realm. He looked at the closed door of the Sword Realm, and his face, which was covered by a veil, changed several times. The Chaos Sword Realm was in a frenzy. Prince Qi and Moonless Water's battle was becoming more and more intense. Blood splattered from time to time, adding to the slaughter. The two of them had unleashed their full power, and every move they made had the power to destroy the world. Even though the Sword Realm was suppressed by the laws, it still showed signs of instability. All the experts in the Sword Realm sensed something, and they looked toward the northwest. Their expressions changed. Not good. In the distance, Ning Chen's expression froze. He stepped forward and transformed into a phoenix, flying toward the battle. At the same time, outside the Sword Realm, Jing Wuhan wanted to reopen the Sword Realm. Suddenly, a deep red sword light pierced through the sky, blocking his path. Big sister. Seeing the divine sword blocking his path, Jing Wuhan's expression changed once more. He turned to look at the highest floor of the pavilion, shock in his eyes. This battle had affected many sides. In the center of the battle, Moonless Water sensed that someone was coming from the distance. His eyes turned cold, and the sunset sword shone with dazzling light. Lin Yuzhen did not dodge. She faced it head-on, returning to her female form. She unleashed all her energy, and her moves were filled with divine might. Rumbling sounds echoed throughout the Sword Realm. Swordsmen, kings, and only one at the peak. They were all dyed in a blinding vermilion. In the distance, the red light flew faster and faster. The laws of the Sword Realm sensed something and condensed into a massive dragon gate. It was as heavy as a mountain, and it pressed down on the phoenix. 10 breaths later, the red-clothed figure arrived. Genesis Supreme unsheathed his sword and shook the sunset sword. With a heaven-shaking boom, the heavens and earth split apart. Moonless Water stabilized himself and looked at the red-clothed figure in front of him, his expression turning even colder. A moment later, the dragon gate pressed down, suppressing the phoenix that had once defied the heavens. Chapter 843. In the primal chaos sword domain, 2 strong cultivators were fighting. Hong Yi appeared and stopped the battle with a single sword strike. Knowing destiny made a move. Heaven and earth sensed it, and the dragon gate appeared and pressed down. Ning Chen's body moved. He rushed up to the 9 heavens and swung his sword to block the dragon gate that was descending from the sky. With a rumble, heaven and earth shook. Above the dragon gate, the symbol civilization was destroyed. A moment later, it returned to normal and continued to suppress. When Lin Yuzhen saw this, she ignored her injuries and took a step forward. She stood in the air and waved her phoenix cry to help Lin Yuzhen resist the might of the dragon gate. Blood splattered and dyed her hair red. Lin Yuzhen, who was already injured, suffered a backlash from the dragon's gate's laws. She staggered and nearly fell. Not too far away, Shui Wuyue frowned. His figure flickered as he appeared in the air, carrying the heavily injured Prince Qi with him. Others are not allowed to interfere with the dragon's gate's calamity. If you don't want to be suppressed, then don't seek your own death. Wuyue Shui warned coldly. He looked away and didn't say anything else. Above the 9 heavens, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The dragon gate descended into the world. An incomparably majestic pressure swept up the wind and clouds, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Below, Ning Chen's phoenix essence soared to the extreme. His sword split open the 9 heavens as he resisted the dragon's gate tribulation. The rules of the dragon's gate fell one after another, binding the knowing destiny body. Those who defied the natural order were not tolerated by the way of heaven. Demon body. With an angry shout, Ning Chen's demonic aura surged. A moment later, a black-clothed figure appeared. Scarlet sword was in his hand, and the demon cultivator's demon sword was extremely ferocious. Joining hands, he once again resisted the heavenly Tao. The phoenix fire demonic energy surged like wave. The Taoist and demon dual swords defied the heavens. Boom! The battle between the celestials and the celestials raged. The fallen dragon's gate sank rapidly, continuously devouring the phoenix demon's energy. Moon heavenly sun. At this moment, the phoenix and demon bodies danced on the sword. A black moon and a white sun appeared and merged into one. It was actually a move from the sword canon. In the sword domain, the precepts on the swords left by generations of sword pavilion masters vibrated and gathered rapidly from all directions, echoing the moves of the sword codex. 3,000 meters away, Shui Wuyue's pupils shrank. His icy expression finally changed. How could this be? Didn't he only stay in the sword cavern for half a day? He's actually able to use the moves of the sword scriptures? Above the void, the ultimate move of the swordsmanship codex appeared. The sword domain was shaken. Endless precepts gathered, aiding the knowing destiny state. The black moon and the white sun condensed on the dual swords. One sword went against the sky, resisting the heavenly punishment. The sword slashed the dragon gate, and an intense collision resounded through the 9 heavens. The shock waves from the collision caused both of them to suffer heavy injuries. Blood dyed the sky. At the same time, cracks appeared on the fallen dragon gate, crisscrossing and spreading across half of the dragon gate. In the blink of an eye, with a loud bang, 30% of the dragon gate shattered. The power of laws dissipated, and the pressure decreased. In the next moment, the dragon gate rumbled and gradually merged into heaven and earth, disappearing from sight. In the void, the demonic cultivator, whose body had been greatly exhausted, dissipated and merged back into the phoenix body. As Ning Chen's figure landed on the ground, he staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood, barely managing to stabilize himself. 1,000 feet away, Lin Yuzhen's figure flashed. She took a step forward and supported him. She asked with concern, "How are you?" "It's fine." Ning Chen stretched out his hand and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked a little tired as he said, "After destroying 30% of the dragon gate, I can use more of my cultivation body. This is a good thing. Aren't you being too optimistic?" As he spoke, not far away, Shui Wuyue walked over and said coldly, "The dragon gate is formed by the laws of heaven and earth. It will gradually recover. Perhaps the next time it appears, it will be completely restored." Seeing the newcomer, Lin Yuzhen's eyes narrowed. She stood in front of him and said coldly, "Second Pavilion Master, do you still want to fight?" Shui Wuyue looked in the direction of the sword domain's gate. After a while, he shook his head and said, "No, I can take back the Phoenix Cry sword anytime. It doesn't have to be today." Speaking up to this point, Shui Wuyue looked over at the red-clothed young man in front of him and said indifferently, "Ninth son of Mo sect, I didn't expect you to have comprehended the sword canon to this extent in just half a day. However, this is a disaster for you, not a blessing." At this point, Shui Wuyue did not say anything else and turned to leave. Ning Chen frowned and looked at the former's back view. A dignified look flashed in his eyes. "Brother Ning, did you notice that this second pavilion master seems to be hiding something?" Lin Yuzhen said softly, "Just now, I was attacked by the dragon gate. She could have taken the opportunity to snatch the sword, but she did not do so. Instead, she took me away." "It's difficult to know a person's heart from their face," Ning Chen replied. "People who seem kind sometimes are the most scheming, and people who seem ruthless sometimes are the most emotional. There are too many things that are hard to understand in this sword pavilion. We don't need to know so much. We just need to be careful and be on guard against dangers that may appear at any time." Lin Yuzhen nodded and said, "Brother Ning is right." Outside the sword domain's gate, the divine sword was blocking the way. Jing Wuxia did not dare to barge in and could only wait anxiously. At this moment, A rumbling sound could be heard. The gate of the sword domain opened and a beautiful figure in a purple dress walked out. She looked at the person in front of the gate and said indifferently, "Let's go back." Second sister. Jing Wuxia walked forward and said worriedly, "Did you do anything?" "What?" Shui Wuya stopped and looked at Jing Wuxia. He said calmly, "You're not worried about second sister's safety. Instead, you're more worried about those outsiders?" "Of course not." Jing Wuxia shook his head and said, "I know second sister's strength very well. They can't hurt second sister." "Not necessarily," Shui Wuya replied and continued to walk forward. He said, "There are at least 3 people inside who can pose a threat to me, including the 2 people you're worried about. Alright, don't ask about things you shouldn't ask. Come back with me." Jing Wuxia nodded worriedly and followed. In the sword domain, after an earth-shattering battle, the world shook for a long time. Outside the sword domain, the blazing sun moved westward. Half a day gradually passed. In front of the Water Moon Hall, Shui Wuya waved his hand. Within the sword domain, the wind and clouds swirled and the power of the laws changed. The gate opened and sent everyone out one by one. Everyone rushed down the 9 winding corridors. Mu Chang'e walked forward and looked at the injured Ning Chen. He frowned and asked, "How are you?" "It's nothing serious," Ning Chen replied with a smile on his face. Mu Chang'e nodded and warned, "Be careful. I saw your dragon gate just now. If it doesn't work this time, there will be a next time. If it doesn't work the next time, there will be a next time. There will be a day when you will completely destroy it." "Understood." Ning Chen nodded and said, "Senior Honorable Sword, don't worry. After this, I have more or less gained some experience. The next time I attack, I won't be in such a sorry state like today." "I don't have to worry about your words," Mu Chang'e replied and walked forward. He transmitted his voice, "Prepare for tomorrow's sword match. Be careful of the first pavilion master. She gives me the feeling that she is the most dangerous person in the sword pavilion." "Okay," Ning Chen replied, "I will be careful." Mu Chang'e walked away. Lin Yuzhen looked at his back and said, "Brother Ning, how confident are you in tomorrow's match? First seat?" Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. "It depends on the rules. I have a 50% chance of winning. Life or death, I have a 100% chance." Chapter 844. In the starry sky, a majestic sword pavilion stood on a floating continent. Its inheritance had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. The sun rose in the sword pavilion. The final round of the everlasting sword banquet was about to begin. The top 10 would compete with their swords to become the champion. The top 10 had arrived, and everyone was bearing witness to it. One by one, the experts arrived and took their seat. Sword Pavilion's 3 pavilion masters appeared and sat down in front of the main seat. "Thank you all for coming to witness the final battle for the champion of the everlasting sword banquet." Mei Wuhan looked at the crowd and smiled. "The rules this time are very simple. We will draw lots to determine the order of the battles, and the competition will stop at a certain point. We can't harm each other." Ning Chen sighed. Comparing swords and moves really couldn't be considered his strong point. His sword was more suitable for killing people. "Come," Mei Wuhan said. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword attendant walked forward. There were 10 jade slips on a wooden tray in his hand, and each of them had 10 different numbers carved on them. "To be fair, second sister, you'll be the last to draw." Mei Wuhan looked at the purple-clothed woman beside him and smiled. Wu Shui nodded. There was no change in her ice-cold expression. "Everyone, there are 10 different numbers engraved on the jade slip. Those who draw adjacent numbers, such as first and second, third and fourth, will fight separately," explained Mei Wuhan. The 9 people nodded and sat down. Sword God Baiyu raised his hand and took a jade slip. Next, the Zhurong family's woman in red, Lin Yuzhen, and the others also drew jade slips in order to determine the order of the first round. 10. Ning Chen looked at the numbers on the jade slip and narrowed his eyes. It seemed this was the last group. The number didn't mean anything to him. If he wanted to become the champion of the everlasting sword banquet, he had to defeat all his opponents. Friends who drew numbers 1 and 2, please come, said Mei Wuhan with a smile. As he spoke, Moonless Shui stood up from his seat on the right and walked down the stage. Everyone was startled, but they soon recovered and revealed strange expressions. Sword Pavilion's second pavilion master had actually come out in the first round. During the banquet, among the 9 people, a man in blue clothes sighed softly and stood up to attend. Are you ready? I'm about to begin. Wuyue Shui reminded him. She waved her hand and the sunset glow appeared. The divine sun rose and the divine sword floated in it. The sword was not out of its scabbard, but the sword pressure swept out in all directions. The blue-robed man focused. He clenched his right hand, and a dark blue divine weapon appeared. The sword was unsheathed, and it froze the world. What a pity! On the main seat, Mei Wuhan sighed with emotion. The result was already decided. Before he finished speaking, Shui Wuyue gripped his sword and unsheathed it. In an instant, sunset glow was unsheathed. The divine sun illuminated the world, melting ice and snow. In that instant, snowflakes and flowers of blood blossomed in the world. The sunset returned to its scabbard. The battle was over. With a muffled groan, blood dyed the air. The blue-robed man knelt down. A sword pierced through his chest, and blood splashed out. Wuyue Water wins. Mei Wuhan spoke, announcing the result. He glanced at the heavily injured blue-robed young man below as a bright light flashed in his eyes. Initially, he could have gone even further, but sadly, he encountered his second sister. Cultivation techniques and the attributes of divine weapons countered each other. This person had no chance of winning at all, defeating his opponent in a single move. Everyone was shocked. When they recovered from their shock, disbelief filled their faces. To be able to pass the Sword Pavilion's 2 trials and advance to the final round, none of them were simple. They never imagined that they would be defeated in a single move by the Sword Pavilion's second pavilion master. Men, bring Reverend Yu away to treat his injuries, ordered Mei Wuhan. Yes. 2 sword attendants walked out and respectfully accepted the order. They immediately went forward to support the heavily injured blue-robed man and left the hall together. Brother Ning, it's my turn, Lin Yuzhen softly said. She stood up and walked to the front of the table. Not far away, a swordsman from the All-Heaven Starfield also walked out. His powerful aura was faintly discernible. His cultivation was at the late stage of the true realm. I am Lin Yuzhen, please. Sang Huai. The swordsman responded. After bowing, he waved his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. Lin Yuzhen raised her hand and a phoenix cry flew out. With a clang, it blocked the incoming attack. The 2 swords clashed, and cold stars filled the eyes. In the banquet, the sword experts all understood what was going on. The outcome of this battle would not be decided too quickly. However, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Queen Qi, Lin Yuzhen, was a famous expert in the starry sky. Under the 4th level of cultivation, she rarely met a match. Although this swordsman called Sang Huai was powerful, it would still be difficult for him to shake the title of Queen Qi. In the blink of an eye, the battle had already gone over 10 moves. Sword light dazzled the eyes. The battle of the peak of the sword was pleasing to the eyes. Amen? Suddenly, Lin Yuzhen, who originally held a slight advantage, forcibly condensed her body. She gave up on her conservative strategy and unleashed all of her power, wanting to end the battle quickly. Seeing this, Sang Huai's eyes shone brightly. He saw a trace of an opportunity to turn the situation around. He also unleashed his cultivation. His sword split apart, and divine light illuminated the world. The 2 swords clashed, and with a loud explosion, the 2 separated. They both took several steps back, their bodies dyed with blood. Sang Huai knelt on the ground with his sword propped against the ground. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth. He had lost by half a move. Ugh! On the other side, a sword wound appeared on Lin Yuzhen's left shoulder. Blood spurted out. She staggered and was heavily injured again. It was an expected result and an unexpected process. After they sat down, the experts from the various starfields revealed puzzled expressions. They did not understand the reason. Queen Qi was clearly able to defeat this swordsman from the All-Heavens starfield with a stable strategy. Why would she be so anxious and use such an intense method? The battle ended. During the banquet there was a flash of red. Ning Chen entered the battle and helped the injured Lin Yuzhen. He condensed his phoenix essence and sealed her injuries. "How are you feeling?" Ning Chen asked with a grave expression. "I'm fine," Lin Yuzhen replied with a forced smile. On the main seat, light flashed through Shui Wuyue's eyes. It would appear that Queen Qi's injuries yesterday were truly not light. That was why she was unwilling to fight for a long time and decided to end the battle quickly. "Queen Qi has won this battle. Your Highness, congratulations." Mei Wuhan stood up and said with a smile. Lin Yuzhen nodded her head and returned to her seat with the support of the man beside her. After the two battles, Shui Wuyue and Lin Yuzhen both entered the next round. The results were not unexpected. The strong won. This was an undeniable truth. Next, Sword God Baiyu and Mu Chang'e defeated their opponents within 100 exchanges. The only battle that had yet to begin was between Ning Chen and the red-clothed woman from the Zhurong family. During the banquet, Ning Chen stood up. The red-clothed woman also stood up and walked to the front of the banquet. "I am Ning Chen. Lady, please show me your skills. The current generation Zhurong, please." Now that the etiquette was over, the battle was about to begin. The atmosphere in the palace suddenly became quiet. Everyone focused, earnestly waiting for the battle to begin. One was the 9th son of Mo Gate, whose name shook the starry sky, and the other was the descendant of the Zhurong family that had not appeared in 10,000 years. The result of this battle was hard to predict. With a light shout, Ning Chen's body glowed with red light. Taisher appeared and his sword technique reappeared. "Roho, raise your sword." As the flames of battle descended, the red-clothed woman opened her mouth. In an instant, flames soared into the sky. It was as if a fiery divine sword had appeared. Chapter 845. In the pavilion within the pavilion, the limitless sword banquet was activated. Divine flames surged, and waves of fire swept out, frightening the surroundings. The current Zhurong of the Zhurong family, the sword supremacy, started the battle with his sword. The Taoist sword Taisher and the divine sword flame clashed. With a world-shaking vibration, the void between the two was annihilated. Phoenix fire and divine flames burned the world. In the world-shocking battle of swords, a sea of fire spread. In the flames, two red-clothed figures crossed each other. The only sword at the peak was an unparalleled ability. Sword technique, Prairie Fire. With a slash of the sword, Phoenix Fire rampaged. Scarlet flames raged, unstoppable. Zhurong's eyes focused. The fiery sword turned, and flames surged, blocking the scarlet flames in the sword. The two were similar. They were both at the peak of the sword's supremacy, and they controlled the divine Yang fire. Between their moves, there was endless destruction. With a boom, the two moves collided. Waves of fire spread out violently. The two retreated at the same time. Sword technique, Nothingness. After one sword, another came out. The Nothingness sword swallowed the heavens and destroyed the earth, slashing towards the woman in front of him. Zhurong stepped forward and in a flash, dodging the attack. Like fire, he met the attack with his sword. With a boom, the two moves collided. Sword chi spread out, and waves of anger roared. Heavenly fire refinement. After a few breaths of time, everyone knew that Zhurong had condensed his body. Flames rose around his body, and divine flames surged on his sword. A famous move appeared. Heavenly fire refinement, and the world was in a calamity. In the pavilion within the pavilion, the temperature rose rapidly. Even the restrictions and formations could not stop it. The talisman civilization was destroyed, showing signs of instability. On the main seat, Mei Wuhan frowned slightly. He raised his right hand and immediately snowflakes fell from the sky. Layers of restraints stabilized the formation that was about to collapse. In the battle, waves of fire swept out. The majestic fire elemental energy rose to the peak. The scarlet divine sword kept buzzing, and the sword body changed, almost becoming transparent. The raging flames burned the sky and boiled the sea. Its power was shocking. Outside the battle, the experts on the sword were shocked. Was this the true flame of the fire god? It was truly terrifying. The divine flame arrived, and its power was shocking. Ning Chen's expression became serious. Taisha crossed over, and phoenix fire rose, soaring into the sky. Nirvana! A sword of nirvana, sword light crisscrossed, an incomparably magnificent sword energy crisscrossed between the heavens and the earth. The sword had reached the pinnacle, breaking through the pinnacle, unparalleled and unique. In the next moment, sword radiance poured down in torrents. Rumbling sounds reverberated throughout the universe. The sword radiance and divine flames collided to the extreme, frightening both gods and ghosts. With an almost undetectable groan, the sword light broke through the divine flames and pierced through his body. Blood stained his clothes. In the blink of an eye, Hong Yi arrived and slit his throat with her sword. Then, she stopped half an inch away. "Miss, you lost." Ning Chen looked at the woman in red and said. Zhurong's body stiffened. After a while, he slowly relaxed and nodded. "Thank you for showing mercy." Ning Chen smiled politely. He put down the sword in his hand and said, "I took advantage of my cultivation body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you." He had the body of a phoenix, and was not afraid of fire. Although the fire of Zhu Rong was strong, it could do nothing to him. "Young master is too modest." Zhurong suppressed his injuries and sighed. "In the past, when I heard of young master's name, I didn't think much of it. But after today's battle, I realized young master's strength is truly unfathomable. Strong, he was unquestionably strong. She knew her own strength. Under the 4th level, she could fight against anyone. However, facing this person, she had no chance of victory. The pressure was not from her cultivation base, but the powerlessness of her moves. It was as if all her moves had been seen through. When she attacked, she had already lost. It was rumored that this child had only cultivated for 100 years. In just 100 years, his knowledge of martial arts had already reached such a level. It was truly too terrifying. In the main seat, Mei Wuhan looked down. She had known that Mo Gates' 9th son would gain the upper hand, but she hadn't expected him to win so quickly. "Big sister, it's time to announce the result," reminded Jing Wuxia softly. Mei Wuhan calmed herself and calmly said, "For this round, young Master Ning has won. Congratulations." Ning Chen cupped his fists and politely bowed in response. The two of them returned to their respective seats. The first round of the martial arts competition had ended. The 5 stronger cultivators had advanced and were preparing for the next round. "Everyone, please rest for a moment. Next will be the second round. Because there are 5 people, 1 person will automatically advance." Mei Wuhan looked at everyone and continued, "The order will be the same as the previous round. We will draw lots. The person who draws 5 will directly advance." The spectating sword experts nodded slightly. Although this kind of decision was somewhat unfair, and the person who directly advanced would have a great advantage in the next round, luck was sometimes also a part of strength. "Second sister, you should be the last one to choose." Mei Wuhan shifted his gaze and looked at the woman beside him. "Yes." Wu Shui nodded indifferently. A sword attendant entered the hall, carrying a wooden tray. 5 jade slips were lying on the tray. There were numbers carved on the back, which would determine the order of the next round. Ning Chen, Lin Yuzhen, and the others each took a jade slip. After looking through it, they placed it on their own table. To the right of the main seat, Wuyue Shui took the last jade slip. After looking through it, he passed it to the person beside him. Mei Wuhan looked at it and was slightly stunned. On the jade slip, the number 5 was engraved, indicating that Wuyue Shui would be the person who directly advanced in this round. Mei Wuhan came back to his senses and showed the jade slip to everyone in the hall. He smiled and said, "It seems that our sword pavilion has picked up a bargain this time." Below, the sword experts from various major star regions looked at each other. This was really the worst result. The second pavilion master of Sword Pavilion's strength was one of the best among the 5. Now that he had a bye, who could stop him in the next round? During the banquet, Lin Yuzhen, who drew the number 1, stood up and prepared for her second battle. Ning Chen's eyes flashed and he said, "Your Highness, your injuries are not light. If you can't do it, don't force yourself." "Don't worry, I know what to do." Lin Yuzhen responded softly and walked towards the front of the banquet. Not far away, Mu Chang'e, who was dressed in black, also stood up and walked out of his seat. Seeing this, Ning Chen was stunned. King Qi's opponent was Senior Honorable Sword. In front of the banquet, King Qi and Honorable Sword stood facing each other. One was the King of Beiki, while the other was the Supreme of Heaven's Sanctum. They were both unfathomable experts, and today, they were opponents for the first time. During the banquet, Ning Chen's face flashed with worry. In terms of cultivation, King Qi definitely had the upper hand. However, King Qi was now injured, while Honorable Sword was at his peak and had comprehended the 12th sword, which surpassed the limit of swordsmanship. The result of this battle was very unfavorable for King Qi. These two were his friends, and he didn't want to see anything happen to either of them. "Show me your full strength. I won't hold back just because you are injured. This is disrespectful to you and my sword." Mu Chang'e waved his hand and the heavenly palace appeared. The heavenly sword reappeared, and the sound of the sword resounded through the palace. "As you wish." Lin Yuzhen's expression turned serious. She waved her hand and the sword appeared. The heavenly weapon was unsheathed, and the cry of the phoenix filled the sky. It was difficult for both heavenly swords to exist in the same world. Today, it was time to determine who was superior. Chapter 846. At the Limitless Sword Banquet, the atmosphere was stagnant. The only 2 heaven-grade weapons in the Sword Evaluation Conference had appeared at the same time for their first battle. Phoenix Cry and Heavenly Sword were unsheathed. The swords at the pinnacle of the human world clashed. Cold light shot out in all directions. The clash between the 2 experts caused the clanging of swords to ring out. The 2 swords clashed unceasingly, creating a beautiful and melodious sound of swords, one sound after another. 8th Sword, Emperor's Sword. His opponent knew that probing was unnecessary. Mu Chang'e attacked with his ultimate move. The Emperor's Sword appeared, shining with a dazzling golden light. The sword light slashed down, splitting the void. Lin Yuzhen swung her sword to block. With a loud vibration, the Emperor's sword shattered. The phoenix broke through the air and slashed towards the former. 9th Sword, Divine Domain. The phoenix-shaped sword Qi attacked. Mu Chang'e shouted, and the sword intent around him spread out. The divine domain appeared, and the void of the main hall collapsed. The crisscrossing sword Qi drowned the phoenix sword. The sword intent was endless, and it continued to slash towards the king. Lin Yuzhen stepped forward and instantly dodged the sword light. Soon after, she gathered her essence and the phoenix cry resounded, destroying the divine domain with one slash. With a loud bang, the divine sword slashed down. The divine domain couldn't withstand the extreme power and collapsed. Phoenix danced 9 heavens. Lin Yuzhen was injured and didn't want to fight for a long time. She used her ultimate essence, and lightning surged around her. Like a graceful king, her moves became faster and faster. Mu Chang'e blocked 2 swords and was hit by one. He was the first to be injured. 10th Sword, Immortal Slaying. The 10th sword appeared, full of killing intent. An abnormally powerful stone sword phantom fell from the sky. Lin Yuzhen focused, and lightning crisscrossed on the Phoenix Cry sword. The sword light met the killing sword head-on. Blood splattered, and her arm was dyed red. Lin Yuzhen didn't retreat, and her sword broke through the former's protective sword chi. Mu Chang'e took half a step back, and a sword wound appeared on his left shoulder. Blood seeped out, soaking his clothes. "You're seriously injured, but you still have such battle strength. You're indeed worthy of the title of King Qi." Mu Chang'e waved his hand to seal the wound on his shoulder. He looked at the cross-dressing king in front of him, and his expression became serious. Heavenly Sword turned around, and thousands of sword chi soared into the sky. "It's the 11th sword." During the banquet, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. The victor was about to be decided. The 11th sword was unleashed. The sword chi was endless. The ultimate move of the human world was perfect and flawless. Wherever the sword chi passed, the heaven and earth would collapse. Lin Yuzhen had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. With a light shout, she pushed her cultivation to the limit. Zhenqi rushed to her head, and her long hair danced in the wind. The figure that disappeared in the blink of an eye appeared once more amidst the rain of swords. Lightning flashed, blocking wave after wave of sword chi. The figure continued advancing forward, swiftly closing in on the swordsman before him. The sword went in an inch and blood flowed out. Seeing that he had succeeded, the injured Mu Chang'e raised his hand and grabbed the edge of the Phoenix Cry sword. The divine sword was immediately restrained and could not go any further. Sword 12. The heavenly palace shook, and an exceptionally dazzling sword radiance coiled out. The sword radiance was limitless, and an incomparably majestic power spread out. Outside the battle, the swordsmen felt their hearts sink and found it difficult to breathe. It was a sword that surpassed the limits of the mortal world. Heaven and earth couldn't bear it. Expanses of the void collapsed and turned into nothingness. Lin Yuzhen's eyes shined. She forcefully raised her true essence, wanting to block this attack. Suddenly, a change occurred. Lin Yuzhen was heavily injured, and she had been through a series of battles. Her internal injuries erupted, instantly scattering her condensed true essence. Puff! Blood sprayed out, dyeing her clothes red. Lin Yuzhen staggered, unable to block in time. In that moment of crisis, Ning Chen, who had been watching the battle from his seat, rushed out. He raised his left arm, using his body to block the divine sword. Clang! The sword light slashed down, dazzling everyone. Heavenly Palace stood on Ning Chen's left arm, causing a waterfall of blood to spray out. Caw-caw! An ear-piercing cracking sound rang out. A broken bracer appeared on Ning Chen's left arm. After receiving the 12th sword, the cracks had become even more severe. In the next moment, the bracer disappeared, once more hiding in Ning Chen's arm. "Senior Honorable Swordmaster, I apologize." Ning Chen looked at the person in front of him, an apologetic expression on his face. "Princess Qi is my friend. I can't watch as something happens to her." Interfering in another person's duel was a very rude thing to do, but he had no other choice. Mu Chang'e frowned. He waved his right hand and put away Heavenly Palace. He lightly said, "Don't do it again." "Thank you, Senior." Ning Chen respectfully bowed and thanked him. Mu Chang'e didn't say anything else. He walked back to his seat. The Heavenly Mansion soared sovereign winds this round. Mei Wuhan said from the main seat. He looked at Ning Chen's injured left arm, a light flashing in his eyes. In the next round, Mo Gate's 9th disciple would be facing Sword God Bai Yu. However, the battle hadn't even started yet, and the hand that used the sword was already injured. It was truly unwise. Ning Chen led Lin Yuzhen to her seat. He didn't say anything else and directly walked back to his seat to welcome his opponent. During the banquet, Sword God Bai Yu, dressed in white, stood up and walked towards his seat. "I am Ning Chen. I would like to challenge Mr. Bai Yu." "Please." Sword God Bai Yu nodded. He clenched his right hand, and a clear sky appeared on his right side. His sword hadn't been drawn, but frost filled the sky. Ning Chen focused. Taisher's blade appeared. An instant later, his sword moved. The battle began in an instant. Flames spread and sword light crisscrossed. Sword God Baiyu didn't move his feet. His body constantly moved, dodging sword light after sword light. The sword intent of the unsheathed sword became heavier and heavier. At the sword conference, the elegance of a heaven-grade sword unsheathed was the way of the sword. The heaven-grade evaluation came from his mouth. Thus, Ning Chen knew better than anyone else how terrifying the sword technique of the person in front of him was. His sword became fiercer and fiercer, using all his strength to suppress his opponent's chances of drawing his sword. The green sword, the red flame, the phoenix's speed, the famous sword of Taoism, complemented each other and fought against a peak opponent. First move, soul retention. After 10 moves, Sword God Baiyu stood still and drew his sword. In an instant, a sword reflected the snow, leaving behind the soul of a ghost. When the sword was drawn, the heavens were split open. The divine sword flashed through the gap. A sword that was too fast to react was tempered thousands of times. The sword got close and entered half an inch into Ning Chen's body. Ning Chen groaned and quickly retreated 10 zhang away. When the sword left Ning Chen's body, blood gushed out and dyed his red clothes. It was a shocking sword attack. Even someone as knowledgeable as Ning Chen couldn't avoid it. There was always someone better than you. The martial arts in the world were vast and profound. No one could fully comprehend it. If one could cultivate it to the extreme, it would be enough to challenge the world. Sword God Baiyu, who specialized in one path, had simplified the extreme to the extreme. His sword had left behind a soul, stunning everyone present. You are the first person in the past 100 years who could withstand my attack without losing battle power. You are the 9th son of Mahist. Everyone says that you are good at scheming. However, judging from your sword, you are definitely not a weakling. Come, show me your true ability. Prove that I didn't misjudge you. Sword God Baiyu's expression was extremely serious. Sword intent circled around him. He didn't hide his powerful cultivation at all. He was at the peak of true realm. He was the strongest among the strong. Looking at the person in front of him, Ning Chen's expression also became serious. He had to get the position of the chief disciple. Before that, he would fight to his heart's content. He took a step forward. Phoenix fire soared into the sky. In the burning flames, the 4 symbols borrowed power. Ning Chen's black hair instantly turned blood red and danced in the wind. Chapter 847. A pavilion within a pavilion, a banquet on swords. The top swordsmen of the world were fighting. Taisher unsheathed their swords and clashed with each other. The shockwaves from the swords roared and surged. The 2 figures kept crossing each other. They were fast and powerful. Their swords had reached the extreme and returned to their original state. Their moves were not too extravagant, but every move and style was exquisite and precise. Every strike was deadly. Clanging sounds of swords resounded throughout the hall. Numerous sword-wielding experts from various regions were watching the battle from outside the battlefield. All of them were attracted by this beautiful battle of the sword, and they were unable to take their eyes off it. They were unwilling to miss a single move. If you're so capable, why do you need to scheme against others and be despised by the world? Sword God Baiyu looked at the young man in front of him and said, "Life is unpredictable. There will always be places where martial arts are lacking. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to defend against a stab in the dark. To protect myself, I won't be stingy." Ning Chen stepped forward. His blood-red hair danced in the wind. The phoenix appeared behind him. Flames rose and burned the world. "What a pity about your sword!" Sword God Baiyu whispered. Frost surged on the clear sky sword. Endless cold air spread. The entire world was instantly frozen. It was covered in silver. Sword technique, prairie fire. The cold air arrived and the phoenix fire rose. Ning Chen waved his sword. Taisher moved. The sword fire broke through the air, burning the sky and boiling the sea. In an instant the ice melted and the snow melted. The flames were extinguished. It was a stalemate. After one move, the world returned to normal. Heavenly creation. Understanding his opponent's sword god Bayu's figure trembled. White light rose around him. He used a move that had never been seen before. Suddenly, the sword split open the starry sky. White feathers drifted. Sword technique, heavenly sword. Extreme power descended. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He used his ultimate move. Amidst the rising phoenix fire, a green sword light soared into the sky. It was dazzling and split the void. An instant later, the heavenly sword slashed down. Wherever the sword light passed, there was a dazzling green light. The sky was destroyed and the earth collapsed. The two extremes clashed. The wind stopped in an instant. Then, the remaining power exploded. The void between the two shook violently. There was an ear-piercing shattering sound. Countless spatial cracks crisscrossed and spread outside the battle. Inside the main hall, layers of formations glowed brilliantly. Talismans were extinguished, blocking the aftershocks of the battle that were spreading in all directions. Outside the battle, everyone's expression became more and more shocked. He had spent his entire life learning the way of the sword, but today, he had finally learned the way of the sword. Second sister, how confident are you in winning against these two people? Mei Wuhan asked as he watched the battle from the main seat. 100%. Moonless Water said in an indifferent tone. Mei Wuhan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. On the left, Jing Wuxia looked at the two people in the battle. His eyes flashed with worry. If Lord Ning wanted to repair the two divine weapons, he would have to win first place in the Sword Everlasting Banquet. Judging from the current situation, even if young Master Ning managed to defeat the White Feather Sword God, he would still consume a lot of energy. If he were to encounter Second Sister, there was almost no chance of him winning. In the battle between the two experts had reached its climax. Swords flew back and forth, and the flames of war filled the sky. Sword art, nothing. He used his ultimate move again. His sword will swallowed the world. Taisher's blade slashed out in Ning Chen's hand. The moon-shaped sword chi surged and swallowed everything in its path. The White Feather Sword God took a step back and his figure retreated 100 feet to avoid the sharpest edge. 100 feet away, the clear sky was filled with snow. The sword slashed down. With a loud bang, the moon-shaped sword chi collapsed. The aftershock spread out. The White Feather Sword God took a step back and his figure turned back to attack again. The simple sword was simple and unadorned, but it was so exquisite that it was difficult to dodge. At the beginning of the sword, no move was better than a move. The famed swords clashed. Cold stars filled the eyes. The killing light in the eyes changed several times. It was ruthless. There was a muffled groan. The two swords crossed, and their bodies were dyed red. The quality of the sword will was equal. It was difficult to determine the winner. The sword was the only one that existed in the world. Nirvana. It was a carefree battle. There were no schemes or schemes. The battle intent in Ning Chen's eyes grew stronger and stronger. His sword reached the limit, and 10,000 swords soared into the sky. The magnificent sword chi was endless, crisscrossing. It was so dazzling that it illuminated the entire sword pavilion. The ultimate power appeared. Heaven and earth were in mourning, and all things prostrated. It was difficult to withstand the sword's ultimate power. Frost of the 9 prefectures. The White Feather Sword God focused his eyes and fixed his sword. With a light shout, frost rose around his body. The wind and snow surged, and the sword danced. In the next moment, the two extremes clashed. Sword chi and frost filled the air. It was the first time the world had seen such a shocking power. A pool of blood splashed. The two of them were affected by the ultimate power. They both took half a step back, and the corners of their mouths were dyed red. The unusually fierce battle added new blood to the two of them. It was difficult to determine the winner. Sitting at the banquet, the few swordsmen's eyes were full of seriousness. If they were to encounter one of these two, what were their chances of winning? On the right side of the main seat, Shui Wuye looked at the red-clothed figure in the battle. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She knew that he was still holding back. At least, he had not used the moves he had comprehended from the sword codex. Did he not need them? Or was he holding back for when he faced her? Ninth sword, divine domain. At this moment, there was a sudden change in the battle. The sword domain spread. Sword without beginning, sword without end. Sword chi appeared out of nowhere and slashed toward the white-clothed sword god. Tisk! Sword god Baiyu could not react to the sudden change in move. The sword light slashed across, and blood stained his white robe. In an instant, the red-clothed figure flashed past. The wind and clouds on the sword changed. The sword will gathered. Sword god Baiyu waved his sword to block, but he was injured first. He did not have enough strength to gather his strength. The moment the two swords clashed, he was forced back a few steps. Formless sword. With the accumulation of advantages, the sword style was used again. Between heaven and earth, the crisscrossing sword chi received the order and gathered rapidly. The sword was concentrated again, and it broke through the sky. The divine sword flew across the sky, and the sword blocked the ultimate power. However, the first move was defeated. The two swords clashed. Sword god Baiyu was forced back. It was obvious that he was going to lose. Sky Frost's 9 swords. Unwilling to lose, sword god Baiyu endured his injuries. With a light shout, he took a step forward and leaped up. His sword turned into a supreme state, and 9 swords flew across the sky. In an instant the sword light flashed. The sky frost condensed into a sword. Wherever it passed, heaven and earth were frozen. Sword technique, 3 lights shine together. The red-clothed figure moved his sword, and his figure split into 3. The sword condensed into 3 figures, red, black, and white. 3 different sword wills. The black and white figures blocked the ultimate power. The red-clothed figure flashed out and instantly reached the sky. He raised his hand and clasped the sword of the former's right hand. The move of the 4 divisions was used again. Azure Dragon Fall. With the ultimate move, the Azure Dragon roared and locked the 2 figures. In an instant they fell rapidly and crashed into the ground with a loud bang. The shock waves from the shocking battle accumulated. In the center of the battle, a great formation collapsed. It could no longer withstand the shock waves of the battle. The formation collapsed, and the shock waves spread in all directions. The ground of the sword pavilion rumbled. Cracks appeared and spread continuously in all directions. On the main seat, Mei Wuhan stood up. With a wave of his right hand, a dark red divine sword appeared. He stabbed the sword into the ground, and an incomparably powerful force spread out, instantly stabilizing the collapsing ground of the sword pavilion. In the battle, the dust settled and the 2 figures appeared. In front of sword god Baiyu, the red-clothed figure stood quietly. Drops of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He forcefully used his body that was restricted by the dragon gate. However, the result of this battle was already clear. Was it worth it? In the shock waves, sword god Baiyu looked at the red-clothed young man in front of him and asked. It was worth it. Ning Chen raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Sword god Baiyu narrowed his eyes and didn't ask any more questions. He nodded. I lost this round. On the main seat, Mei Wuhan looked at the 2 figures below. The result was as he had expected. Mo Gate's 9th son had won. Ever since he had appeared out of nowhere, he had never been defeated. Time and time again, he had created miracles, causing others to have a whole new level of respect for him. Young Master Ning, congratulations, Mei Wuhan said with a smile on his face. Ning Chen nodded and nodded as a form of greeting, and then he strode back to his seat. The two battles had been more intense than the last. Everyone recovered their wits and sighed emotionally. The Tao of the sword was truly broad and profound. Everyone, please rest for a moment. The next round will begin. The rules will be the same as before. We will draw lots to determine the order. Because there are still 3 people remaining, there will still be 1 person without a fight, said Mei Wuhan. The sword attendants entered the hall. There were 3 jade slips placed on a wooden tray. They would determine the order of the final battle. Sitting down, Ning Chen and Mu Chang'e each picked up a jade slip. After looking through it, they silently put it down. There's no need to bring the second pavilion master's jade slip up. Just show it to everyone, Mei Wuhan said from the main seat. The sword attendant nodded and opened the last jade slip on the wooden tray. Instantly, the entire hall was shocked. The jade slip clearly had the number 3 carved on it. This indicated that Sword Pavilion's second pavilion master had once more directly advanced. This unbelievable result caused an uproar. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Sword Pavilion's second pavilion master's luck was truly too good. He had only needed to fight once to directly advance to the final battle. This way, even if Mo Gates' 9th son or the Heavenly Mansion Sword Sovereign had fought many battles, it would be impossible for them to win against Sword Pavilion's second pavilion master. During the banquet, Ning Chen and Mu Chang'e stood up and walked to the front of the table without saying a word. Genesis Supreme appeared. Ning Chen held his sword in front of him and softly said, "Senior Sword Sovereign, please excuse me." Mu Chang'e wasn't in a rush to attack. He looked at the person in front of him and asked, "Do you really want to become the champion of this year's Limitless Sword Banquet?" "I must," Ning Chen calmly replied. Mu Chang'e nodded and waved his hand. The heavenly tower stabbed into the ground and said, "From now on, I'll give you an hour to suppress your injuries and prepare for the next battle." Ning Chen was startled, but he quickly recovered and respectfully bowed. "Hurry up." Mu Chang'e calmly accepted the former's salute and said. Ning Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. He sat down cross-legged and suppressed his injuries. On the main seat, Mei Wuhan frowned when he saw this. He hadn't expected such a situation to occur. First Pavilion Master. Sensing Mei Wuhan's gaze, Mu Chang'e calmly said, "This shouldn't be considered breaking the rules. Sword Pavilion has already been given a bye twice. Can't you wait for an hour?" "Of course not." Mei Wuhan shook his head and said, "It's your freedom to decide. It's only an hour. Sword Pavilion can still afford to wait." "That's good," Mu Chang'e indifferently replied. He looked back at the red-robed youth, who had his eyes closed and was recuperating. The champion of the Limitless Sword Banquet was meaningless to him. If this boy wanted it, he would give it to him. He couldn't accept being called a senior for nothing. Sword Pavilion's second pavilion master was indeed immeasurably strong. However, legends would always be overturned. Today the time had come. Chapter 848. In the everlasting sword banquet, Sword Venerable had given up and won an hour, giving Knowing Destiny a chance to heal. The 3 pavilion masters of Sword Pavilion were calmly waiting. On the right, Moonless Shui, who was about to step forward, was still expressionless, so cold that no one dared to look directly at him. Below the seats, the cultivators on the swords were also waiting quietly. After watching several battles in succession, they were also somewhat tired. More importantly, the next battle would be the final battle. They hoped to see an evenly matched battle, and not a one-sided suppression. Sword Pavilion's second pavilion master's strength had already been displayed in the first battle. His overwhelming power made it so that anyone below the 4th level had no hope of victory. As for Mo Gates' 9th son, each time he fought, he would give them a new shock. However, his next opponent was Sword Pavilion's second pavilion master. No one knew if he could continue this miracle. An hour quickly passed, and at this moment, Ning Chen slowly opened his eyes. The surging true energy around him gradually calmed down and was withdrawn into his body. "Don't lose," Mu Changa said as he strode toward the banquet. On the right side of the main seat, the silent moonless Shui stood up. In that instant, everyone couldn't help but look over. "It's here." Everyone's expressions focused. The final chief disciple of the sword banquet was finally about to begin. As he walked down the stage, moonless Shui's expression was calm and cold. Sword Pavilion's second pavilion master, a supreme expert of the sword banquet, would once again display his supreme technique. Sunset flew over and placed it in front of him. Boundless sword pressure swept out, causing the world to tremble and distort. On the main seat, Mei Wuhan looked down. The dark red divine sword in front of him hummed, and rings of sword pressure spread out, sealing the battle. "Please!" There was no need for an introduction, so Ning Chen solemnly said. Genesis Supreme unsheathed his sword and transformed into a stream of light. "Please!" Moonless Shui softly said, his voice still emotionless. In front of him, sunset glow left its sheath, and the sky instantly filled with dazzling light. The battle began. Within the battlefield, the pressure of the swords spread out. Even though there was no wind, there were waves, and true energy surged. Without hesitation, Ning Chen's body shone with red light, and his black hair turned red. Phoenix ancestral awakening. In the blink of an eye, his sword cut through the clouds. Ning Chen attacked first, phoenix fire coiling around his sword. Wuyue Shui waved his sword. The divine sun circled around him, and endless heavenly fire burned the world. His sword qi tore through the air and was shockingly powerful. The two swords clashed. Waves of fire surged in all directions. The two swords that had surpassed the peak and were now the only two swords clashed once again. In Moon Heavenly Sun. Knowing his opponent's strength, Wuyue Shui raised his hand and unleashed his most powerful attack. The divine sun changed and a black moon appeared in the sky. A terrifying sword pressure swept out, shaking the heaven and earth. Immortal technique, waxing, 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 waning. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. Taisher condensed his energy, and a bright moon rose and descended from the sky. Immortal arts versus sword mantras, two of the most terrifying cultivation methods in the world. As soon as they clashed, the shock waves from their clash were so terrifying that they could destroy the heavens and split the earth. Everything around the two of them turned into nothingness. The knowing destiny state cultivator, who had the phoenix origin body, was not afraid of fire. However, the second master of the sword Garrett was exceptional in terms of cultivation and swordsmanship. He was the only one in the world with the clear sky in his hand. Sword art, Dragon Phoenix Burial. Borrowing the power of each other, the dragon and phoenix roared in harmony. Ning Chen moved, and the Taisher luck in his hand turned into the ultimate vitality. With a swing of his sword, the dragon and phoenix appeared. The dragon phoenix sword qi pierced through the air and destroyed everything in its path. Wuyue Shui's eyes turned serious. He turned around and slashed at the clear sky. Streaks of sword qi flew out and collided with the incoming attack. With a loud bang, the dragon-shaped sword qi dissipated. The phoenix arrived, and Wuyue Shui raised his left hand to block the sword qi. With a loud bang, the phoenix-shaped sword qi dissipated. The powerful shock waves scattered in all directions, and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. When the shock waves dissipated, the second master of the sword Garrett, who was as immovable as a mountain, was not injured at all. His expression was as cold as before. Outside the battle, many sword supremacies were shocked. They were amazed by the battle between the two, and they were even more shocked by the second master of the sword Garrett. During the banquet, Lin Yuzhen, Mu Changa, and sword god Baiyu looked at the intense battle in front of them. Their eyes flashed. The second master of the sword Garrett's strength was unfathomable. In the battle, Ning Chen's phoenix fire continued to rise. His battle intent was high, and he was not shaken at all by the fact that his attack had been blocked. Bring out your full strength. Otherwise, you have no chance of winning today. Wei Shui waved his hand to disperse the shock waves around him, and said indifferently, "As you wish." Ning Chen replied. Genesis Supreme swept out, and a majestic sword aura swept out. Before the move was even executed, the world had already moved. 6 paths fall, myriad demonic tribulations, grand forbidden sword. The forbidden sword appeared, and sword light flashed. Ning Chen's feet trembled, and he instantly soared into the sky. Too slow. On the ground, Wei Shui looked at the sky, and he instantly appeared in front of Ning Chen and slashed out with his sword. Arg! With a muffled groan, the forbidden sword didn't have enough energy, and the sword chi dissipated. The shock waves from the 2 swords were blocked, and blood flowed out from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. He had been completely suppressed in this battle. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Although your move is powerful, it needs time to accumulate energy. The battle in the ancient battlefield has already exposed the weakness of this move. Don't you know it? Wei Shui said coldly. Nirvana! Ning Chen shouted without saying a word. Genesis Supreme turned around, and the sword chi in the world appeared again, crisscrossing and dazzling. Seeing this, Wei Shui's eyes flashed with surprise. He stepped in the air and quickly retreated. However, at this moment, numerous sword lights gathered around Hong Yi's body. Immediately, they broke through the air and shot out endlessly, crossing the heavens and the earth. Wei Shui turned his palm, and his finger slashed across the sword. Immediately, flames spread out, forming a barrier in front of him. In the next moment, a rumbling sound echoed through the world, and the messy sword chi scattered, sinking into the ground. Chi. The sword chi sliced through clothes, and a smear of red seeped out. In the aftermath, a purple figure appeared, and blood stained his left shoulder. Wei Shui's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and touched the wound. With a flash of light, the wound healed instantly. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Now, we don't owe each other anything. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the woman in front of him calmly. Very good. Wei Shui's eyes turned colder. He stepped out, and a wave of fire soared into the sky. His cultivation, which had surpassed the peak of the true realm, burst out, and he was infinitely close to the half-step 4th realm. An instant later, the purple figure disappeared. His true essence was vast, and purple flames filled the sky. He slashed with his sword, and the void was split open. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, and he swung his sword. With a loud bang, his body was pushed back dozens of feet, and his palms split open, bleeding. 100 suns returned to the east. Ignoring his injuries, Genesis Supreme's red light shone brightly in Ning Chen's hand. The sun scripture martial art reappeared, and 100 suns soared into the sky. The boundless fire essence covered the sky, and in an instant, it turned into a meteor shower and fell. Great Flame World, Emperor Lo. As the 100 suns fell, Wei Shui looked at the sky. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted softly. Immediately, purple flames surged into the sky, and a huge flaming statue appeared. It raised its hands, and its divine power blocked the 100 suns.